With the Intellion, she's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And the
for
draw for
Reagan.
turn.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Providing her another turn. And the Paladin is gonna join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
The Mindscope wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
A Bastion, it rumbles onto the field and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Welcome in, Pokemon trainers, to the official broadcast of the 6th European Regional Championship here in Europe, in Dortmund in the west of Germany. On day one we had a lot of action, and now only a few trainers are left to compete for the championship points and for the championship. allow me to introduce ourselves. My name is Martijn. Next to me is Amanda, and on the other side of the couch, we have Abi and Adelian. Now, we are very excited for all the action that we are going to show you today. But there's not only action today, we also have more regional championships coming up, perhaps nearby you. Adelian, can you walk us through the other regional championships that we have in the remainder of this season?
Yes, of course. So after Dortmund, the next destination you can head to will be a special event in Utrecht in the Netherlands on the 2nd and 3rd of March. Follow that up with the European International Championships in London. That's a Friday to Sunday event starting on the 5th of April. Of course, very after EUIC and the glitz and glamour, we head into Stockholm, the capital of Sweden, on the 11th and 12th of May. And then relatively recently announced, we have Bologna in Italy as an additional special event that you can go to. It'll be lovely weather at that time of year as well, so a nice Brucey bonus. And then, of course, it's the North American International Championships for those of you across the pond on the 7th till the 9th of June. Another star-studded event showing the best that the North America region can offer. But of course, all of these amazing destinations lead up to one final place, Honolulu, Hawaii, for the Pokémon World Championships.
Yes, the Pokémon World Championships. That's where it all leads to the most prestigious event of the season. But to qualify for the World Championships, you need championship points, which are for the first time introduced in Pokémon Go this season. Amanda, can you walk us through what are championship points?
Absolutely. So these competitors are not only playing for the prestige and the glory, they're also playing for these championship points to be able to qualify for Worlds. First place will get an automatic qualification, but you do need 400 points otherwise for the European region, which what we are in right now, as you can see the other regions as well. And I have to say, since we are halfway through the season, a lot of these players have already qualified or just on the cusp and maybe qualify here in Dortmund.
Yep. A lot of players here who are almost qualified and also qualified as well. But in these tournaments, it's not only you compete for the championship points, you also compete for prize money as well. The first place will get you $2,500 in prize money with 72 booster packs. Second place, $2,000 with 72 booster packs as well. Third with 1,500, 36 booster packs, so on and so forth.
Yeah, and thank you guys for that information. Indeed, a lot of things to win here at the regional championships. Now, let's walk through what happened on day 1, because this is day 2. We only have about 16 trainers remaining. On day 1, we had many Pokemon that were used by many trainers. Adel, can you walk us through the meta on day 1 here?
Yes, of course. Now, of course, we have seen Lickitung is the most prominent Pokemon in so many regions, and there was absolutely no surprises. It takes top spot here in Dortmund, closely followed up by Whiscash of either the conventional or the Shadow variant, and then the Gligar as well coming in. And again, there was some variation there between whether you went for the Shadow or the normal Gligar. Of course, we've talked so much, Annihilate is still, I think, the king of all counter users, and that is the Pokemon that if I was going to battle, I think I'd bring an Annihilate there. And then finally, there's one other Pokemon that I'm quite excited to see so much action yesterday, and that was Talonflame right at the bottom right, because there was just so much variation in how it was played. Fly, Brave Bird, Flame Charge, all of it was viable in my view.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I believe this is the first time Talonflame was in the top 12 even. And here we have the top 12 on day 2. We have 56% Guzzlord on the teams here in Dortmund. That's actually crazy. Amanda, what do you think of the usage that we see here?
I think this usage is a lot different than we're seeing on day 1, because there's a lot of like what we would call some spicy Pokemon, some things that a lot of people aren't necessarily bringing. We're seeing the revival of Trevenant here on this. We're seeing a Shadow Zapdos making it to day 2. It's a pretty interesting meta overall, and it's going to be great fun to see how this all is going to shake out.
Yeah, a lot of variation. Now, we, as the casters, have also made some predictions on which trainers are going to succeed here and what Pokemon, because we see a Shadow Zapdos here on the top 12, but we also have, you know, a really good trainer that has been made it to top cut here, right? I believe I picked Tonton Bateus here with the Shadow Zapdos. I think he may be able to succeed. I was doubting between Zweilous or Colin, but I would think that the Shadow Zapdos earned a special mention here. Amanda, can you tell us about what you picked?
Oh, I picked Aziz Wireless, and speaking of that talent flame that you were talking about a little bit earlier, Adelian, and I'm going to tell you why. Aziz Wireless is a German battler. We're in Germany, so I kind of like that, but I also like the fact that he was our special event champion as well, so this has a possibility of perhaps winning 2 in one season, which would be a first for our European region.
I picked Icelandic Lapras just because of the use of the Pokemon Mandibuzz. Mandibuzz is one of the, in a way, as I said before, Umbreon of the skies. So I picked Umbreon as my caster prediction, so I'm going with Icelandic Lapras and the Mandibuzz.
For myself, I think Cacton has been brilliant in this tournament. He has had a lot of support from the French community. I think very early on they said this man is one to watch, and this commandeering of Dugong has been nothing short of stellar. So while all 4 of these trainers have amazing potential, I think I've got a little bit of a lean, shall we say, towards Cacton.
Yeah, those are trainers that we have to look out for day 2. Now, if you want to let us know what you think, follow us on our socials. We are active on X, and especially use the hashtag #PlayPokemon there to let us know what you think. Maybe we will feature your posts on the broadcast as well. And we are also active on YouTube, on Facebook, and on Instagram. If you missed anything of these battles, make sure to follow us on Twitch and on YouTube, as you can watch these battles back whenever you like, really. Now, I think that was most of us here. I think the stage is getting ready for Championship Sunday. Are you guys ready?
Let's go.
Oh, yes.
Yes, I am ready for this excitement. Now, let's show you a quick video. Don't go anywhere. We will have our first battles very shortly. We will be back with you soon.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon Go matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, with our trainers competing in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format in Pokemon Go. Matches are best of 3, except for the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, which are each best of 5. All matches are played in a Bring 6, Pick 3 format. This means trainers will create a team of up to 6 Pokemon, but only 3 are brought into each game. Who is taking home the title of Regional Champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
Alright trainers, I'm Will Dunphy, and today I'm going to teach you how to win your first match at a Pokemon Go Championship Series event. Let's get started! In the Championship Series, Pokemon Go trainers compete in a Show 6, Bring 3 format. Both trainers begin by analyzing their opponent's team of 6 Pokemon and selecting their 3 best Pokemon for battle. However, Pokemon selections and playstyle adjustments made between battles are equally as important. Let's uncover the mysteries behind the team selection screen and give you the tools to win at your next championship event. There are 2 sides to team reading in Pokemon Go PvP. First, understanding your team's strengths and weaknesses. Second, identifying your opponent's team's strengths and weaknesses. The key is to maximize your team's capabilities while preventing your opponent from doing the same. First, identify which of your Pokemon has the most positive matchups against your opponent's team of 6. Then, choose 2 other Pokemon that cover its weaknesses. Next, choose a macro strategy that fits your team. Finally, envision your win conditions. Will your opponent bring 1 key Pokemon to every game? Can one of your Pokemon defeat your opponent's team with a shield advantage? Typing matchups, shield scenarios, switch advantage, and energy management all play a role. To see these principles in action, let's review Tonton Batuz versus Nezabethan at the 2023 European International Championships. In Game 1, Nezabethan identifies that his Galarian Stunfisk can defeat Tonton Batuz's Shadow Alola Ninetales, Registeel, Shadow Dragonair, and Shadow Charizard. He also brings Swampert because Tonton Batuz doesn't have a Grass-type Pokemon. Nezabethan doesn't bring either of his Flying-type Pokemon because of his opponent's Shadow Alola Ninetales and Registeel. Nezabethan leads Medicham because it's his trio's best response to an opposing Medicham, and Ice Punch provides coverage for Shadow Dragonair. Tonton Batuz doesn't expect Nezabethan's Flying-type Pokemon, so he comfortably leads his own Medicham. Shadow Dragonair is his safe switch because it can defeat most Pokemon in the 2-shield scenario. Finally, Registeel is a great answer to Altaria, Noctowl, and Lantern. Tonton Batuz's ABC-style lineup prefers switch advantage, while Nezabethan is playing an ABB-style double ground team. Nezabethan wins Game 1 due to 3 key factors: weakening Tonton Batuz's Medicham, protecting his Galarian Stunfisk,
happened. Oh my goodness, what a swap! And I said it earlier, it could come down to a sacrificial swap. That was absolutely beautiful, saving all the energy on Galarian Stunfisk.
and aligning his Galarian Stunfisk versus Tonton Batuz's Shadow Dragonair. For Game 2, Tonton Batuz benches his Shadow Charizard in response to the Shadow Swampert and Galarian Stunfisk from Game 1. Nezabethan selects the same team, while Tonton Batuz chooses the more flexible team of Shadow Dragonair, Medicham, and Lickitung. Tonton Batuz leads Shadow Dragonair and uses a Protect Shield to KO Nezabethan's Medicham and control switch advantage. He aligns his Medicham against Galarian Stunfisk and uses his Lickitung to absorb Shadow Swampert's energy. Tonton Batuz's adjustments win him Game 2. In Game 3, Tonton Batuz repeated his Game 2 lineup, while Nezabethan selected a team of Altaria, Medicham, and Galarian Stunfisk. Tonton Batuz takes a Protect Shield early, then switches to his Lickitung to lure out Nezabethan's Medicham. Tonton Batuz makes a spectacular catch!
To catch the charge move on a site. Well, it doesn't matter what it is. They're going to go ahead and let it go through on the Dragonairs. This is going to be taking it out.
Yeah,
But the true skill is his recognition that the Galarian Stunfisk would be Nezabethan's 3rd Pokemon. Tonton Batuz wins Game 3. In this series, Tonton Batuz neutralized Nezabethan's Shadow Swampert, while Nezabethan overcorrected for Shadow Charizard and was unable to contain his opponent's Shadow Dragonair. Nezabethan's best answer to Shadow Dragonair was his Galarian Stunfisk, so Tonton Batuz was able to consistently predict it. Neither trainer had a Ghost-type Pokemon, making Medicham a safe choice for both competitors. Tonton Batuz's team of 6 pressured Nezabethan to keep his Altaria and Noctowl on the bench until it was too late in the series. Throughout a best-of-3 series, making predictions and adjustments are key. Pay special attention to player tendencies like overcharging, switch timing, shield deployment, and Pokemon usage. Some trainers choose their team of 3 Pokemon conservatively, while others like to take more risk. The most elite trainers do 3 things very well. First, build a team of 6 Pokemon that is well balanced and versatile. Second, change their Pokemon selection and macro strategy from game to game to avoid becoming too predictable. And third, influence which Pokemon and strategies their opponent chooses throughout the series. Well, that's all from me. Best of luck in your future matches, and I'll see you next time.
Welcome into Dortmund, trainers. I am Amanda, also known as Lumberger, here alongside my good friend Abby Count Xavius. We're ready to bring the action for day 2. But before we do that, let's kind of go over, Abby, what were some of your favorite things that happened in day 1?
I think one of the most interesting battles I saw was a battle that Tonton Bateuse did, where he had to go into the Guzzlord to do 1 extra Dragon Tail damage and Mud Shot down with a Wishcash to win that matchup. Of course, there's also matchups like where he pioneered that Shadow Zapdos to do so much work. It's a Pokemon that's very frail, but how he's done it was very interesting to watch.
Yeah, Tonton always seems to have some interesting picks for these regionals. It's exciting to see what he's been bringing around. Guzzlord, I think he brought it also to the Barcelona special event. He didn't have as much success with it then, but I mean, look at him now. He's already making day 2 with this, so it's going to be pretty interesting. One of my favorite things, and just something to point out, is that Cashin has not dropped a single match yet. He's been sweeping through all of his opponents. He's still on the winner's side of the bracket, and it's going to be interesting to see if he can keep that up, because if he can, we're looking at a new champion.
Yep, he is 10-0, not a single bout dropped there. That is a great achievement in itself. He's, I think, now 3 battles away from being crowned the Dortmund Regional Champion. It's something that's unheard of a lot, because it's so difficult to do, like understanding your opponent's Pokemon, knowing what to do every game is amazing.
Yeah, he was telling me last night that he was like, yeah, I didn't expect to go so far. He has competed a little bit in the past. He's like, but I mean, I've been playing against all these good players, but now recognizing that he himself is one of the best players as well. But he said, already I've exceeded all expectations. And I mean, hey.
Yeah, and what the funniest thing about this was his main expectation was to be on main stage.
Yes.
That's all he wanted, but he's come a long way. He is now our top
contender to take this title. Yeah, and I can't forget about all of the other, still a lot of German trainers also in the Dortmund Regional. We have Zweilus, who also, he's dropped a few matches, but he hasn't dropped the full round, so he's still in contention as well, along with Stone Collection and Freaka also making day 2.
And we also have Colin, who is up for that title of 2 regional championship crowns in 1 season.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. So this could be making history once again here in Dortmund. We kind of went over it in the little intro area as well, but I would love to see a little bit of the usage of day 2 if we could get a chance, because there are some interesting picks that I think a lot of trainers were not expecting that are actually going to be used, and we're going to see them on screen. One of them we kind of talked about earlier was that Shadow Zapdos from Tonton.
Shadow Zapdos is an amazing Pokemon. It's very frail, as I said before, but before that, I would like to take a look at what's happening, like what are the matches that we will be showing, especially on the loser side of it. There we go. We have Tonton Bateuse going up against Stone Collection, Wolfpack going up against Demon Cash, Freaka going up against Tragic Comics, Arceus Aurelius going up against Nessa Beaton.
Okay, yeah, I want to point out some things here as well. Wolfpack and Demon Cash are both, and Tragic Comics are all French battlers as well. We've kind of been bringing, also Tonton Bateuse. I mean, if we think about it, they really came all together. They've been practicing together, and they were having a phenomenal day 2 performance, it looks like.
We really saw the French Brigade celebrating every win of each and every one of their players from the community. That's something that is amazing to watch, and you only get it if you come to a regional and watch it live, because you don't always hear it on stream.
And we also have a potential grudge match coming up as well against Arceus Aurelius and Nezabethan. They already played once on stream yesterday. Arceus Aurelius did manage to take that game, but if you're Nezabethan, I mean, maybe you're saying, you know what? I think I would have had that match. Maybe I played some things a little bit wrong. I know my strategy. I'm glad that I have this opportunity to do it again. Tomahawk UK has said this multiple times. If he's lost to an opponent and he gets to play them later, he's actually really looking forward to that opportunity, because he knows that he has what it takes to flip those matchups.
Yep, it's all about understanding what you did wrong and what you can do to kind of, like, this is what happened. I don't want this to happen, so I'm gonna play this. So understanding your opponent's playstyle is also a key component in being a champion as well. So what you want to do is take a deep breath, watch the games again, see.
Okay, now what?
I don't know. So take a deep breath, understand what you did wrong, and then adapt to your opponent's playstyle. Adaptiveness is one of the key components on becoming a regional champion.
Yep. And just because these 4 matches are going to be in the lower brackets does not mean that these trainers are down and out. They are in but it is a double elimination tournament, so that means they have one more loss to go, and potentially whoever wins these will then be in the top 8 as well. So it's going to be a really, really interesting performance.
Yeah, it is a critical moment in their regional run as well. Top 8 is a great achievement to have, and it's something that's going to be popped up every regional you go to as well. So one of the things that I would like to again point out is how you want to approach this, because it's a great thing that we are doing the losers bracket in day 2 as well, just because you get that break, the much needed break from the losers bracket run, because it can be exhaustive.
Yep, I think that is a really good point, because we were talking with Elephant Flasher once, and he said, you know what, this is the first time I'm coming in on the winner's side. It's so much easier. I should just do this all the time. If you're on the winner's side, you're not having to play as many matches. It is quite the gauntlet that you have to swing if you get knocked down to the losers bracket. It's a lot more games. It's a lot more tough competition, and we're going to see this competition live on stream now, as we have Tonton Batuz on the left-hand side versus Stone Collection on the right. And we're going to go ahead and look a little bit at the teams, because a lot of the Pokemon that on Tonton's team are pretty interesting, like we were talking about before. I'm looking at that Guzzlord, I'm looking at that Shadow Alolan Sandslash, and of course that Shadow Zapdos.
Yeah, Tonton Batuz reading the meta and saying, nope, I don't want to play this. Going for these 3 spicier Pokemon, as we would like to call it, up against Stone Collection. Stone Collection, we also know him as not really one who's going to play core meta. We see him bringing that Shadow Dragonair, Shadow Sableye, and that's Skarmory. So Shadow Sableye is going to do a lot of work for Stone Collection, because it has pretty neutral matchups against Tonton Batuz, as long as it's not getting aligned against that Guzzlord.
Yeah, we've seen that a lot as well. As Stone Collection likes to use that Shadow Dragonair, not afraid to use both shields in that mid game to get that alignment, because a lot of times Shadow Dragonair can pressure even some of its harder counters to be able to get back that switch advantage, or be able to at least force your opponent to have to do something that they're not willing to do right away.
We have Tonton on the left on the screen here. We see his team. He's bought that Guzzlord with the conventional moveset of Dragon Tail, Dragon Claw, and Crunch. Alolan Sandslash running that Powder Snow to have a better matchup against a Shadow Dragonair, because it's going to do super effective damage with its fast attack. Shadow Zapdos running Thundershock, Thunderbolt, and Drill Peck. Cresselia running Moonblast instead of, I think, the most used move, which is Future Sight.
That's right. And of course, the Nihilip has now been a lot of users deciding to use the Night Slash instead of Ice Punch. Tonton is also in that category, and it looks like, I mean, what are you thinking when you have this team? I like Stone Collection's pick of Shadow Sableye because of the big usage of Annihilate. It's just a Pokemon that really shuts that down.
Yep, you are exactly right, but one of the things that Stone Collection will have to watch out for is that Guzzlord. Guzzlord is going to do a great job against that Shadow Sableye, also against the Dragonair, also against the Lickitung. So there's a lot of Pokemon that can be shut down on Stone's side just because of that Guzzlord. Guzzlord is going to bring a lot of pressure, and I think we are going to see Guzzlord and Annihilate in almost every game from Tonton Batuz.
And maybe a little bit of a dragon going on. I mean, the Shadow Dragonair plush is on a Tonton side, and maybe Stone Collections is not willing to play against someone who is piloted to such success, because Tonton Batuz ended up winning EUIC with the Shadow Dragonair on his team.
We just saw the video of Speedy where he did explain how Tonton used Dragonair, piloted Dragonair to absolute perfection. Now it's going to be Stone Collection's opportunity to be like, you did Dragonair okay, I'm going to do it better.
Yeah, I think that these two trainers, again, a lot is on the line. We are in the losers finals, so whoever does this is in the top meta of this Dortmund Regional. We'll have to see. If you're in this position, I think that how do you deal with the stress of this situation? I know you said earlier, take a deep breath and analyze, but this is a really go big or go home moment.
It's always difficult, right? That's one of the advantages of going through the winner side of it all, because once you drop down to the loser bracket, that's it. You lose a game, you go home. All the practice you did is gone in an instant. So this is it. You need to focus up, make sure that you have no distractions, understand your opponent's playstyles. Both of these trainers have had the opportunity of watching each other on stream as well, so now they know what the other person wants to do. Just to say, Tonton Batuz is looking to be in the driver's seat, just looking at the matchup. Another important thing that I would like to point out as well is the Annihilate against that Dragonair matchup. If the Annihilate was running Ice Punch, it would have been a charge attack priority event against the Dragonair, but just because of the Night Slash, it comes in faster, 5 counters for it, and it will outpace the Shadow Dragonair.
It does outpace, and I believe it's 3-2, so I mean, in that sense as well, it's really good for a bait move, not against it necessarily like the Dragonair or anything specific like that, but if you're baiting a Night Slash instead of a Shadow Ball, it doesn't take as long to get to the Shadow Ball either.
It's not just a bait move. Imagine you bait with a Night Slash and get the boost.
Oh, we've seen it happen plenty of times. We saw it happen so many times in Knoxville with Dunebug.
Yep, that is not a situation where you'd like to be. Imagine you're a Shadow Dragon or you're going to be playing the 2 shields, but we have the match right here. We see the Sableye getting locked into that Guzzlord.
We'll have to see how Stone Collection wants to respond to this. It isn't the greatest matchup for the Shadow Sableye with those Shadow damage not being able to do too much. It looks like he's going for one Shadow Claw and switching into the Dugong. I like that play by Stone Collection, and even though it's met by this hard counter, it is going to be able to get an Icy Wind off.
Yep, Dugong did come with an energy advantage here, but unfortunately Tonton Bateuse opting to throw that Night Slash immediately to give that full damage onto the Dugong, and Stone Collection opting not to shield and gets the
boost. You can hear everyone. So now this Icy Wind is going to say, okay, you know what, Annihilate? I don't like that you did that. I'm going to go ahead and lower you right back down here, but still a lot of damage has been done, and these counters are still coming in, and this Dugong is going down before getting off the next attack.
Oh, Annihilate absolutely annihilated that Dugong in. Let's see what Stone wants to come in, because both Sableye, neither Sableye nor Skarmory will want to deal with this damage.
Yeah, I think that if you're at this point and going for the heavier hitting move, will Stone Collection call this? Because this will be a lot. We have to remember it did boost even though it was lower down a little bit. Yes, Stone Collection calls this. I think we're going to go see aggressive Shadow Claw down just to get a lot of energy. Unfortunately, only one Shadow Claw. Not going to be enough as this Guzzlord takes the field.
Guzzlord does take the field. In comes that Skarmory, but Skarmory is only going to be met with this Alolan Sandslash. Alolan Sandslash is taking super effective damage from those Steel Wings, but because of its typings, these fast charge attacks don't do a lot of damage.
It doesn't do a lot of damage, but Stone Collection still has to throw it. It's the only things available, and Tonton Bateuse uses his shield, trying to get as much energy as possible on this Alolan Sandslash. Ice Punch coming through unprotected by Stone Collection.
Ice Punch comes in, no Protect Shields up. It will do a considerable amount of damage, but this matchup is closer than you think. Once that Skarmory can pull up another Protect Shield, it can put this Alolan Sandslash deep into the red.
Yeah, the Guzzlord is obviously the target for the Skarmory. Stone Collection was unable to get that alignment in this, but he does have a lot of energy, throwing another Sky Attack. Will Tonton want to use both shields here? No, going ahead and letting this go down. It is a Shadow, which means it's just going to take 20% more damage. It is not very effective, but still enough to take it out. And now the Guzzlord takes the field, throwing a Dragon Claw.
Guzzlord does throw the Dragon Claw. Dragon Claw is resisted by the Skarmory, but its HP is in a range where this could potentially knock it out. Yes, it does. It's all up to the Sableye with a shield deficit to try and win this matchup. The Guzzlord is clawing at the Sableye. We see the Sableye losing HP so fast.
And this Dragon Claw might not exactly be enough to take it out, or it could be, we have to see, but the crunches aren't going to be doing too much, and you need to be able to hit a Power Jam. It is enough to take it out. The Tonton Bateuse taking game number 1.
What a commanding way to announce yourself in game number 1. Perfectly there, that Guzzlord into the Sableye and swapping in that Annihilate into the Dugong. Yes, the Dugong did have an Ice Shot advantage, but whatever the Dugong could do was eliminated completely by that Night Slash buff.
I think Tonton says, good morning, Stone Collection. How's it going for you? Today is looking pretty bright for me so far. Stone Collection still, collected. You've lost one game, that doesn't mean that you're out. This is one of the things about best of 3s. You've decided, you're looking at your opponent's team of 6 saying, okay, I made a prediction, it wasn't going well for me here, but then you have to ask, do you lead that Shadow Sableye again? Or do you think that Tonton is still going to be leading that Guzzlord?
Yep, it depends on Tonton's way of thinking about it, but as you can see, he's a tried and tested battler. He's a 2024 Gdansk Regional Finalist, 2023 World's Top 16, 2023 Turin Special Event Top 16, and the 2023 EUIC Champion. What incredible credentials to have, but Stone is not one to slack.
No, exactly. Stone Collection is a lot of accolades for his name as well, especially in this season. He was in the Liverpool Regional Top 8, also in Stuttgart, also in Gdansk, and he was the Turin Special Event Top 16. And we have to remember he was also the last chance qualifier winner of the 2022, being able to compete in Worlds, and I believe he was in the top 16 there.
Yep, he is an amazing contender. He can go toe-to-toe with Tonton Bateuse, but sometimes if you do have some matchup, let's say your team of 6 does not have a way to beat the opponent's team of 6, so he needs to try and find a way to beat it. We saw Tonton Bateuse bringing Guzzlord, Annihilate, and Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Bringing a Pokemon like Wishcash can give you neutral matchups against all these Pokemon, and then you try to flip it. Let's see what Stone does. They're both locked in, and in comes, it's going to be the Sableye again against the Guzzlord!
Oh, you can see Stone Collection not happy with this, and it looks like almost a repeat maybe of game number 1, as now the Annihilate comes in again very quickly as well. As we saw it last time, going to be able to get that Night Slash off before the Ice Shard comes in for that a little bit of damage. Now, Albie, I don't know if we're going to see a Night Slash boost once more.
Let's see if we are repeating playing game number 1. Is it a boost? No, it's not. This matchup now gets a little bit more interesting. Here comes his Icy Wind. Icy Wind is going to tone down that counter damage from the Annihilate.
And you can hear the crowd awing in the back because they were halfway expecting that maybe it would happen again. Will he be able to get to another one? Is he going to completely counter down? No. Wonderful timing by Tonton, throwing this right before the next Icy Wind is going to be able to reach once to get that Dugong out of the way and keep that alignment. But this time, there's a little more farm for that Shadow Sableye.
Yeah, Sableye is going to be able to farm down and also keep shield parity as well. That's something that we did not see last game, where Sableye was forced to pull up that Protect Shield. Sableye goes for the full Shadow Cloud down. Let's see what Stone Collection does. Maybe staying in the matchup, going for that power gem. Let's see if he goes for it. Ooh, tries to catch a move on the Skarmory, but unfortunately not succeeding.
A very patient play by Tonton, and it looks like these two trainers exactly know how this is going to play out again. But like you said, there are 2 shields left on Stone Collection side, and look how much that Steel Wing damage is doing to the Alolan Sandslash. Once again, shielding up by Tonton Batuz.
Yep, this is going to be a very interesting endgame indeed. These Steel Wings are slowly and steadily adding up. The Alolan Sandslash is already under 50% HP. In comes this Ice Punch. Ice Punch going to be blocked by Stone Collection.
Yeah, Stone Collection has a fully loaded Sableye in the back, and also this Skarmory is going to be continuing to do work, not able to get to another one before another Ice Punch goes through, and getting both shields from Stone Collection here. Wants to keep this Skarmory as healthy as possible, but even still, it's going to be whittled away. He's still at the Sky Attack now throwing. Will Tonton want to use his last shield here as well, or put it all on the Guzzlord?
I think he's a very critical decision to make, and he does pull up a Protect Shield here, opting to get this one last Ice Punch off onto the Skarmory, putting it in a range where potentially he can Dragon Tail it down. In comes the Ice Punch. Nice, great, excellent, and onto the Skarmory it goes.
Yeah, Skarmory is now deep into the red. The switch timers are up, and a combination play by Tonton Batuz here, throwing this Dragon Claw. We saw last time, even though it's not going to be that effective against a Steel-type Pokemon, when Skarmory is this low, it can't hang on. It falls from the sky, and in comes the Sableye to throw a foul play. Now, we have to remember, this is a Dragon and Dart-type Pokemon, but this is a Shadow Pokemon.
Yeah, it is a Shadow Sableye. This is a resisted move, but unfortunately still not enough to get him out of trouble. In comes this Dragon Claw. Dragon Claw will be more than enough to knock this Sableye down and send Stone Collection packing, but sending Tonton Batuz into that top 8.
Tonton Batuz is already celebrating. You can hear it in the crowd as well. He is very happy with how that played out. 2 games that were almost exactly the same. The competitors played it out a little bit differently. You can see them hugging as well. Tonton going on to that top 8. Stone Collection going home with a decent amount of championship points, and I believe before this as well, he was sitting on the leaderboards at 390.
I think this might be just enough for him to qualify, but let's see what happens here. Tonton Batuz is going through, and I think he is going to be a top contender to go through the lower losers bracket and get to that grand final.
We said we saw 4 French players in the losers bracket, and already one also believe on the winner's side as well. So I mean, the French domination is continuing on here in the Dortmund regionals.
Yep, Stone Collection was one of the few German battlers left as well, so he is gone. I believe we only have Freaka left in day 2.
We also have Zweilis. It's my we forgot him yesterday. He said in the chat, guys, I exist. So you're absolutely right. Our special event champion as well. Hopefully, maybe for him, also for my pick, that he could be a 2-time regional champion.
Yep, I hope he does well. You need to come down to your regionals in your own country to try and defend that title to not be taken away from your country, right?
Yeah, but speaking of the French battlers, I believe the next ones that are up are also 2 French battlers. So it's going to be interesting. It's going to be Wolfpack against Damon Cash. We saw them playing earlier today. You had a chance to interview Damon as well.
Yep, Damon is a very focused battler. He knew all of his matchups. I mean, to beat somebody like Paulo Shah and then go on to beat Freaka as well, that is great ability that you can have. I saw that he really played his Whiscash to absolute perfection.
Damon Whiscash.
Damon Whiscash. Oh yeah, wow, yes. I would never have thought of it.
You're welcome.
So Damon is a very clean and calculated battler, as I said, so this game is going to be very important to watch. And of course, these are 2 friends. I'm sure that they also practiced together beforehand. They were at the socials yesterday. They were having a laugh. I'm going to beat you. No, I'm going to beat you. This is what we need, right? And we will see how these 2 battlers tackle this matchup and come out on top.
And I've been really, really excited for Wolfpack as well. I was chatting with him. I chat with him at a lot of the regions. He does so well. He plays against very tough opponents, and it's always down to the wire of who is going to win. And I told him last time, I was like, I'm guaranteeing that you're going to top cut at some point this season because you're just playing phenomenally. So yesterday he came up to me, he's like, hey, are you proud I top cut? I was like, absolutely. And I'm absolutely incredible to see these two playing it out. I think Damon said yesterday too, I didn't expect to make it this far. I think I'm playing better than I normally do, but maybe this is just the new standard for France.
Yeah, I think France came in and showed up and is here to stay. We see two of these French battlers, and we also can take a look at their teams a little bit in close detail. We see Altaria on Wolfpack's side. I've been all up on Altaria throughout the regional because I think it's a Pokemon that has plenty of play. It can beat Dragonair, can beat the Shadow Sableye, can absolutely wall the Wishcash, does good against a Lickitung, and in the 2-to-1 shield scenario, you can also Dragon Breath down the Skarmory.
That's true. Skarmory is known a little bit as an Altaria counter, but I mean, it doesn't always work out that way. Let's go ahead and take a look at Damon Cash's team. Also running a Sableye like Stone Collection did. Remember that Shadows cannot have a purified version, so it is going to be running Power Gem, and everything else has a pretty standard moveset that I think that we've been seeing for these Pokemon. The Dugong is one thing that I wanted to bring up. That is the one thing that Altaria does not want to face. Not only is all the ice damage going to be doing a lot, it's going to be lowering the attack with the Dragon Breath from the Icy Wind damage.
Yep. Speaking about Icy Wind damage, we do have another ice type on Wolfpack's side, and that's that Shadow Alolan Sandslash in this matchup. Unfortunately for him, running that Powder Snow, making that Dugong matchup a little bit worse, but he does have access to Lantern. Lantern can do a lot of work. Super effective fast attack with Spark and super effective charge attack with Thunderbolt against that Dugong. So I would not be surprised to see these two Pokemon being used a lot more. Not to mention that Annihilate. Annihilate, we saw maybe he gets switch locked into that Dugong and gets a boost again.
Yeah, I really like a lot of these teams. It seems like Lickitung has always been a staple on teams nowadays, and with no counter user on a Damon Cash's side, I think it makes an almost perfect safe swap there for Wolfpack if he has a bad starting position, like Stone Collection did earlier with the Guzzlord against the Sableye. Lickitung here is a perfect way to answer a lot of these attacks.
I totally agree with you there, because just looking at this matchup, I would be inclined to take huge risks on Wolfpack's side, just because you can use that Lickitung to kind of try to switch the match in your favor. Whatever the Lickitung goes into, there are shielding scenarios where the Lickitung can flip this matchup, even against a Skarmory, even though the Lickitung is going to do resisted body slams.
But of course, if there's a Lickitung on one side, most likely there is the Lickitung on the other. I wouldn't be surprised to see both of these trainers bringing it, because even though there is that counter user, the Annihilate, we've seen it plenty of times. The Lickitung matchup with that is actually not so horrible, because the Lick damage does quite a bit to Annihilate.
All that damage from that Annihilate unfortunately comes with that defect of it being a bit frail than it's supposed to be. Annihilate also looking really good into Demon Cash's line. You see it's going to do great against the Shadow Dragonair. Dugong absolutely gets walled by it. Wishcash can be beaten by that Annihilate. Lickitung, not a great matchup. And Skarmory, now that with the move update, it's running Steel Wing instead of Air Slash, so it can only do super effective damage to Annihilate through those charge attacks.
Now, I have to ask as well, when there's such polarizing matchups on the screen, so you see a Lantern on Wolfpack's side, and you see that Skarmory on Damon Cash's side, are you ever scared of bringing that Skarmory just because of that horrible matchup? Or on the flip side, the Altaria versus the Dugong, what is your thought process? Well, I don't care about our thought process right now, Abby. We're jumping right into this matchup, the losers finals. We're seeing that Altaria on the field against the Whiscash. This is a great lead for Wolfpack, because Whiscash isn't running Blizzard anymore. An immediate swap out into that Lickitung safe swap.
Immediately going into that Lickitung. Of course, we all discussed that it was safe, and that's exactly what happens here. Altaria potentially going for that chip and dip strategy, not before Lickitung gets to that body slam.
Body slam is going to be able to reach. It is going to connect with that Altaria. Altaria is still in the green though, and yes, and not even bothering to throw, because already you see how much that Dragon Breath damage did to the Lickitung, moving into the Lickitung of his own. But Damon Cash's is a little bit ahead of energy, throwing the body slam at the same time though, and Wolfpack winning charge attack priority.
This is something that's a very critical information that you must take on into the later stages of the game, knowing Wolfpack, my Lickitung can win charge attack priority, so I can control the pacing of the Lickitung mirror, and I can win the Lickitung mirror. This means his Lickitung has no counters anymore.
This was actually really interesting that they both threw at that time, because it wasn't like when the energy was like, I think, the most efficient. There wasn't 100 energy by either trainer, so a very interesting time to throw. Once again, now Wolfpack throwing once before Damon Cash and being able to get all off this next body slam.
Yeah, body slam comes in here, will put Damon Cash's Lickitung into the red, but still, unfortunately for Wolfpack, coming in with that Annihilate here, going to be met with a power whip from the Lickitung.
I like this play a lot. Wolfpack's timer wasn't quite up yet because he did stay in with that Altaria. This power whip will connect. It does bring Annihilate down to the yellow, and now in comes Lantern here. I think that Wolfpack is making the prediction, okay, the Skarmory is probably not in the back. I need something to be able to absorb this Shadow Ball, but will he also use a Protect Shield and continue to spark down? We'll have to see. No Protect Shield used by Wolfpack's side.
No Protect Shield, putting that Lantern into the yellow and also into the red. All Wolfpack wants to do here, he knows to win the game, he needs that Altaria onto the Whiscash. He does not care about this Lantern. Unfortunately, Lantern has done its job, also taking out the Annihilate in the process.
Yes, it's going to be able to reach that surf as well. You're definitely going to get a surf against this ground-type Pokemon just for some nice damage overall, but I think we might, if we were Damon Cash, see a very aggressive mud shot down because Whiscash is very bulky, still in the green. He wants to get up as much energy as possible, get a possible Scald debuff, but not before another surf goes off.
Unfortunate for Damon Cash there. This is going to put that Whiscash into the yellow, or does he pull up a Protect Shield? No Protect Shield. This is looking terrible for him. Altaria still looking very healthy. Let's see what Wolfpack does. Will he come in with the Altaria? Yes, he does. He's going to take this Scald.
Yeah, Scald is going through. Damon Cash trying to do everything possible just to make the Dragon Breath a little less oppressive. The Scald does connect. Does he get the debuff? No, he does not. And an attack is coming through. A double Scald from Damon Cash.
Yeah, he is hoping for another debuff here. Scald comes through, lands on the Altaria. Let's see the coin flip. No! That is 3 in a row, but here comes a combo play from the Lickitung, going for the body slam. Wolfpack knows all he has to do is shield the Altaria, throw a move, and go into his own Lickitung.
You see a lot of combination plays, but you rarely ever see 3 attacks in a row from the same trainer, forcing a shield as well from Damon Cash as a Wolfpack was forced to shield up the Altaria, saying, I want to at least get this Sky Attack off, come on!
This match is getting closer and closer as it goes towards the late game. It will all come down to how much energy and how many body slam this Lickitung can get on Wolfpack's Lickitung as well. But it does have that energy lead.
It does have an energy lead indeed, and it's going to be pretty low. This should be enough to knock it out. We have to remember, Altaria is also pretty low here. Shields are still in play for both trainers. Going to have to go ahead and Dragon Breath down, but the Altaria is so low, these mud shots aren't going to be doing much at all. Will he be able to Dragon Breath this all the way down? I don't think so.
I don't think this is going to be possible. Wow, we just saw Whiscash mud shot the Altaria all the way down. We knew this match was over. We all thought this match was over. Demon Cash pulling an ace from his sleeve and beating Wolfpack.
That was incredible plays by Damon Cash. You could see by both trainers, they did not expect that it would go this way. Damon Cash breathing a huge sigh of relief, and I think this also goes to show, don't give up, trainers. In the middle of a battle, if you think something is over, which I think both of these trainers, I think Wolfpack was pretty confident that he had that game in hand, but Damon Cash just played out of his mind, getting a lot of combination plays in a row. I think overall, maybe Wolfpack was thinking, I didn't realize he would be able to get off 3 charge attacks in a row. I think that really flipped the game. They're forcing that shield and not shielding that second Scald, and then coming in with a body slam. The Altaria was just too low to handle 2 Pokemon in the back.
Yeah, it was too much for Altaria. I think at some point, if you had shielded the Scald, this match would have been completely done. But this happens in a lot of these matchups where you get really comfortable knowing that, all right, great, I won the lead, I won the swap, I also beat his last Pokemon. So all I have to do is, just win. I know it's over, but unfortunately, Demon Cash keeping his calm, keeping his cool, using that Whiscash to the maximum extent, also making sure his Lickitung does have a little bit of energy lead to get to 2 body slams onto Wolfpack's Lickitung to take it out and then finish that Altaria with those mud shots.
Yeah, you saw it, I think you saw it on both of their faces in the late game when the Altaria was on Damon Cash's Lickitung. It was incredible there, where it's just like, oh my goodness, the health of that Altaria is just going down and down as each of these licks go through, and though Mudshot is obviously not doing too much to that flying type Pokemon, it was surely enough in the end when the shields are in play.
We all thought the game was done, but Demon Cash managed to put Wolfpack in the back foot here. It's a great thing to do at game number 1 in the losers bracket, just because he had alignment. Wolfpack had everything needed to win that matchup, and Demon Cash said, nope, I'm going to beat you. What can you do next?
Exactly. Once again, maybe it's because the Damon Cash, Wish Cash, that just has so good of love between the trainer and the Pokemon that has been able to do so well in these matches. If you're Wolfpack, what are you doing in the scenario where you're saying, okay, I won the lead, I won the safe swap position, how could I have played that differently?
I think shielding the Altaria would have gone a long way, but let's see how these two trainers do. Both of them locked in their teams. It's Annihilate going up against a Gligar, another lead win.
This is a great lead for Wolfpack. We'll have to see how Damon Cash chooses to respond here. It looks like he has the Mantine and the Lickitung. Once again, going for that Lickitung safe swap. It immediately countered this time by the Annihilate. Now, again, because it has Night Slash, it is going to be able to pace quicker, and it's going to be doing more than those Ice Punches. I think another good reason for running Night Slash here. It is going to connect. Will he get a boost? Doesn't look like any. Oh, he does get the boost on this side, and you can see him again, cheering up a little bit here, smiling, and I think both of these trainers now definitely wanting to shield up this Power Whip.
Wolfpack not doing the mistake of letting him move through this time, shielding the Annihilate. Now it's in a commanding position because this is a full counter down, and when Demon Cash's Annihilate comes in, if he elects to come in, it's going to do a lot of work.
Yeah, this is problematic because Wolfpack's Annihilate has a ton of energy left on it, and so even though this Annihilate comes in, these Night Slashers are going to be doing so much. A Shadow Ball would be enough to knock it out anyway. Will we get a shield from Damon Cash's side, or is he says, you know what, there's that Gligar anyway, I don't need this Pokemon.
No shield, but do we get another boost here? No, we do not, but he outpaces to another Night Slash. Demon Cash pulling up that Protect Shield to try and save a little bit of HP onto this Annihilate.
And we'll have to see if this does go up. Will we get another boost? No, but the Night Slash is also on the Damon Cash's side, getting up to almost 100 energy. Throwing who wins Charge Attack Priority? It's Wolfpack once again winning Charge Attack Priority, and you can see this is not what Damon Cash wanted. He was at his move as well. This is going to be enough to connect, knock out the Annihilate, and he still has this Annihilate in the back, switching now to the Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
Shadow Alolan Sandslash coming in. There is nothing for this Mantine to hide behind. Yes, there is a Protect Shield, but there is 3 Pokemon on Wolfpack's side, and it's going to be a huge uphill climb for Demon Cash, but we've seen him flip the game in game number 1.
We've seen him flip the game quite often, but however, when this is the only Pokemon remaining, not being able to throw many attacks against this Sandslash, as we see their open team sheets, he knows it's the Aerial Ace coming through. He knows it's not going to be able to do that much. Ice Beam's also not going to be able to do that much. Meanwhile, this Ice Punch is going to be doing a lot of nice damage to the Mantine.
Yep, I think Demon Cash will have to pull up a Protect Shield here to save the Mantine, and that's what he does here. But as we know, this is a huge uphill climb for him. He goes for another Aerial Ace. Aerial Ace will still not be enough to take out this Alolan Sandslash before it gets to another Ice Punch.
Exactly right. The Ice Punch is reached at the same time. Once again, one more time, just worse for the wear here, losing that Charge Attack Priority, although this was expected with the Alolan Sandslash against the Mantine. Taking out, and Wolfpack ties up the series 1-1 in this decisive, going into Game 3 for the Losers Finals.
Game 3 in the Losers lower bracket final here. This is very interesting because both games, Wolfpack read Demon Cash like a book. So all Demon Cash has to do is, I want to play this, but I'm not going to play this because I think he knows what I want to play.
That's a good point, yeah. It all goes out the window for Game 3. There's a lot of mind games being played, even though most of it is in the phone. Let's go over Damon Cash's team a little bit as well, because I'm noticing a few things that we didn't really talk about earlier on. I think that overall, the Mantine Whiscash core is a really interesting core that a lot of players, including a player like Status Dan, have been using to big success. What are your thoughts about these type of Pokemon, but Mantine in a meta that seems so dominated by Charge-a-Bug, and also we're seeing a lot of Lanturns?
Yep, Mantine, of course, is a polarizing Pokemon in a way, right? If you get it into a good matchup, it's going to come out with a lot of energy and a lot of HP as well, because it's fairly bulky. So you can still progress this advantage you can take from this matchup onto the next one as well. So that is the best thing about Mantine. But of course, if it gets matched up against a Lanturn, there is no coming back for the Mantine. We also see certain Pokemon here, like the Registeel, for example, can do a lot of work into Wolfpack's team. It will do a great deal of damage against the Lickitung. Does great matchup against the Altaria. Kind of in a way, okay against this Shadow Alolan Sandslash, but in this situation, even better, just because the Shadow Alolan Sandslash is running Powder Snow.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm reading that the Damon Cash's favorite Pokemon is Shadow Dragonair, but it doesn't have a lot of places to go when, like you said, it's running the Powder Snow Alolan Sandslash. But Dragonair, we saw it from Stone Collection as well. We're seeing it a lot in these actual final matches. I really like its place in the meta right now. Of course, with Altaria on the other side, it's always interesting to see the Dragon Breath damage that is to each other. Altaria has just a little more bulk to it.
Yep, these are the stats that, you know, come into play when you are in these matchups. One thing that I would like to point out, yes, Shadow Dragonair does have a great place in the meta, but this is only and only if the Annihilate is running Ice Punch, because you can't make it into a charge attack priority event. If it's running Night Slash, the Annihilate can go straight Night Slash and win that matchup. Again, even the matchup against Lantern is really, really close, just because of the bulk of the Lantern, but does not matter now. Both these trainers locked in. Annihilate going into the Lantern. We were just talking about it.
Exactly. We'll see how these two trainers actually want to play it out with enough speculation on our part here, and it looks like they're both going to stay in. This is a pretty neutral, like we were discussing earlier. I think we're going for all the way, charging up to 100%, going for that Shadow Ball, and going for that Night Slash bait. Do you want to shield this early on in the game? Wolfpack has to make this decision now, as he decides, yes, last second to shield up the bait.
Oh, this is critical, because this was a bait-dependent matchup. The Annihilate would have had to bait to win this matchup. Wolfpack saying, okay, you baited me, but I am not going to bait you. Going for the full Thunderbolt. Let's see if he pulls up a Protect Shield. No, it does not come in.
No Protect Shield, and at this point now, the Annihilate is so low and saving and this is an interesting matchup, and you can already see Damon Cash shaking his head a little bit. I think he predicted that there was going to be a swap as well, swapping into actually one of Lantern's most easy matchups. As you can see, the Mantine goes down at this point, and in comes the Whiscash, and now being swapped to the Lickitung. The Whiscash is a little bit ahead on energy, able to reach his Scald. I wonder if the Scald debuff will change this middle matchup with the Lickitung.
It's all going to be in the mid-game. Unfortunately, we just talked about Mantine being such a polarizing Pokemon, and going into the Lantern is not what you want to do as a Mantine. But here, Lickitung does have the ability to do a lot of damage to the Whiscash, and that's exactly what it's doing. Lick slowly and steadily adding up, but Demon Cash pulling up a Protect Shield for this Body Slam.
I love this bait by Wolfpack. He's realizing, okay, even though there's energy on the Annihilate, Whiscash is basically the only Pokemon left. He has to shield whatever, because he wants to make sure that this is protected. Going for that bait, allowing him to even get more energy and potentially go for that Power Whip next time. There is still one shield left in play, not bothering to shield up the Lickitung, and now being able to reach this Power Whip. Does Damon Cash want to use his last shield? Yes, he does.
Yes, last shield coming in. This is going to be still close in the late game as well. Whiscash is still pretty healthy. It's going to farm up a lot of energy here. Two Mud Bombs already stored, and going for this Mud Bomb. This will most definitely knock out that Lickitung.
Yeah, Lickitung will go down, but it has definitely done its job as well, stripping the Whiscash of both of its shields. And now we are going to go ahead and see that Annihilate come into the Whiscash. Now, there is a shield left on the Wolfpack side. However, there's so much energy onto this Whiscash. This Scald, it looks like it will connect. But if you're Wolfpack, you know that the Annihilate in the back still has a Shadow Ball stored. You want to make sure that you're keeping this as healthy as possible, and an Attack Fall!
Attack Fall, and goes for that Mud Bomb immediately, trying to get that Charge Attack priority event here, but no shield from Wolfpack, knowing that his Annihilate could survive. Let's see if this is going to be a catch. It was a catch attempt. Unfortunately for Demon Cash, it's only going to be met by this Night Slash.
This Night Slash is going through, but there is a Lantern in the back and a low health Whiscash. He did get a small attack boost, but it's not going to be enough. But this is very dangerous at this point. The Whiscash is very low. Unfortunately, out of shields here. Will this Surf be enough damage for it? I think it might be at this point, Hobby.
Surf comes in. He has no Protect Shield to hide behind. Surf lands, takes out the Whiscash, and takes Wolfpack in to the top 8.
That's congratulations to Wolfpack. They're winning that game number 3 and the decisive game 3 in the losers finals, and congratulations to Damon Cash for making it so far in this tournament as well. I do want to see these two trainers hugging it out. They are friends. Of course, I think that not that there was necessarily a misplay, but I think that Damon Cash is not really happy with what he decided to do in that last game there with the Mantine. I think you saw him bank the energy. He was expecting Wolfpack to swap, and Wolfpack did not.
That was you know, it happens sometimes when you give a lot of respect to the trainers. These trainers are elite trainers, both of them. So you need to understand they know all the tricks of the trade, and that's what Damon Cash was going for, trying to catch that move, knowing that Wolfpack will be forced to throw just because it's so close, and he didn't want the Lantern to shield again and completely farm down the Annihilate. If he managed to make that catch, it would have been a completely different game.
Yeah, completely. However, you can see it on his face. You can see it immediately. But even still, you have to recognize how close that battle became. Even like Wolfpack doing everything right, baiting with that body slam, also getting that power whip shielded up. It still came down to the wire.
A few mud shots here and a few mud shots there, this game would have been totally different. I think Damon Clash played it to perfection. There was nothing he could have done other than you lost an entire Pokemon because you swapped it in. It takes a lot of mental strength to say, okay, I did it, it's fine, what can I do to win? And that's exactly what he did. He just said, okay, Mantine's gone, what do I have left?
And he really played that out very, very well. I think he recognized too from before, he knows that he lost charge attack priority against another Annihilate as well. So saying, okay, even though all this energy is saved, I guess I'm just going to have to use it as a sacrificial swap, getting in a little bit more mud shot damage, just not enough to get off the mud bomb against the Lantern. And Lantern was at that surf, knocking Damon Cash out of the tournament. But really, congratulations to Wolfpack for really keeping his head on as well and continuing on in this Dortmund Regional.
Especially after game number 1, as I said before, you know, it's also a strategy game, understanding what your opponent can do and also trying to outwit your opponent in the process. We saw game 1, such an amazing lead. Altaria into Wishcash is like a dream lead that you can have, but losing that game and still going to game number 2, winning the lead again, and this time around, no, I'm shielding my Annihilate. I want this switch, and he won that match very comfortably. Game 3 was close, even though Damon Cash made that huge mistake.
Yep. And I want to also talk a little bit about the Night Slash boost. Another reason a lot of trainers are opting to use Night Slash, it does pace quicker than Ice Punch as well, even though it is a Gligar meta, as we've talked about. You're able to then, if you can bait successfully with a Night Slash, get off a Shadow Ball on a lot of Pokemon like a Gligar, and end up still doing a nice amount of damage, but there is always that possibility of a boost.
Yep, you are exactly right. And another thing that this running Night Slash on the Annihilate gets you is matchups like against Lantern. If you run Ice Punch, that's a very costly bait to make, because if it gets no shielded, you do no damage, because Ice Punch is resisted by the water typing of the Lantern. So having Night Slash can give you other win conditions. If you land the Night Slash, if you get the boost, potentially you're now open to 2-shield farming it down, and whatever comes after will be forced to pull shields, even if it's a Lickitung.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I'm really excited to hear what Wolfpack has to say about this. We have a Delian with an interview with them. Don't go anywhere. This is going to be great.
Thank you, casters. I am indeed here with Wolfpack, who's come off the back of another win. Have the nerves settled a little? Are you happy? Are you confident?
I'm happy, yes, but still shaking, but yeah, more happy.
It's somewhat understandable at this stage of the tournament.
Yeah.
So, let me ask you first of all about Game 3. When you saw Mantine come in against your Lantern, what was going through your head then?
I was happy that he was coming to my Lantern. He told me that he misclicked the switch, so it helped me a lot. And yeah, I could easily spray around, so I could secure the win.
Yes. I think. Do you feel if he had put in the Whiscash instead, would you have still been able to win that battle? Do you reckon?
Maybe.
Okay.
I don't know. The goal was that Lickitung was against Whiscash, so
yeah. You would have ended up with the power, being able to potentially power whip the Whiscash. Yes. So you have, of course, come very far in this tournament, and this tournament is not too far from where you hail from in France.
No.
How important would it be for you, emotionally, to try and go all the way and win? Do you think you could do it?
Maybe I can. I will try.
Yeah.
I will try. I really want to go as fast as I can.
Of course.
And yeah, of course, the French community is so much good with me. They are following from my beginning, like in Lille in 2023.
Yes.
So
that was your first tournament, Lille 2023. Okay, so now it's been over a year and a half. So how many tournaments have you done? Regionals have you done so far?
Last season I made 3.
Okay.
And this season it's my 4th, I think.
Okay, so doing a few more this time. Okay, so clearly he enjoys it. Yeah.
Clearly.
So I noticed a lot of players when you won, there was a lot of players, and I can tell that they're all French. They all stood up, they're cheering. That energy is there in this community. How much do you train with them? Do you practice for these tournaments?
Yes. I do practice a lot with French, of course. But I also have a friend from Spain and Italy that helped me a lot.
Okay. So aside from those battlers, the ones that you practice with, and also the one in Spain and Italy, are there any other key, important people in your life that you would like to give a shout out to for supporting you, either with the battles or just generally in life?
A lot of people. Well, I have my friend. I train a lot with Elwan, Wilton, and Ikami, who is here too.
Yes, Ikami.
I also have my Spain team from my squad from Amaretto.
Yes.
So like Andres, Serles, Nopfon, they are all helping me a lot. And Emalange and Asproselto from Italy. So
yes.
I'm training a lot with them. Yeah.
Yes. No, I'm sure they appreciate the shout out. Well, you want to see more of you, want to see more of those battles, and we see how successful you are. But we are going to head back to the casters and see what the next set of battles are.
Thanks, Delian, and thanks, Wolfpack, for that nice interview. It is one of the great things about Pokemon Go is since it is a mobile game, you can play it with pretty much anywhere with people in the globe, and I think that's one of the cool things is you meet a lot of people in the community that you've only known online.
Yep, and what's the best place to meet them? In regionals. You make so many friends, so many battlers that you train with, and these connections go for a long time. I've seen all these battlers still hanging out after, multiple regionals, multiple times practicing. You see them on their phones saying, oh yeah, I want to practice this, I want to test this Pokemon out. And I think I'm sure Tragicomics had made a lot of battles testing one key Pokemon that we see there, which is that Greedent. If memory serves me right, that Greedent was running Tackle and Body Slam and Trailblaze. An important thing is Tragicomics is on a 6-game win streak.
Yeah, 6-game win streak. He dropped down in the losers bracket in round 2, so he has been really going a lot of the times. We saw Frika play a lot yesterday. He was coming down on the winner's side, knocked down to the loser side of the bracket, I believe, by Icelandic Lapras.
Yep. Frika does also have another Pokemon that we haven't seen a lot in the meta, which is that Stunfisk. Stunfisk is going to do a lot of work against the Greedent. Yes, the Greedent does have access to the Trailblaze, but it's still going to do only neutral damage.
I mean, I think the Greedent there is a Trevenant also on Frika's side. I don't know how much play that Greedent is going to have in this particular matchup, but the Tragicomics has been able to find this and use it as a core breaker for a lot of teams' event. However, like you said, Frika, he's really going through this Timeless Travels meta. He's taking it to heart, using a Galarian Stunfisk and also a Trevenant on his team. We're hopping right into the battles, guys. They're getting locked in. We have a Lantern against a Gligar. Pretty neutral matchup.
This is a very neutral matchup indeed.
But wait for the fast attack. We have to see if it is a Water Gun Lantern.
It's a Water Gun Lantern.
That neutral.
This is not the matchup that you want to see as Frika, but he is going to go for that dig, potentially throwing this fast charge attack and then dipping. Tragicomics, no shielding this.
No shielding. It's going to do a lot of damage as Shadow Pokemon, doing even more damage and putting it down into the red. But meanwhile, Tragicomics just staying in here, just charging up a ton of energy. Lickitung Safe Swap has come in, basically 100 energy, now swapping to the Annihilate.
Annihilate comes in here, taking super effective damage from these licks, but Lickitung did have considerable amount of energy advantage, going for the charge attack priority event. Unfortunately for the Lickitung, Night Slash comes in first.
Night Slash will come in, and it looks like it will connect as no shields being used on Frika's side, and getting a boost, so we have to see if he's going to head and not shielding this. This is interesting. If this is not the bait, and he realizes as well, as he puts his hand up and says, c'est la vie.
C'est la vie indeed, but it does make the Lickitung had so much energy that it will get to this Body Slam. Body Slam will put this Annihilate very, very low. Will a few licks be enough to take it out?
I think at this point, one counter damage will be enough, and Tragicomics at least comes out with a charge attack stored for whatever comes in. What do you do if you're in Frika's case? Going ahead, coming coming in with that Gligar, getting that one wing attack. But meanwhile, this Night Slash is going through on a very, very low health Annihilate.
Yep, Annihilate will probably be eliminated by that wing attack, but in comes this Trevenant. Trevenant has its work cut out for it, but at the moment it sees that Sableye, this is done and dusted. Sableye is in the absolute driver's seat. 2 shields to hide behind for both trainers. Unfortunately for Frika, his shields are never going to be used.
I love this play by Tragic Comics, recognizing that, you know what? He's probably going to swap in whatever comes in because the Gligar is out. I'm just going to bring that Sableye in straight away. You could tell Frika didn't even know what the Pokemon in the back was going to be, blindly swapping in that Trevenant into a Sableye, one of its hardest counters. And Abby, let's talk a little bit for maybe newer viewers of why. I mean, you saw how much energy both of these Pokemon have. Why did they not throw their charge attacks?
Because if they throw their charge attacks, they have the opportunity to give your opponent an extra fast attack that will add up as a damage, and also each fast attack gains you some energy as well. So in these matchups, your only hope was to try to fast move down your opponent. Unfortunately for Frika, he was running that Trevenant. Trevenant is not known to be the bulkiest of Pokemon. Shadow Claw is neutral against a Sableye, whereas Sableye Shadow Claws were super effective against a Trevenant.
Yeah, let's go ahead and look a little bit at Frika's team. We did talk about it a little bit, running that Vigoroth as a counter user instead, but there's so many Annihilates, that just seems like sort of a crazy thing to do. The Vigoroth's not wanting to take any of that counter damage, being a normal type Pokemon. Meanwhile, on a Tragicomics side, we talked about that Greedent earlier, but again, we did see that Trevenant. There's no Greedent to be found in game number 1.
Usually Greedents do run that charge attack crunch, but he knows because of the open team sheets that the Greedent is not a worry for me anymore. But unfortunately for him, Tragicomics absolutely read what he needs to do, bringing 3 Pokemon in a way that is strong against or neutral against that Stunfisk from Frika. Because looking at the matchup here, Stunfisk can do a lot of work against Tragicomics team. It's going to do a great job against Greedent, great job against the Sableye as well. And also against Gligar, you can still do a lot of damage with those Rock Slides. So it's a Pokemon that Tragicomics is afraid of, and he prepared for it, especially with the Water Gun Lantern as well.
Yeah, Water Gun Lantern I think is going to be doing really, really well for him. Of course, wants to avoid the Trevenant at all costs. There are 2 Pokemon that really do not do well. Actually 3 if you think about the Annihilate as well, that don't do well against the Trevenant. So of course, in my mind, that was made perfect sense for Frika to bring it. However, it was a really, really wonderful call by Tragicomics, saving that Sableye in the back, saying, okay, I know that Trevenant is going to be somewhere in the game. I just have to play, where to find it.
It has to be finding the Trevenant indeed, but let's see if he can try to align that Trevenant into the Lantern or onto the Azumarill, because those are matchups that you want to be. But both these trainers have locked in their Pokemon. Let's see what we see on our screens. It's going to be a Gligar for Tragicomics and a Gligar for Frika.
So we're going to get a lot of information here as well of who will win that charge attack priority, and will they even go for it, because they're going to pace at the exact same time. The Gligar with the higher attack will be able to throw first, and it looks like it is Tragicomics', and it's good information for Frika to take away. No shield being deployed at this point, as it's going to knock it down right into the middle yellow.
Tragicomics winning the charge attack priority could turn to be tragic for Frika, but let's see what happens here, how these 2 trainers decide to play it out. In comes this Airlace. Airlace going unshielded again by Tragicomics. This will all come down to switch from based on what we see here. Fast attacks coming in. Both these trainers will go for the charge attack. Yes, but Frika going in first.
This is very interesting. I think if you're in the Tragicomics position, you're like, is he going to try to swap? I definitely don't want to get this move caught on something else as well. But now that Lickitung does come in and being met, we do see the Greedent. We didn't see it game 1 because it had such bad matchups against Trevenant. But now at this point, I think when Frika already switched like the Lickitung, Tragicomics says, hey, now this is Greedent's time to shine, as this lick damage is doing nothing to this normal type Pokemon. Meanwhile, these tackles are going to add up, and these body slams are coming through.
Tackles slowly and steadily adding up. We have not seen such a polarizing matchup for the Lickitung in so long, but Greedent in a commanding position, throwing that first body slam, will definitely go for another one, but not before Lickitung gets to another body slam, and this body slam is unshielded by Tragicomics.
We see 2 bulky Pokemon throwing body slams at each other here. The Greedent now barely into the yellow, but we have to remember only 1 body slam has been stored from Tragicomics' side, charging up a ton of energy, throwing right before the next body slam from Frika, and going once again unprotected.
Another key thing to note here is Frika still does have that Protect Shield advantage, so he can try to win the switch in this scenario, going for this another body slam onto the Greedent. Unfortunately for Frika, Tragicomics is unshielding. Will Frika try to win swap by shielding his Lickitung?
I think even if he's shielding a Licky Tongue, it might not really matter because the tackles are adding up way more than the lick damage will be, and he will be able to outpace that, as you can see. Even undercharging a little bit, still quite enough to knock it out, and you can see already there's going to be an immediate swap. Doesn't want to give farm for anything that's coming in. You see the Trevenant coming in, met by the Sableye once again, but like you said, there are 2 shields left on Frika's side, now throwing the Seed Bomb.
This is going to be a very interesting endgame. Frika does have 2 shields, but he does have a lot of energy stored on that Gligar. He did not throw that aerial ace at Tragicomics, so this endgame will be really close indeed. But Tragicomics going for the aggressive farm down, and Frika is not able to get to that Seed Bomb. But oh man, this is unfortunate for Frika here.
Yeah, you can see Tragicomics already nodding to his friends, putting his fist up in the air as completely farming down that Trevenant. That Trevenant just had nowhere to go in those matchups. Even having that Greedent on the field, Tragicomics just recognizing completely the style that Frika was wanting to play with it and coming out ahead, coming through the loser's bracket as well to be in this top 8.
Yep, this is amazing gameplay here, and what's funny to see again is Frika was not able to use his shields 2 games in a row. Tragicomics not giving Frika an opportunity to find a way. Okay, I want to shield this, but you know, if I shield it, I probably lose the game.
Yeah, I think that was the thing. There was just so much energy. You saw it. Sableye was completely maxed out, 100%. Could not gain any more energy unless he threw one of his charge attacks. But he knew at this point, even with that Gligar, the Gligar is not going to be able to pace to an aerial ace. I have an aerial ace already stored on my Gligar itself. At this point, the air slash or the wing attacks from the Gligar and also the Shadow Claws from the Sableye were just enough to take out the Trevenant. The shields were not even necessary.
Yeah, it was very good heads-up play here. We saw in both games Tragicomics at the end game hard swapping that Sableye, saying, okay, if I get an energy advantage, even if it's a Trevenant, I can do a lot of work to it. He was at a shield disadvantage. We were talking about it through game number 2 that this is going to be pivotal for Frika, but unfortunately that shield advantage, he could not make any use of it because it was all fast attacks coming through.
And if you are wondering, this seems like an interesting playstyle. I haven't even done something like this before. I don't even know how to play Pokemon Go PvP. Stay tuned. We have a video that's going to teach you all about how to pick this and how to get started in the game.
There's never been a better time to get started with PvP in Pokemon Go. I'm Zionic, and today I'm going to guide you through how to get started. Let's start with where you can PvP. Simply head into the game menu, and at the top right you'll see a battle option. Here you will find the Go Battle League, an online matchmaking game feature with a blind 3 format. Before going into Go Battle League, you'll be presented with 2 options, a free basic rewards path and a premium rewards path, which requires a premium battle pass to enter. These reward paths represent a series of 5 battles, also known as a set. The more battles you win, the more rewards you will receive from that set. You are limited to 5 sets per day, which is 25 battles in total, and during special events like Go Battle Day, you can do up to 20 cents per day, which is 100 battles. As you compete in Go Battle League, you'll begin to unlock new ranks. These ranks unlock rewards such as catch encounters, cosmetics, elite TMs, and even a chance at a legendary Pokemon. Ranks 1 to 20 are progression based, meaning each time you win, it'll contribute to your overall journey to rank 20. Once rank 20 is unlocked, you will be measured through an ELO rating system, the highest rank being Legend, which is 3000 rating. Each positive set with 3 or more wins will increase your ELO rating. Each negative set with 2 or less wins will lower your ELO rating. Go Battle League also operates through seasons. These seasons rotate roughly every 3 months while providing weekly or bi-weekly leagues and specialty cups to compete in. These leagues are typically divided through the Great League, Ultra League, and Master League, which all have different metagames. While Go Battle League may be a different format to the Pokemon Go Championship, it's by far the best way to practice and learn the fine details of PvP to prepare you for a tournament you'd like to compete in. The Pokemon Go Championship is hosted in the Great League, which provides a wider variety of potential Pokemon to use in competition because of the lower level threshold for battle. These tournaments also provide a fantastic look at some of the top performing Pokemon in the Great League, giving you goals to work towards as you look to build your PvP roster. Speaking of building your PvP roster, here's some tips and tricks that you can use to quickly add powerful Pokemon to your team. Firstly, you'll want to do your best to know about the current events in Pokemon Go. They are by far the easiest easiest and most effective way to gather Pokemon and resources you will need to build your teams. You can stay up to date on all the events and seasonal information from the Pokemon Go website. You'll also want to play during dense spawn events, such as Community Day and Spotlight Hour. They can sometimes provide incredibly strong Pokemon that you might need for PvP. You'll also want to take advantage of the Mega Evolution system to increase the candy and XL candy that you can get for the Pokemon you are looking to build. Raids are also a great resource for getting Pokemon that you need on your team. They rotate with the events and can provide key resources such as TMs. Trust me, once you dive into PvP, you'll begin to use a lot of TMs. 3-star raids provide a guaranteed TM reward, so look to leverage that if you're running low. They can be done in most cases solo and with a free raid pass. Finally, and what might be the most important tip, is to trade with your community. Pokemon that you may have missed, such as Swampert Community Day, might just be in the storage of your local community members. As a battler myself, I always hold on to multiple key PvP Pokemon that new players might need for their roster, so don't be afraid to ask around if there's a Pokemon that you are looking for. I hope this guide was helpful to get you started on your PvP journey. Thanks for tuning in. See ya!
Hello trainers, yes, that was a video by one of our co-casters, Zionic, and if you want to know more about PvP, we have more of these videos on the Pokemon channel on the YouTubes. So, you know, if you want to find out more or learn more about Pokemon PvP, go ahead and check out our channel.
Yes, absolutely. There's so much a bank of information, I would say, on the website. There's also banks of information from other trainers, and of course you get to meet many of them at these regionals. I'm a Delian, this is an Adequate, really? And believe it or not, other way around, this is a Delian, I'm an Adequate now. And we are going to be showing you some more battles coming in. We have Arceus Aurelius facing off against Nessa Beaton in, I believe, a loser's final, if my memory is correct. So yeah.
Yeah, it's actually a rematch from the winner semi of their group. I believe that was Group C, and now they're facing against each other again. Arceus Aurelius won that matchup very convincingly by 2-0, and as you can see here, both players have Talonflame and Abomasnow. I think that's nowadays some more of an anti-meta core, right? Abomasnow tackling those double Water plus Gligar teams, and Talonflame just really being strong with that Incinerate being boosted or being better than it was before.
Yes, for sure. And I do like the fact that Abomasnow, with access to Icy Wind, means in certain situations it can also overcome the Lickitung, which Arceus Aurelius will be finding very useful to bear in mind as he faces off against Nessa, who has brought the Lickitung in. In contrast, though, Arceus Aurelius hasn't brought a Lickitung, the most common Pokemon in the meta. Does that surprise you?
No. I think Lickitung is a very safe Pokemon to use. And we see also, by the way, the player of Hydro Pump.
Oh, yes, I remember.
So I'll get back on the Lickitung soon. But what I want to say about the Azumarill is that Arceus Aurelius, I talked to him yesterday, and he made a pretty good point. What do you use Ice Beam for exactly? Because Gligar is a matchup you should win on bubbles anyway, and the two shields are pretty iffy because of the pacing. And Hydro Pump allows you to fight back against Pokemon like Registeel. So I personally prefer Ice Beam because of the pacing, but he likes Play Rough and Hydro Pump.
Yes, and I think this is the beauty, where you can have a Pokemon and you adjust the moveset on it to deal with different weaknesses the rest of your team will have. It is not just about the Pokemon. The attacks matter just as much.
Yeah, exactly. And here we see from Nessa Beaton the other Azumarill with Ice Beam and Play Rough. So there's a difference in movesets there. I haven't seen Ice Beam Hydro Pump just yet, but that probably makes sense because it doesn't fare very well against other Azumarill. But yeah, again, Arceus Aurelius won a previous matchup by 2-0 here. And now, to the point why he's not running Lickitung, he prefers the Registeel because it hardwalls the Lickitung. So that's why I think Arceus Aurelius really took an anti-meta approach here. Like, the Registeel really just basically blocks trainers from like leading a Skarmory or Lickitung and having the other one in the back. Because if you do that and you face a Registeel lead, man, Adele, you're done for if that happens.
Yeah, absolutely. Do not go ABA weak to Registeel when you see a Registeel there. Although crazier things have happened in these tournaments. We have seen some absolutely wild tactics used here, trying to second guess your opponent, and I'll be honest, it has worked quite a bit. So who knows what is going to go through the mind of these two absolutely brilliant trainers.
Yeah, absolutely. I also see the world champion in the chat, by the way. It's Axon. I would love to ask you, actually, what would you actually run on your Azumarill nowadays? Because trainers are running different moves here. Anyway, now we head into the battle. Arceus Aurelius on the left with his Azumarill into the Talonflame from Nesabethan on the right.
Arceus Aurelius will be delighted with this start. Nesabethan opting to stay in because he wants to get a bit of farm up on his Talonflame here and feel safe doing so, aware of the moveset on Arceus Aurelius' side. Swapping into the mirror matchup is countered by Cresselia with that Grass Knot, which will prove very handy in a wee bit.
This is a great matchup for Cresselia. It really relies on the bulk here to take all the charge stacks comfortably from the Azumarill. I think 2 Grass Knots will barely not be enough, but Azumarill is going to need so many charge stacks to take out this Cresselia.
Yes, the bulk of Cresselia is truly impressive. It's a Pokemon I am very fond of in this Open Great League meta. I think it has a lot of potential, and let's see how much damage it takes from the play rough, barely tickling it, and there's a couple more playoffs needed there from Nessa's side.
Yeah, this might be where a Hydro Pump might be pretty useful because it will do a little bit more same type attack bonus damage. Either way, you don't need that though if it's super effective because another Grass Knot is coming in and the next one will knock it out. It doesn't look like that either trainer is designed to shield anything here just yet.
No, that makes sense though. Arceus Aurelius is comfortable taking one more play rough here and is able to bring that Cresselia into the red, but is going to be easily able to get to a Grass Knot. Sensible to try and overfarm a little bit here, does so, and then launches a Grass Knot with perfect fast attack timing.
Yeah, and Nesabethan looking to get some energy on his Talonflame on this Cresselia, which proves to be very useful because all the damage is effective on anything in Arceus Aurelius' team. So I really like this. Going for the Flame Charge just right before the Future Sight from Arceus Aurelius, and this will also boost the attack slightly of the Talonflame from Nesabethan.
Yes, I like this tactic here. I think Nessa is very much aware of what Arceus Aurelius was trying to do, getting to that Future Sight. Stops that right in its tracks, but Arceus Aurelius makes a very successful bait attempt here.
Yeah, if this was a Hydro Pump, Talonflame will be washed away though, so I do like that somewhat. Even a play rough with the bubbles adding up will already do so much. The first fly is coming in. I think 2 fly will barely not be enough to knock out. Actually, let me correct that because it's boosted, right? So it will do a little bit more damage.
Yes.
So I think 2 will knock out. And another bubble comes through. This is very handy for Arceus Aurelius.
Yes, very, very good here. Now he's comfortable soaking up the second fly because he knows now this will, if it was a flame charge, this would not be any good. Abomasnow now comes in and Arceus Aurelius saying, let's soften this Abomasnow up and throws that play rough.
It's the Snowman, and Arceus Aurelius has his own Snowman in the back. You're really hoping there's no Talonflame as Nesabethan now, and this is, I think, a little bit of a relief. Always, if you have an Abomasnow and the opponent has a Talonflame or Skeleditch on their team, I would be very afraid of using the Abomasnow.
Yes, but Arceus Aurelius has taken that risk, but it does seem to be paying off. The alignment is there, able to rush to the charge attack here, deciding when to go for that Icy Wind. Perfect timing just before Nessa is able to launch his own Icy Wind here. At this range, this would KO, but it's undercharging.
I love this play. He wants to give as little farm as possible to the Talonflame, because if the Talonflame gets too much energy, it might be able to knock out the Azumarill. Nesabethan barely going for that Icy Wind now. Now this comes down. Can your Azumarill take out this Abomasnow with one bubble? No, another undercharge. Maybe this doesn't knock out either.
Oh, both these trainers are trying to outfox each other, and now Arceus Aurelius takes out Nessa's Abomasnow and can now race to that Icy Wind, and this is going to force that shield, surely, from Talonflame's side.
You gotta shield something, but it doesn't look like Nesabethan will. I mean, Azumarill's damage will actually do too much here. He needed the energy on the Talonflame, which Arceus Aurelius denied him, and that leaves a 1-0 victory here for Arceus Aurelius.
Absolutely brilliant plays there. I think it is a very high-level play to be able to stall out your opponent like that. We often talk about the term stalling in the video games, for example, or in the trading card games. You don't often see it in Pokemon Go, but here, both trainers played that to perfection, not allowing either side to get an advantage. But Arceus Aurelius, in the end, was able to come out on top.
Yeah, speaking of being so high level, high skilled here, what I noticed from Arceus Aurelius, he knows the mechanics very well. Usually you can do 2 fast attacks of the 2-turn duration for 1 Incinerate, and then another Incinerate will not sneak through. But at the very end, you saw Arceus Aurelius do only 1 Power Snow just before the Incinerate would knock it out. And that is because the damage would register on when your second Power Snow lands, which means that you would not be able to get the Icy Wind off. So you saw him do 1 Power Snow, then the Icy Wind. A very high level mechanic there from Arceus Aurelius, and yeah, I mean, that led to a very deserved 1-0 there. Obviously, the alignment was there. That helps a lot.
Of course.
But it's now up to Nesabethan to make a comeback here.
Yes, very well explained there. That is a brilliant tactic for those of you watching at home to bear in mind. When you're going up in these high-level matches against these brilliant trainers, this is what Day 2 is all about. brilliance from both sides, and there is absolutely no tactical flaws here. I often talk about how battles at this level, especially on day 2, and this happens tournament after tournament after tournament, they stop becoming battles and start becoming art, where both minds clash against each other in just a fury of brilliance, of mental gymnastics, and just artwork. And we're going to see more art coming right now as Talonflame faces off against Lickitung.
Yeah, this is a slightly favorable matchup for the Talonflame if you have the Flame Charge, because your Incinerate will do even more damage. This actually didn't used to be that good of a matchup for the Talonflame, but now that Incinerate is stronger, it's actually better. I believe that Lickitung can still win the Zero Shields or actually get very close here, but let's see what Arceus Aurelius is going to do here, because Switch Advantage might be pretty important.
Yes, it does seem that way in a very alignment-based teams here, as now Flame Charge being launched. A sensible decision here to try and ramp up the damage that these Incinerates will do on the Lickitung going forward, which goes no-shielded.
Yeah, and look at this. This Body Slam, I think, barely might or might not knock out. Doesn't matter. Arceus Aurelius is going for that Switch Advantage here and putting up the first shield.
Yes, he is, and now it looked like he was trying to tap on that fly, but no, going for an additional Incinerate first, and now going for the fly here. Interesting, I would have thought maybe Flame Charge would have been enough, but no, leaving nothing to doubt, going for the fly here to get the knockout.
Well, I must say, though, if you go for 1 Flame Charge, you can go for 2 flies within 7 Incinerates. If he went for 2 Flame Charges there, he would have needed 8 Incinerates for 3 charge attacks. So that's why Arceus Aurelius goes for the fly there. Shadow Wishcash enters the field, and it doesn't have a lot of fast attack pressure. It will still have to go for a mud ball. Looks like Arceus Aurelius is making that hard swap into the Cresselia immediately, maybe expecting the Abomasnow.
Yes, perhaps so. And also what was interesting is if he brings in the Cresselia here, look what he has, look what Nessa has in the back. He does have that Talonflame, but the energy is now there on the future side. But we did see a debuff, didn't we?
Yeah, and look at this timing. Oh, it's so meticulous. It's as you said, it's art. It's art, like the timing, the knowledge. It's great. Future Sight comes in. It is debuff, which will still do a sizable amount of damage.
I don't think the debuff is actually all that significant now, because still 2 Future Sight at this range KOs. Arceus Aurelius opting to no-shield this first Flame Charge because he's not worried. He thinks he can survive this, and indeed he does.
Yeah, he does. But do you live the next? If you live the next Incinerate, you get to the future, and now you go down with the Future Sight. That's so unfortunate. But I think Arceus Aurelius might already have a plan here, because you have the Azumarill with the bubble fast attack, and it might lead you to farm down this. Oh, he's actually going into his own Talonflame. This is so risky, because now if you get farmed down, the Talonflame comes out with 2 fly here.
Oh no, I think he's made a mistake here, and down goes that Talonflame and all that energy on Nessa's side, but looking to soften up the Talonflame.
Oh, the bait! The bait! Now the fly will do even more damage.
Oh no, he might have fallen for it, and the shield has come in, and now he's going to go, oh, look at his face on Arceus Aurelius' side, and a fly is now coming in. That is going to do huge damage to Azumarill.
Look at Arceus Aurelius. He's like, wow, you got me there, man. That was such a rough shield there. So look at how much the fly did. Now there's Shadow Wishcash still with his shield up. You have the Hydro Pump, but it can be blocked here.
Yes, it can be. So Arceus Aurelius needs to get to 2 charge attacks, and all in the meantime, Whiscash, one of the fastest Pokemon when it comes to churning out those mud bombs. Those come after 5 seconds of time, or sometimes even less than that. And now going for the bait here, but I don't think this will be enough.
It doesn't matter. Nasa Beathen already at the mob bomb here. Player off is being shielded, so not going to knock out. And this mob bomb will definitely get the KO on the Azumarill. And that means, Adele, we are going to get a decisive game number 3 after Nasa Beathen ties up the score to 1-1.
Oh yes, this is where it all comes down to. You can see the smile on both these trainers' faces. They both recognize, you know what, you did really well there. I give credit to you. Again, the dignity, the camaraderie between these 2 brilliant trainers. They know what good plays are, but camaraderie ends very soon because one of these trainers needs to get that win.
Yeah, because this is the losers' finals of their respective group, and that means that the player who loses here, unfortunately, is out. The player who wins, obviously, is still able to perhaps make an even further run through here. Now, previously, again, Arceus Aurelius won the first matchup between these 2 players by 2-0. Now it's 1-1, and maybe now that means Nessa Beathen may have found the key to victory here. We've seen Talonflame on both games from both trainers so far. It has been so decisive here, right?
Yes, it has. It's been so significant, and Nessa, I think right now is a prime example of how experience has given him more confidence with this matchup. He lost earlier in the tournament to Arceus Aurelius. Obviously, not a great outcome for him, but he has been able to fight his way back, and now he stands at the cusp of winning over the trainer that knocked him into the losers bracket in the first place. And for those of you watching at home, Nessa is the example of how you can practice, get better, and learn even on the fly.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe he's the runner-up actually from the EUIC 2023, you know, so that already tells a lot about how good Nessa Beaton there. Even though Arceus Aurelius won 2-0 before, Nessa Beaton is no joke. You have to be very careful how you play this matchup. Can you bring the Registeel as Arceus Aurelius? Nessa Beaton just relied on that Shadow Wish catch we saw earlier, the Talonflame, but that might make... If you scare away the Registeel, there might be more play for that Lickitung. We've seen him play the Lickitung often. Maybe there's also play for Azumarill to counter the Talonflame from Arceus Aurelius if you scare away that Registeel.
Yes, for sure. And I think Arceus Aurelius, if I was him, I actually liked how Game 2 went. Apart from when that attempt at a farm down came in when he brought that Talonflame, because he did, in essence, give extra energy to Nessa Beaton. I'm not sure that was the right move.
Perhaps not, but either way, it doesn't matter. Here we go. Oh, they're great friends, by the way. They're now great friends, so no end of camaraderie. And here we see the Abomasnow Mirror.
Yes, and so this is going to come down to who will have charge attack priority or whether they make a tactical change. Both of them are going to be rushing to the Icy Wind, which will be dealing neutral damage. And we'll see, it's very early on. Arceus Aurelius gets an advantage. Charge attack priority, and therefore the debuff lands first.
This is huge, because this allows Arceus Aurelius to likely win the lead here.
Yes, it will do, because this Icy Wind is going to do far less damage, and Arceus Aurelius now is perfectly happy to no-shield this.
Yeah, exactly. I think both players... we might see Arceus Aurelius swap out at some point. I think Nessa Beaton is pretty happy to see Abomasnow here, just because of the Wish Catch in the back. Looks like both players went one Power Snow over. Very interesting. And I think this Icy Wind might barely knock out the Abomasnow from Nessa Beaton now.
Yes, I think it will be close because they're both debuffed, but this will do enough damage. And down goes the Abomasnow, and now an immediate response as Talonflame comes in. Arceus Aurelius reacting very quickly to get the Cresselia in.
Yeah, doesn't want to give that Talonflame too much energy here. Another Incinerate goes through, and Nessa Beaton kind of stuck with that Wish Catch here. But I think you're also very fine, because you also don't want the Wish Catch on this Cresselia.
No, definitely not. Grass Knot is a very useful coverage move when you are Cresselia. Talonflame now going for the Flame Charge here, which Arceus Aurelius immediately no shields. He's not worried about this, because this isn't even boosted.
Yeah, exactly. This won't do too much damage, but I believe the next Fly and an Incinerate will definitely knock out. Nessa Beaton is going for the Fly here. I think a Flame Charge barely may not have knocked out. This Fly will. Let's see if Arceus Aurelius will pull up a shield here.
Yes, he does have two, and yes, he does choose to use one here. Now can get two more Psycho Cuts off and then potentially throw, and indeed he does. Wasting no time here, no doubts, as another shield comes out from Nessa Beaton's side, really keeping this Talonflame healthy.
Yeah, this makes the Wish Catch in the back so prone to an energy ball from the Abomasnow. But I think because the boosted Incinerate, you might be able to farm down this entire Talonflame. Arceus Aurelius doesn't trust his Cresselia surviving that Incinerate there, so going for the grasses for a little bit of chip damage.
Yes, I think it is very sensible of Arceus Aurelius to do this, recognizing that. And now the option is, do you go for the Talonflame yourself with that shield advantage? But this is a...
The catch on the Fly! I don't know if this is the play, because we have that Wish Catch in the back, but this is going to knock out the Abomasnow. Even when undercharged, there's so much damage.
Yes, there's so much. The double Flame Charge is now swapping in, now going to get an additional Fly on here, but Arceus Aurelius does need to consider shielding this, because this will be a huge amount of damage, and he does.
Yeah, I think he's expecting the Lickitung in the back. Little does he know, though, it is that Shadow Wish Catch, which is now entering the field. And this is going to be very rough, because I think that the Talonflame will now outpace the Wish Catch to a Scald.
Yes, he may do. Let's see what happens here. The first Fly comes in, takes about half of health, but is actually erased, and Fly might be going to get it first!
Wow, this is going to knock out the Shadow Wish Catch. Oh, this is so rough for Nessa Beaton. Now he needs another Fly on the Talonflame. Arceus Aurelius is dry on energy. Can he get to another Fly? This will be a race. Nessa Beaton is at the Fly now, but I believe this might not be enough to knock out.
This might not be. This might be so close. Nessa Beaton desperately hoping his Talonflame can churn out enough damage. We're going to see if this does and it doesn't KO.
Yeah, in comes the Fly from Arceus Aurelius, and this will definitely secure the knockout. That means that Arceus Aurelius will win this battle by 2-1.
What a decisive match that was. That was so close. Both trainers absolutely stellar and should be so proud of themselves. But Arceus Aurelius moves one step further.
Yeah, beating Nessa Beaton twice on the weekend. He's saying, calm down, calm down. He might be signing something to the crowd, and we may
discuss this battle further soon. But looking at this battle, I think the adaptation from Arceus Aurelius was really good there. Expecting the Wish Cache, and he brought both the Abomasnow and the Cresselia.
Yes, he did. Just want to report to all of you watching at home that the match just will be double-checked, and it'll be under review by the very kind judges. So bear with us for a minute or two while this happens, but take nothing away from both these trainers. They both played their absolute hearts out.
Right, absolutely, yeah. And how are you going to go into that rematch here, right? We saw earlier on day 1 the rematch from Zephy Mastix, where he played the same exact line with his opponent. You can like agree on that with your opponent if it does come to that. And you know, we don't know if these players will do this because, man, if I were to play Abomasnow versus Talonflame, I would really, or sorry, if I were to be the Talonflame user, I would really, you know, see if I can get my chance to have my Talonflame on the Abomasnow.
Oh, of course. It's one of those things where, as far as play Pokemon and the judge rulings are concerned, trainers are free to, if there were to be a rematch, to select a new team of 3. But the best thing about Pokemon Go is there is so much camaraderie here, and trainers recognizing that we want to win tactically. We want to win because we outwitted our opponent. And so these kinds of gentle, well, I would say like agreements between players are often quite common, but it is both these trainers know each other very well. They play. You can see they're bonding as the review is discussed. These trainers have played against each other so many times in the past, prior to this regional, that I'm sure they understand the need for a review if there is something they think is amiss.
Yeah, well, they're great friends in game. We just saw that earlier.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Maybe all through battles.
That's possibly the case, actually. Great, yes, of course, you can obviously build up your friendships via this. Actually, I will bring an entertaining memory to you in the meantime. In Lille this season, when we had the finals, we had Galaxa Bolton against Elephant Flasher. And before they started the battle, they decided, for a bit of fun, to do their lucky trade on stream. And do you remember what happened?
I don't remember if they did a mirror trade, but I believe that Galaxy Bolton received a Hundo Zacian from Elephant Flash. What did Elephant? Did Elephant also get the Zacian from Galaxy?
I can't actually remember myself. My gut says no, but I'll have to double check because it was a fantastic memory. And the best thing, and the even more entertaining thing was, I was on the casting booth as that happened, and I was stunned silent. And that's a rarity.
That's like a double victory, right? You win a tournament and you get a Hundo Zacian.
Yeah, exactly. He's got the bet. He got it all. There were some people saying he's got the luck already. Now he's not. Now he needs the rest of the luck for the tournament. And boy, did Galaxa Bolton get it. But just for those of you who have just tuned in and are wondering where we're up to at the moment, we have just had a losers final in one of the groups between Arceus Aurelius and Nessa Beathen. This is the 3rd match, and it is currently under review just to check that everything operated correctly. So big shout out to the judges and the professors that are helping with the decision making. These tournaments would not happen without them.
Absolutely. And let's also thank our production, because we have the top 12 usage for day 2 for you. We saw, I believe, Guzzlord earlier, but I believe it moved down a little bit here. We have 75% Annihilate being the prime counter user. In fact, we don't see any other counter users, but what I do see is that we have 3 flying types on day 2 that are very popular. We see the Shadow Gligar, which already was popular. Of course. The Talonflame, which already was in the top 12 usage on day 1, and we see the Skarmory.
Yes, and I'm not surprised to see 3 flyers here, because the logic is this. Annihilate, you have a choice between Night Slash or Ice Punch. But either way, the counters are not going to do a lot of damage to any of these flyers. Of that, 2 of the 3 flyers don't really mind an Ice Punch all that much, because they take neutral damage from it. It's only the Gligar that has a problem. And now, as we've seen most trainers in previous tournaments, be it Knoxville, be it Liverpool, having success with Night Slash Annihilate, it means that trainers react to this and react to that select moveset by being more confident with the flyers.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised we don't see more Mandibuzz, maybe probably because people fear the Azumarill.
Yes.
But against like a Night Slash and Shadow Ball Annihilate, the Mandibuzz is just perfect because you resist the charge attacks. Now, I'm not sure if it helps against the French players because they've been boosting all over the place with the Night Slashers. But yeah, on any other Annihilate, it would actually work very well. Even against Ice Punch, you still do very fine as the Mandibuzz because the fast attack you usually have, which is Snarl, is neutral instead of resisted on than on other fighting types.
Yes, that's absolutely right. And we can now confirm how the judges are now speaking to the trainers, but I believe the ruling has been made that there will be no rematch. And with that in mind, Arceus Aurelius would be getting that additional win. And I think that he's hearing that from the judge directly. It's being explained. Arceus Aurelius' reaction says everything, I think.
Yeah, I'm not sure because I think at the point that Nesselbeaten tried to switch out, it may be that the Incinerate would have gone, the Fly would have launched anyway at some point. So maybe that was the reason. But either way, congratulations to Arceus Aurelius for winning this battle against Nesselbeaten.
Yes, well done, Arceus Aurelius. You know how much it means to him. He has been trying so many times to make another top cut, and we can see the battle ending. Arceus Aurelius acknowledging just how brilliant Nessa was as a player and how tough he was to beat.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would love to hear more from these trainers. I believe we do get an interview soon. But for now, yeah, like, it's great, right? Because Arceus Aurelius has been top cutting in many tournaments, but I don't think... It has been a while since he got to like top 4.
Yes, I agree. I think he has managed to get into top 8, but I mean, that's hard enough. Okay, looking at myself, I look at that and go, wow, that is amazing, amazing. To certain trainers like Inadequence, this is like another day in the park for him. But, well, maybe not recently, but certainly he's familiar, this man, with top cutting. But for Arceus Aurelius, it means so much to him to get that far. He is a brilliant trainer. It's very,
I think the last time that Arceus Aurelius got to top 4, sorry, I was like trying to remember the whole time when it was. It was in Bochum. It was also like, Bochum is like next to Dortmund, so it was also around this location. Maybe it's no coincidence that he is succeeding here.
Yeah, absolutely. We always talk about certain regionals that some trainers have an affinity for. They seem to do very well here, be it winning or coming close, or certainly top cutting consistently. Maybe you're right. Bochum is only, what, a couple of miles away or kilometers away for our European friends from Dortmund. Not too far at all. And also the hometown of one of our co-casters, Leonard Koenig.
Yeah, unfortunately, Leo had a little bit of a rough day. He didn't do... he faced 2 very good players right at the start. Why Rory now was a veteran grassroots player who was trying his luck again at a nearby regional. And then Tragicomics, who made it, by the way, all the way from like losing in round 2, all the way to top 60 now. I believe he's 6 or 7-0 currently.
Yes, he has dominated, and we did see Tragicomics only earlier today winning as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But Leo did tell me he played in a challenge afterwards at the venue, and he went 3-1 there, got to the top cut, beat some phenomenal players as well. So at least he still got a good day there. And I believe they're playing at the Cup right now as well. It is hosted at the venue. If you miss out on championship points at the tournament itself, there usually are challenges or cups where you can also play for fun or for championship points at the venue.
Yes, and we always could do with more championship points, but there is one trainer who has definitely secured a fair amount of championship points just off this last battle, and who knows, he may get a few more yet. So let's go to Amanda and hear from the brilliant Arceus Aurelius.
We just finished the last match of the losers finals to round out our top 8, and I'm here with one of perhaps our most animated competitors here, Arceus Aurelius. Congratulations on top cutting in this tournament. How are you feeling? It looks like you need a moment to catch your breath.
Yeah, I'm actually super emotional right now because I should not have won that final game.
You were a magician in that game, it seemed.
You know what? I felt like against his team and against the Collins team that I lost to against yesterday, that I had a very good matchup. But at the end of the game, I was losing. But I can explain what happened, because I'm sure like the viewers maybe are confused about what happened, because there are like 10 pixels to the right of the swap that inputs incinerate damage, and then so he taps on those 10 pixels and then cues the swap afterwards. So his only lose con is doing 1 incinerate and swapping and getting rid of the buff, because then I get to double fly to take out the Whiscash, and he's got rid of his buffs so his fly doesn't KO me. So it feels kind of like a robbery sitting here as well, and also that's why I'm kind of like conflicted, because in like he should have won that game, but I'll take it.
You'll take it. Here you are. And it was actually what we call like a grudge match as well, because you did play Nezabethan earlier on in the tournament, and you beat him as well, knocking him down to that loser's bracket where you guys now faced once again. Were you nervous going into the matchup, or did you think that, yes, I know that I have this game, and then it all started to maybe fall apart?
Well, actually, kind of, yeah, I guess, because I felt that like my team was pretty good into him, while also he has a lot of play. Right. So it's a pretty neutral matchup, and he's an excellent battler, so I knew I needed to remain composed and in control. And I was that in our first round when we played yesterday. I lost that a little bit in winners finals yesterday, but I felt like I regained composure today. And it's a relief, and I'm just super happy and super proud. And I just want to say thank you for everyone watching and writing nice things in chat. I love you guys so much. And yeah, I love this game so much. And it means so much.
We love having you here. We always joke around. We're like, yes, you can tell when Arceus Aurelius is in the crowd, because it's already getting more and more hype there as well.
I'm
you can
very
see the emotions on your face.
Yeah,
Now I have to ask, since you did beat Nezabethan before, and you talked about maybe losing your composure a bit, are you anxious to play Colin 6 again? Do you think that you would have a better chance if you were to play him again now that you're both in the top 8?
Yeah, I'm confident that I should have beat Colin yesterday, to be honest. I'm going to go hard and just say that's how I felt after that matchup. But I lost control, and I lost composure on myself. This is not like meant bad for Colin. He's probably maybe like the best player here. But with our teams and how we play these teams, I feel like I have an upper hand. So I want to play Colin again.
You're looking for a redemption arc.
Yeah, a grand finals reset, that's what I'm coming for, baby.
Okay, so that's my pretty much last question for you. Do you think you have what it takes to be the Dortmund Regional Champion?
I do, but I mean, there are 7 other really tough competitors here that is going to give me a tough run for the money. So I'm super relieved, super pumped, and I'll do what I can, and I'm hoping to go, and I've come to fight. And I won't give up without a fight today. That's what I've decided.
That's what we love to hear.
Yeah, and if I make top 4, I qualify for Worlds as well. So it's like, yeah, it's like
a lot on the line.
Yeah, a lot on the line today, actually. So we're going for it, all in.
All right. Well, we wish you the best of luck. We're going to see some more of Arceus Aurelius as well coming up. We are going into our top 8 of Day 2 Championship Sunday. We're going to kick it back to the casters, but don't go anywhere.
We adore you too, Arceus Aurelius, and we are excited to see more of your success. I really enjoy casting, and he's also very, very entertaining to listen to, I feel.
I 100% agree with you. Now that means we have our top 8.
Yeah. Now we know. Now the stakes are getting really, really high. All of these trainers have won some championship points. They are in the running to go a few steps further. And one of these 8 brilliant trainers is going to be your Dortmund Regional Champion. So the first match of the top 8 is right here.
Yeah, Cashton on the left and Icelandic Lapras on the right. Cashton didn't drop a single battle yesterday. He is on fire. Both these trainers haven't been very successful in previous regional tournaments, but this regional tournament, they have been doing so well. This is the first winners final that we will be streaming today, and it's going to be a really good one. Both players have been very dominant, and Cashton running that team that Out of Pocket and Nighttime Clash ran at Liverpool, and Icelandic Lapras going with a little bit of a different approach with the Mandibuzz here. The Mandibuzz that I thought would be so good in, and especially when there is no Azumarill.
Yes, exactly, and I think Cashton has to be mindful of that because it has such a healthy matchup into a lot of the team. Just has to be mindful of the Dugong, of course, but Cashton will therefore be able to maybe predict that the Mandibuzz will make an appearance. Does that mean Cashton will bring Dugong every game, I wonder?
Dugong looks kind of risky into Icelandic Lapras. There's the Annihilate. The Lickitung is a winnable matchup, as is the Cresselia, but you will need to go down shields pretty much right away and start debuffing. The Charge Bug is also not a great matchup, so Dugong seems a little bit risky to bring in my opinion.
Yes, for sure. And you can see, there's two very cute, there's a rather flat Drapion. Maybe that is like the hunting pose that Drapion has.
Of course.
That would make sense. And then, of course, you do have Surfetched as well. I have seen Surfetched in tournaments before, and it's been a very interesting and fun Pokemon as well. And then, of course, on Icelandic Lapras' side, of course he's going to have to a Lapras plushie.
It makes perfect sense. And a shiny Psyduck. Yeah, Surfetched is a little bit fragile as a fighter. That's why I don't think we've seen a lot of it. It used to have very good coverage into the meta, but now that Annihilate is there as the fighter that beats other fighters, we don't see as much like Poliwrath, Vigoroth, or even Surfetched anymore. But what we do see is two players that are ready for battle. We have Cashton on the left, Icelandic Lapras on the right. We have the Whiscash into Cresselia.
Okay, so Icelandic Lapras takes a little bit of an advantage here very early on. So what will be the reaction be from Cacton? Staying in for now to try and maybe get to a Scald, or at least just farm up some energy. Immediate Scald here to try and soften up this Cresselia, but more importantly, get that ever-important debuff.
Yeah, Icelandic Lapras not going for the charge attack priority there. Probably expecting his opponent to try and catch the charge attack. Let's see what is going to happen. Waiting a turn, then going for the Grass Knot. Cashton unable to even attempt a catch here because Icelandic Lapras won't let him. The Grass Knot is being shielded. It would do, even debuffed, a tremendous amount of damage.
Yes, it definitely would, but this would be a charge attack priority event, and it is, and Whiscash does win that, so we have to see now if Cacton gets lucky again and gets two Scald debuffs here. It lands, and there's a debuff!
Yeah, another debuff. The Whiscash will hang on. And I think this won't even put it into the red, probably in the lower yellow. This is double super effective, but double debuff. And as you can see here, Whiscash hangs on quite comfortably. Going into the Annihilate right away, and Cashton didn't really bring the Gligar to hard answer this.
No, he did not. But of course, Icelandic Lapras is running Ice Punch, which is a little bit more interesting than the Night Slash we normally see. That means no boost, but will there be a third debuff?
Yeah, Cashton, just like yesterday, is very successful again. Here we see Ice Punch on the Annihilate. It's very useful for that Gligar, but he's being answered by the Skarmy. That's a flyer where you don't need the Ice Punch for.
Yes, for sure. And so going for the Shadow Ball here, Cacton able to withstand that because of that debuff. And now it's a race to see. Timing is impeccable on Cacton's side as he takes out the Annihilate, but no, Icelandic Lapras says, not today, sir.
Yeah, even debuff still going to hang on that Annihilate. Maybe expecting the Dugong in the back because you will need your Annihilate there. The Mandibuzz will not hang on very well there. If this does not knock out, the Skarmy would have the Sky Attack ready, but looks like Cashton is shooting. I believe you have another Ice Punch ready, though.
Yes, he does indeed have an Ice Punch ready. It might be a Charge Attack. No, it doesn't even go for that. Cacton shaking his head. He doesn't expect double Ice Punch to come in, and now it's going to be so close. Will this KO? And it does!
Wow, that's so close as well. In comes the Dugong. The Annihilate is very low health, though. Oh, going into the Cresselia right away, realizing he might not be able to get to that to the Shadow Ball there, and in comes the Ice Wind. This will knock out the Cresselia.
I do think this is sensible, though, because you now have to force Cacton to throw his Icy Wind onto a Cresselia, which is a bit more expendable, and now maybe the Annihilate can come back in because that Whiscash is so low, it will get farmed. Maybe that was a tactic, but the Annihilate is also really low, and that's the struggle. In comes Annihilate here, has to be careful not to get caught. An attempt is made. Oh, the Mudshot takes it out!
What a terrific play there from Cashton. Now the Mandibuzz comes in, has some energy, but so does the Dugong. The Dugong is very close to an Icy Wind already. Can Mandibuzz pull through here? I think after one Icy Wind, the two Dark Pulls will not be enough to knock out this Dugong.
Yes, and I think that is going to be the problematic thing. Mandibuzz so bulky, but is lacking in damage here. Going to farm up a little bit more and then go for that Dark Pulse. This is going to be decisive. This is going to determine if two Dark Pulses KO. Let's see how much damage this does. Will it do half of the remaining health? It does not.
Oh, it does not. I think you even need to go for two area Ace here. Mandibuzz is so bulky, but I don't think you will be able to get there. Go for the Charge Attack priority, which Mandibuzz loses because it's so bulky. It will hang on this Icy Wind, but I don't think you will be able to get to two Charge Attacks here. Look at how low Mandibuzz is right now.
No, it is so low. That one Dark Pulse is going to come in, but double debuff. I think this will bring Dugong into the red for sure, but nowhere near enough. Oh, more than I expected, but that 2 ice shards is going to be enough. Oh, maybe not. Oh, yes, it is. And Mandibuzz goes down.
Wow.
And you hear the crowd.
Yeah, he is French after all. There's a lot of French supporters there. So the crowd goes wild there for Cashin, going 1-0 up here. The best debuffer of the tournament with that Scald. Is it skill or is it luck at this point?
Well, with Scald, it's very much a case of getting the debuffs consistently, more like 3 or 4 times. There might be a bit of lady luck involved there. However, you still need to pick the Pokemon and position it and time it as to when you use your Scald. So that is still tactical. It is using luck to your favor and channeling and directing it in the right direction. That is what will give you the win. And Cacton has demonstrated this in emphatic fashion.
Yeah, I just want to make a point here, by the way.
Sure.
If you had Night Slash as his opponent, right? Because Icelandic Lapras is running the Ice Punch on Annihilate. But Ice Punch takes 1 more counter to reach.
That's true.
And he was 1 counter of the Shadow Ball. You would have won the game if you had Night Slash there.
Yeah, that's very, very, very true. Of course, we don't know if earlier on in the tournament that Ice Punch came in quote-unquote clutch in any of the other battles, but this is where the decision-making in terms of your moveset on your Pokemon can be so key. Notice trainers, Annihilate with Ice Punch, as Inadequance just said, might have, if it was Night Slash instead, might have flipped that matchup. These decisions early on affect you in the end game right at the top levels of these tournaments.
Yeah, exactly. I know what my friend 23EJB would run here. I think he would go with something like Cresselia and Lickitung because the Whiscash can be so overpowering at some point. Even the Cresselia wasn't good enough exactly to get rid of that Whiscash there. After 2 debuffs, the Grassol didn't even put it into the red, and it was just healthy enough to much down the Annihilate in the end game.
Yes, that was crazy. I could not believe Whiscash was able to do that, but that was super impressive. Easily, I would say, the standout Pokemon of this season. These last 3 months of the Go Battle League with the attack updates that Niantic have provided has made Whiscash the premier water and ground type Pokemon to use, and we can see it on so many teams.
Yeah, that's why we barely see any Swampert anymore. Whiscash is just way more dominant now. Scald is what made it so good. But here we go. Game number 2, we have Mandibuzz into Dugong, and great lead for Cashton.
Oh, and Icelandic Lapras is shaking his head. He did not want to see Dugong in the lead there, trying to swap out immediately into the Annihilate, and now that's responded to with the Gligar. Has to be mindful though, because Annihilate has a bit of energy, and that Ice Punch is going to be double super effective. Early shield, surely.
Finally, we see some use for Ice Punch because Night Slash has been the optimal attack so far, but now this is exactly where you need Ice Punch. But not when there's shields, because Gligar just shields it.
Yes, and Gligar can outpace too. That Aerial Ace able to get the first one after 5 wing attacks, whereas Ice Punch requiring 6 counters. No shield on Icelandic Lapras' side. He's happy to let that go, having taken an early shield advantage.
Yeah, at this point, I think Icelandic Lapras is hoping for that Whiscash in the back, because then the Cresselia could be able to carry her. Going in with the Mandibuzz. Mandibuzz takes these Aerial Aces like a champ. Like we said before, it is so bulky, and he won't really need a lot of Mandibuzz against a Dugong because it's such, you know, an unfavorable matchup.
Yeah, so he's happy to use Mandibuzz as what it's designed to do. Be a tank, withstand all that pressure, and just go for these Dark Pulses here, which on a Shadow Gligar is going to do 20% more damage.
Yeah, exactly. This looks like a very polarizing matchup so far. I think double areas may have been a little bit more efficient here because it takes 1 less Snow to reset, and it looks like the Dark Pulse already did so much damage. Unless you go for a entire farm down here with the Mandibuzz fast attack. Only then I do see the use there. And, you know, maybe Icelandic Lapras is able to, but not before another Aerial Ace comes in.
Yes, this is actually working out nicely because you do get the farm down. I don't think Aerial Ace KOs, but it will bring Mandibuzz into the red, which means less farm for that Dugong. But there's an instant reaction, instant
my goodness.
And now Cresselia comes in against Dugong.
Yeah, this is actually locked in now. Cresselia can take care of this Dugong, but like we said before, when shields are up, Dugong is not the worst here. Cashin already used 1 shield, however, against that Annihilate to protect his Gligar, so he's already 1 shield down. Cresselia might be able to take care of this Dugong.
Yes, he will, and going for that Grass Knot here, which will deal super effective damage to the Dugong here. Cacton able to shield, but chooses not to, wants to preserve that 1 shield he has. That barely tickles Dugong, to be honest.
Yeah, And another Ice Wind's coming in. Cresselia is getting weaker and weaker. I think that Licky Tongue may have been very useful for Icelandic Lapras. Going for the Icy Wind to the shield to protect against his Ice Wind, so the Cresselia stays a little bit healthier.
Yes, he does. I think he wants to make sure he gets off as many grass knots as possible on this Duon, but Cacton, now knowing that Cresselia is double debuffed on its attack, was able to withstand yet another grass knot here, and now it's a race. But no! Icelandic Lapras decides, throws his grass knot straight away afterwards, make sure this Duon is completely eliminated.
Yeah, the only hope Icelandic Lapras has at this point is that it is Wish Cash in the back. In comes Skarmory and going for the immediate areas, and it's shielding the resistant charge attack. You don't want to shield this charge attack.
I think Cacton was thinking it was going to be a Dark Pulse here, but it's rather immaterial as Skarmory is able to farm down with Steel Wing, and now we have Cresselia on low health, might have a shield, but Skarmory does not mind any of the charge attacks of Cresselia.
About everything that Cresselia has is resistance on Skarmory except the Aurora Beam. And on even energy, this is not even the worst in the zero shields when both are on full health if you have Future Sight. But at this point, Cresselia is already so low. It is going for it. The Grass Knot, this is double resistant. What is this trainer doing?
I think this trainer, I think Icelandic Lapras recognizing that even if he gets the Future Sight off, there is no
Another one!
way.
Another one!
It's trying to do a charge attack priority.
Undercharge it. He can't get the Grass Knot off now.
This is toying with each other. It's like playing with your food before you eat it at this point. As Braybird comes in and Cacton goes one step further, and the cheers from the crowd are unanimous.
Cashton is still undefeated. He went 2-0 again. How does he do it?
I don't know how. First match, couple of scores. You can see how much it means to him, how much it means to his friends. The reaction from these trainers, the crowd love for Cacton is overwhelming.
Yeah, the French have been so dominant in this tournament so far, right? We saw Damon Cash and Wolfpack earlier. Now we see Cash on the winner's side. And I believe Tonton Bateus is also still in with the Shadow Zapdos and the Guzzler. So we at least have 3 French battlers still in this tournament that we've seen so far.
Yes, these trainers have been brilliant. And of course, for Icelandic Lapras, he was in the winner's bracket, now does drop into the loser's bracket. So there is still a chance he can make it all the way to those grand finals. But the journey is that teeny bit tougher.
Yeah, and you know about those French players all the way coming to Germany. In Germany, about the German players, there's not many left. There's actually only one player left. Frika got knocked out. Stone Collection got knocked out.
Yeah.
There's only Zweilaus remaining.
Yes, but what a trainer to have. If you are supporting your local German battler, Zweilaus is an absolute jewel within the German PvP bubble, as it were. He is the defending Barcelona special event champion. He knows how to win, and I would not be surprised if we see a lot of him going forward, and I'm sure he'll be on stream in a wee bit.
Yeah, and Amanda put him actually as her caster prediction to win all of it. So, you know, maybe Amanda, I hope not, because she's been giving me a really hard time yesterday. So I hope she's not right.
That's why you wanted me instead of Amanda, right? Clearly.
Yeah, sure. Sure, that's why. You had Cashton, right? Did you have Cashton for your cast prediction?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Cashton, yes.
Oh, you're on your way with your cast prediction, then.
Oh, yeah. So, I know, it's just amazing. I just had that sixth sense, and then when the graphic was like just, and the Pokemon that Cashton had just sealed the deal for me, I said I knew I had to pick that one.
Yeah, exactly. And I myself had Tonton Bateus with the Shadow Zapdos. He was so good against, I believe it was Stone Collection, right?
Yeah.
With the Shadow Sableye. Just having the Guzzlord on the Shadow Sableye just really proves that Guzzlord is still relevant, right? We haven't seen Guzzlord a lot lately, but Tonton Bateus is showing. Big Chomper is still relevant.
Yes, and it's just a beautiful Pokemon as well. I really like just when it comes out onto the battlefield, you can immediately see Pokemon Go zooms out just to accommodate how big it is. If you've ever watched the anime for Pokemon onto television and you were watching it when it was the, I think Sun and Moon series, yes, and the Ultra Beast had come out, Guzzlord, it looks absolutely hilarious in the anime, so do go onto the Pokemon Company's website or where they store some of those videos. Check it out because it is a fun thing to watch, in my view.
I love Guzzlord, man. Now, what the next matchup is going to be, we mentioned Zweilaus earlier, he will actually be on stream very soon against the player who has won 2 regional championships already, Colin 6. That will be a very good battle. I cannot wait for these 2 battlers.
You know what's really cool about this?
Tell me.
Both of these trainers have already won either a regional in Colin 6, or a special event with Zweilous in this same season. So these are two defending champions just in this season alone, going head-to-head in Dortmund. Two brilliant trainers, and there's very little between them because they both won something.
There's so many brilliant trainers in store. Let's take a look at the winners bracket for this tournament. We see here that we just saw Cashen won 2-0 against Icelandic Lepers, and indeed the winner of Zweilous versus Colin 6 will play against Cashen. And you know, in LATAM, in the Latin regional, I believe we had Lindos Rajev. I can't remember exactly which regional tournament it was.
Yeah.
Lindos Rajev managed to win a tournament without dropping a single battle. And I think Cashton is very much on his way to do the same here.
Yes, this is some really, really powerful energy. If he is channeling Rajev's abilities here, what a legacy that would be for him. And we can now also see the losers bracket. We of course see Trajanomics versus Tonton Batus, two French battlers going head-to-head against each other, and then Arceus Aurelius, who has won already, now in against Wolfpack here, and whoever wins out of those two will face off against Icelandic Lapras, who, as we saw, has now dropped into the losers bracket in round 2.
Yeah, look at that. All the French are knocking are knocking each other out, right? We had Damon Cash versus Wolfpack earlier, and now I believe we saw Tragicomics against another French player. So, you know, we have a lot of French players, but it's going to be less and less because they have to be playing each other at some point. But here we have our matchup. We have Zweilous versus Colin. And man, we see again Abomasnow Talonflame Core against Abomasnow Talonflame Core. Where are all the Bastiodon and Carbink out?
They're probably stuck with Caleb Peng and his team. That's where they are. And of course, I'm sure if he's watching, he's might hopefully have a little chuckle at that. But maybe some of you can channel your inner Caleb Peng, one of the casters from the North American circuit, and his love of Bastiodon. We can see Colin 6 with the Noctowl and the Poltegeist, the mascot, coming in. But we're not even we're just gonna jump straight into the battle. Let's see what's about to happen.
Ooh, Gligar into Wishcash. This is actually a more neutral matchup than you would think, but the Scald will do so much damage from the Wishcash. On the other hand, the Mudshot will do about nothing.
Yes, exactly. And so if I think for Whiscash, oh, gets an immediate catch there. That was brilliant. Zweilous recognizing that Colin would likely go for the immediate Scald, but has to be careful because Scald can debuff.
This is not really optimal because you might get debuff, but no, we see no debuff this time. And after landing the Scald, Colin going into his own Lickitung just to soak up all the neutral damage in this matchup.
And we have seen some useful information here as we see Lickitung on Zweilous' side is able to win charge attack priority over Colin 6 here. So now I wonder if this therefore means that Colin 6 will adapt his tactics and recognize that he's not going to win charge attack priority. What can I do differently?
Yeah, exactly. And if we look at these teams, what is Zweilous trying to bait out here? Perhaps it is the Lickitung he's trying to bait out, perhaps the Talonflame. But the thing is, he is running a team here that's not very strong against the Wishcash from Colin in general. He needs the Gligar, I think, to take out the Wishcash because his Charge Bug is quite weak in the back as well.
Yes, that's very true. I think he is a little bit soft here. There's going to be an interesting dynamic as we get into the end game, as these Lickitungs exchange body slams here to soften each other up. But Zweilous Rex says no, swapping back into the Gligar.
Yeah, I think this is so rough for Zweilous. You know there's going to be Talonflame Colin somewhere because he doesn't have a water type to answer it really. Body Slam coming in, and this will do a sizable amount of damage. In comes the Wishcash. This is interesting, and this is probably exactly what Zweilous wants because now he can use all his energy on this Wishcash.
Yes, and I think Colin may not recognize how useful his Wishcash will be, maybe not expecting Charger Bug to be in the back here. Dig comes in, does a fair amount of damage, and Zweilous wasting no time, going for the aerial ace here to really soften this Wishcash up even more.
Wow, no shield from Colin. Oh, and actually barely knocks out. That may have been down to 1 HP for that area ace to knock out, because it's not the strongest charge attack. But this is great for Zweilous. In comes the Lickitung, probably soak up more damage, but you have to go for the charge attack as Zweilous before the body slam, which he does. Now, I am 100% sure this one barely will not knock out. Watch me being wrong. I am not wrong.
Hey, congratulations. And therefore, Colin 6 is able to get that body slam off to soften up Gligar even more. But this, I don't think, will KO either. But Zweilous leaves no doubt in my mind.
I love this play from Zweilous. He needs to get fast attack damage into this Talonflame because the Charge Bug would get farmed down in the 2-shield scenario. And this may be perfect if you are 1 wing attack off another aerial ace, because then the Talonflame either has to let one go or use both shields.
Yes, this is very true. So let's see if Zweilous is aware of what Mark is. No, he's not. Oh, he switches out though. What a clever idea.
look at that play. That was crazy. But here's the thing. The Talonflame now has 2 charge attacks. If you use one shield, they will just go for another one.
Oh, yes, that's exactly right. So this is what. So let's see what happens here. First flame charge comes in, goes for an immediate additional flame charge here just to take out this charger bug at this range. Surely with the boost, this KOs.
Yeah, this will knock out the charger bug. It goes down. You need another charge attack on one of these Pokemon to pull the shield from Talonflame. Otherwise, this Talonflame just burns down the entire team.
Yes, that's what it's going to do. And Lickitung going for it and just like trying to lick it.
He has energy! He has energy! Oh, this is so crucial. Yeah, he can't shield this because the area is still loaded. Colin knows. Can you get more lick damage? Can you get another area in? It looks like Lickitung does go down. Does Talonflame live? Two wing attacks here, and it does!
Oh, it does, and there we go. Talonflame dominates over Zweilous in the end. Then I think it was so close, and Zweilous recognizing that he had to find a way to get that shield, but just not enough damage from Lickitung there. Brilliant play.
Yeah, Zweilous managing his energy as much as he can because Talonflame is such a problem for him, right? He almost won that battle. I don't even know how, to be honest. Maybe his play was to go into the Gligar first because then he can get that area ace off and then the lick damage plus the body slam off. Maybe that may have been the play because now... Actually, maybe not, because the Lickitung would have fainted to 1 Incinerate either way. It was just really rough when the Talonflame had energy to knock out the charge bug with back-to-back flame charges there.
Yes, that's right, and this is the power of Talonflame here, especially when it's left unchecked. It's just so powerful, and we can see Zweilous having the unusual moveset with both Fly and Brave Bird, whereas I think the consistency with Flame Charge and the ramping up of damage was proven to be very handy on Colin Six's side. Anything else really stand out from the team?
Yeah, I think this team is just very balanced overall. It's just lacking a water type. I think at the very end, Zweilous may have opted for a water type like the Greninja, maybe even the Whiscash, but he went with a Charger Bug instead, and that leaves him without a water type, which makes opposing Talonflame or even a Skellige. We haven't seen any Skellige at all, I believe, but like an opposing Talonflame is just so difficult, right, from Colin here.
Yes, and I think Colin will therefore always bring it. I think the idea would be to somehow get if you're Zweilous, to get a shield advantage and then perhaps have some energy on the Charger Bug, if potentially. But Zweilous now going for the hard-hitting Talonflame with the Fly and the Brave Bird. But this is a bit trickier. No Flame Charge makes the Lickitung match a bit harder, would you say?
Yeah, it leaves for different options here because you could also go for the Brave Bird and then just swap out immediately. The Brave Bird will do an insane amount of damage. I think we're going to get... Ooh, I thought Colin may go for the Charge Attack earlier because realizing that the Talonflame now is at 100 energy, you could get it on the Brave Bird and then Body Slam would do so much. Now it does a little bit less damage.
Yes, and no an immediate catch though, so that was pretty good. But it is the Brave Bird here, so
yeah,
Azumarill,
nice catch.
Yeah, nice catch, but Azumarill is going to take a fair amount of damage here. Boom!
Oof, that does so much damage. And now this leaves Azumarill into Power Bridge. I really like this lineup from Zweilous because he basically left all his Pokemon weak to Talonflame on the bench.
Yeah, that seems sensible, I think, considering Game 1. Play Rough now being launched here on Lickitung to try and soften that up. Lickitung, as we know, one of the bulkiest save swaps in the Open Great League meta, is more than happy to take this. Zweilous now looking to farm up a lot more because he can. The Azumarill's quite...
Wow.
Oh, it does really well on timing. Brilliant from Zweilous.
It's at 100 energy now. The problem is this Lickitung is now going to use his energy on the other Lickitung, and that's so comfortable for Colin because he can just keep his shield for the Talonflame now.
Yes, and I think that was a tactic that Colin always wanted to have with Talonflame on his side being so dominant. But so the race is on to try and get some more charge attacks off as both trainers now farming up to close to 2 body slams. Zweilous already has it and throws that first body slam in.
At this point, knowing that the Azumarill is gone, are you more confident with the Gligar? Do you expect Talonflame or Whiscash in the back now? I would not be surprised if Zweilous throws in the Gligar at some point to get a head start on the Talonflame from Colin.
Yes, this would be very sensible. Maybe I think the tactic is, let's soften up this Lickitung a little bit. No, bringing in the Gligar. No, going straight into the Talonflame for a Fly, not wasting any time at all. Trying to force an early shield from Colin Six.
He's trying to pressure shield, and a shield he gets. This may be very useful for Zweilous. This energy on the Lickitung still, and the Talonflame just doesn't get to another charge attack here. Even if you were to shield this as Zweilous, the Lickitung would just get to another body slam.
Yes, that is indeed true, and I think Zweilous therefore happy to let Talonflame go, having teased the shield away, and now I wonder whether it's worth bringing the Gligar for a very aggressive farm down, but that Talonflame in the back is concerning. The Gligar does indeed come in, and now we're going to see a body slam from the Lickitung going into the Shadow Gligar.
If you let this go, you risk getting incinerated down. Looks like Xylos does let it go. In comes the Talonflame, and there's the Incinerate user doing solid damage with those Incinerates. You need to get to those charge stacks as Xylos, going for the perfect timing here from Xylos, and that pulls the shield here, the second shield from Colin.
Yes, it does, and now Colin is shieldless. Xylos still has both his shields, but will not be able to use too much of them just because Incinerate alone is chunking away. The secondary relay is coming in, but this will not be enough to KO the Talonflame.
Yeah. But how much energy is there on Lickitung? This might be crucial now. You need energy. Oh, going for the Flame Charge here. I love the spray from Colin because you are making sure that your Incinerate now does more, so you might be able to knock out the Lickitung within 1, maybe 2 Incinerates now. Let's see.
Yes, that's right. And he gets...
Oh, look at that plane going into the body slam right away. Sorry, into the Lickitung to go for the body slam and knocking out the Talonflame here. Does this give Xylos a chance?
This is going to be such an incredible way to win if he's able to pull it off. He does have an energy advantage here, and Lickitung is able to get another body slam off onto Colin 6 at this range. Surely knocking out Colin 6's Lickitung.
Yep, it does, and that ties up the score. 1-1 Xylos versus Colin. What an incredible game there. You know what we were seeing here? I think that Colin really relies on the Talonflame, knows there's no answer, and Xylos just needs to dance around. Taking an example from the previous German world champion, Dancing Rob, he has to dance around with his energy here, and managing the energy on both the Gligar and the Lickitung and the Talonflame. Finally pulling shields from Colin at the very end to finally knock out the Talonflame led to this victory of Xylos. Chat, I want to hear from you. Who do you think is going to win this decisive game number 3?
My words fail me. I genuinely thought right until the very end there that Colin had that with the Talonflame, and then I noticed Xylos throwing one wing attack after taking that flame charge and shielding it, throwing one wing attack and then taking his Gligar out to avoid the damage registering on the Gligar, bringing the Lickitung in, which would cost a turn. So it's on the turn, is at the end of turn 3 out of 5 of the Incinerate, and launching that body slam so that again that flame charge is the Incinerate's damage does not register on the Lickitung either because the body slam's been launched first. Honestly, this timing, I'm lost for words.
It's the highest of the highest level.
Indeed.
Because here's what he's doing. Not only does he manage his energy perfectly, he's not wasting any time, right? He's not waiting a turn. He just goes for a wing attack, and he knows Incinerate takes so long, you cannot swap during the fast attack animation as Colin. So you go for the wing attack, that's 2 turns. Then you can swap, that's 1 turn, and then you go for the body slam, and Colin is still stuck in that Incinerate. So you can just look for that Incinerate coming in, while you get energy on the Gligar, and then take it out with that Lickitung switching. This was the highest of highest play. We see that Xylos knows these mechanics so well.
Yes, it is beautiful. And for those of you watching at home, so Pokemon that have longer duration fast moves, such as Talonflame with the Incinerate, such as Charger Bug with the Volt Switch, or indeed some very rare Confusion users as well. These types of fast attacks typically generate a fair amount of damage in their own right, but the downside is they can be caught more easily, and you can have trainers who register a bit of their own damage with a faster attack and swap out in the middle of your fast attack in order to react to it. So there is a trade-off between higher damage and being able to be caught or not. Anyway, let's see more from these trainers. The Talonflame is launched again. We have seen this a bit before, I believe.
Yeah, this time Xylos is running a riskier team with the Abomasnow even. What a call. The Abomasnow is not on Talonflame, so that's great for Xylos, but the Lickitung doesn't fare very well here as well. If Talonflame is starting to use shields. We've seen this before.
Yes, we definitely have. I think Xylos, although, if he wants to, I think it would be nice for him to soft lose this matchup, because I do think, therefore, his backline will be very healthy, but he's not aware of what Colin has. Does he realize the value of soft losing this matchup potentially? I don't know. Let's find out what he does as they both race to additional charge moves. And against an immediate catch!
The catch on the Talonflame. This is a boosted fly and will do a tremendous amount of damage. I don't know what I think of this play, because this leaves the Talonflame open to match up against that Abomasnow later. But you do have Braybird here, and that will do so much damage.
Oh, it will, and it will also be a good idea to use it as soon as possible, because you minimize the amount of farm that Azumarill is able to get from the Talonflame here. So the right tactical decision, a huge amount of damage, and now one more bubble is all it takes, and Azumarill is now locked in against potentially that Abomasnow.
Yeah, this is looking rough though. You're already down a Pokemon. Your Lickitung is at half healthy. You do have some energy there, but is it enough? In comes the Abomasnow. Probably a big surprise for Colin considering he brings a Talonflame every game. And Azumarill has energy. Yeah, you gotta use your shields as Zweilos here.
Yeah, absolutely, because that Talonflame is going to chew through you regardless of shields or not, so you might as well use the shields here and try and preserve as much health on this Abomasnow. Rushing to that energy ball, trying to get the timing perfect. Zweilos able to stop that play rough coming in from Azumarill.
Yeah, this will knock out the Azumarill. It's super effective. And I think, well, I'm pretty sure we see the Talonflame come in at this point. This is going to melt the Abomasnow. But this is so rough for Zweilos. He's also a shield down already. Going for that swap again. And he does it again. He does one fast attack in from the Abomasnow, then swap into Lickitung to go for the body slam. And we do see the shield from Colin. Likely going to switch into his own Lickitung now, or going to attempt to knock out this Lickitung here. Can you get it down another Incinerate? No. In comes the Lickitung now from Colin to soak up all this damage and to gather more energy.
Yes, and I wonder if therefore the tactic there with Talonflame is to get that additional energy and make the pressure on Zweilos increase to keep a shield back in case there is that sudden flame charge onto Abomasnow in the backline. It's getting so close and he can get to another body slam.
Is this a full lick down?
It might just be, actually, yes, and just about not able to fully do it before another body slam comes in. So this will help Zweilos in that Abomasnow matchup that comes in as the lick down now happens.
Yeah, 2 body slams already. I think you need 100 energy on the Abomasnow to even attempt to win this, but I don't think this is like farm down range. And at this point, I'm pretty sure that Colin is going to keep the shield for the Talonflame because it has some energy, and even one Incinerate will already do like 25% damage.
Yes, it will, and unfortunately for Zweilos, he can't shield this, but the body slams are softening up the Abomasnow so that one Incinerate would be able to KO. So now it's just trying to farm up, going for the energy ball here, looking to try and get that sort of higher damage move rather than prolong this matchup. No shield from Colin. I think Zweilos recognizes it.
It doesn't even knock out.
No, it doesn't even, and then swaps in, and then there we go. That Incinerate comes in. Nothing to be done, and Colin wins the matchup and goes further in this tournament.
Wow, Colin being so successful. He won Stuttgart before this championship, and now Abomasnow met its fate against Talonflame, and that led Colin to win this matchup. That means that now Zweilos will continue in the loser bracket.
Yes, the dream is not over for Zweilos, but he has the hearts of many of the German battlers looking to defend on home turf, but it will be a little bit harder from that losers bracket, but take nothing away from Colin 6. Again, emphatic dominance repeated from his previous regional run.
Yeah, I think the play that Zweilos made there was a little bit rough because he caught the fly on the Talonflame, which was such a valuable asset. At that point, his Lickitung was already at like 40% HP, plus you catch a charge attack that did about 60% on another Pokemon. That could have been so useful there. Was the more optimal player? Just let the Lickitung go, I guess?
Yes, that's what I thought, and I think earlier on we were talking about it. We were talking about maybe soft losing the Lickitung so that that Abomasnow is able to be completely taken away, because you soft lose Lickitung versus Talonflame. Talonflame is now quite weak. You bring in your second Pokemon in, get rid of the Talonflame, and then Abomasnow is like, freedom!
Exactly, that would have been the case. Abomasnow would have been very good against Lickitung and Azumarill. Obviously, there's the chance that Colin may swap out with his Talonflame at some point, but I don't know. I don't think at that point you would expect the Abomasnow, and Talonflame has been so good for him. I do think that Zweilos definitely anticipated the Azumarill because it has been so good for Colin, right? Yes. Especially after game 2 when Zweilos led the, I believe he led the Talonflame, and he had the Shadow Gligar in the back. Two Pokemon that don't fare very well against Azumarill, and that's probably why he was anticipating, maybe I should bring that Abomasnow because my opponent will bring the Azumarill.
Yes, and I think he made the right team call. I think he had the right alignment, but it was just not necessarily realizing he had that alignment from the get-go and trying to, therefore, spice things up, see how Colin reacts and gauge from there. And it's just what happens at high-level play. Sometimes you kind of, maybe at risk of, you risk overthinking, I feel.
Yeah, well, how about we hear from Colin himself? We have Abi ready with an interview. Let's hear from them.
Welcome, trainers. What a way to start your run into this regional. You've seen the day 2. This is the perfect opportunity for you to be here. I think that game 1 set up a very good phase for you to kind of make sure to set up the Talonflame. And Kanzivius joining me is actually the winner, Colin here. Colin, how are you feeling?
I mean, I'm feeling great. It's good to be back. Didn't have the best run in Liverpool. It's good to be back on the winner's side. Top 8, top 6, I think, right now. So, great.
Top 6. Game 1 was very close, but you managed to get that extra energy lead on that Talonflame to close out the game. It was nail-biting to the finish. What made you decide not to shield that body slam?
I've played Talonflame a lot, so I knew I'd live it. Actually ran it in GBL, where I had #1 in the world recently with Talonflame. So I'm glad I could bring it here and showcase it.
Walk us through game number 2. You decided to catch on the Azumarill. I think that was a very pivotal moment in the game.
Yeah, maybe not the best idea. Lost a lot of health with that Brave Bird. And he played it out well. He made it tough for me. Talonflame was looking really good on paper, but he definitely made it really close.
And again, we saw the great energy management in game number 3, in a way, kind of reminiscing game 1 as well. Talon coming in crucial for you. How long have you been practicing? You said you #1 on the GBL leaderboard, but how long has this been going on?
Not very long. I didn't used to like Talonflame back in the day, but I was inspired by Lurgan Rocket at Liverpool actually, where he ran Talonflame. And I was like, this looks kind of good in the current meta. So I tried it in GBL, worked great there, decided to bring it here. Working great again.
Yep. So you now have a big, kind of sort of a little pressure on you because you can be the first regional champion to be crowned for the 2nd time in the same championship season. Are you ready to take this home?
I mean, I'm feeling good. I don't know why not. You know, I can win, can lose. We'll see what happens. Yeah, feeling good.
Thank you so much for your time, Colin. Thank you so much for watching. We still have a ton of amazing high-level, high-skill games to come. Don't go anywhere. Over to the casters.
Thank you, Avi, and thank you to Colin Six for that. It's lovely to see into his mind the insights that he has. He already has a legacy of winning this season, and sure, how cool would it be to be a champion twice in one season and replicate what Dunebug did?
These players are just so good, right? Both Swilos and Colin are so... They know all the mechanics, they know everything. And speaking of players who know everything, we actually have a video prepared for you about players that use very meticulous mechanics to get their wins. Let's take a look at this video. We'll be right back with you.
Welcome in, trainers, to another episode of Perfect Play. My name is Martijn, also known as Inadequate. We're going to take a look at how one of our competitors at the 2023 European International Championships read his opponent perfectly to win a battle. In this decisive match 3, the well-known battler Toad Tactical has a tough team composition for Scafo 99. The Shadow Charizard has a positive matchup against about every Pokemon from Scafo 99, even the Shadow Swampert. The only Pokemon from Scafo 99 that is able to deal with the Charizard is the Shadow Alolan Ninetales when shields are up. Not surprising, Scafo 99 decides to play it safe and lead that Alolan Ninetales, and successfully catch the Charizard lead. As the battle progresses, Toad Tactical is able to pull shields and catch not 1, but 2 charge attacks in this battle. While Scafo has perfect alignment in this game, his opponent is about to squeeze his way out of it and makes this very difficult for him. In the final moments of this battle, Scafo has to make an important decision. Shield the Shadow Swampert from the Registeel or shield the Shadow Alolan Ninetales from the Shadow Charizard. He decides to let the Focus Blast go and is going to try and pull it off with some high level energy management. As he reaches 2 Hydro Cannons, Scafo now realizes that his opponent might snipe his energy. Sniping the energy in this case means that Toad Tactical could switch into the Charizard immediately to catch Scafo off guard and to knock out the Swampert with a single wing attack, because it does more damage than those lock-ons, and by doing so he would deny all the energy that Scafo built. However, Scafo, being a very clever battler, is being very careful of this. He anticipates Toad Tactical possibly doing so, as we see Scafo wait just a fraction of a second wait, and then throws the Hydro Cannon straight into the Charizard, allowing him to win this battle between 2 top tier battlers. Now, let's enjoy the rest of the stream.
We're here at the Dortmund Regionals in Germany. We're in our top 8 of Championship Sunday, and we just saw an amazing matchup between the Barcelona special event champion and also Colin Six, who recently won as well in Stuttgart. Colin, still undefeated.
Colin is still undefeated indeed. Both these trainers bringing that Talonflame. It's a Pokemon that we don't see a lot in the meta. Both of them piloting. I think if 2 champions are using it, it must be good, right?
I mean, a lot of Day 2 competitors are using it as well. We just saw Arceus Aurelius play against Nezabethan, both of them running Talonflames as well. So maybe this is new meta. Of course, Incinerate did get a buff in the Timeless Travels update, so perhaps we'll see even more of that. But I think we also have seen a rise of other Pokemon like Azumarill.
Yeah, Azumarill is a surprising rise as well. But of course, I think the trainers are kind of new. Okay, Talonflame, we might see a lot of Talonflame, so bringing the counter for the Talonflame. Azumarill is pretty neutral into the meta, specifically because it can do well against a Whiscash, still has a lot of threat onto the Lickitung. Yes, Power Whips do hurt, but one is not enough. You always need to go for the second one. Great against that Shadow Gligar. Bubble, again, got buffed, so the damage slowly and steadily always adds up.
Yeah, and you know what? We have seen a lot of Talonflames. We've seen a surprising amount of Azumarill. We've only seen one tackle Greedent. And we're about to see it probably again on stage as Tragicomix is going to play against Tonton Batuz. 2 French battlers in this top 8 as well. And you can see them both, Tragicomix on the left-hand side and Tonton on the right.
Yeah, Tragicomix is on a 7-game unbeaten streak here. We just had the opportunity to cast him earlier in the stream in Day 2, but we will see how his Greedent is going to be faring against Tonton Batuz's, let's say, pet pick in a way, that Dragon Guzzlord.
Yeah, the Guzzlord and also that Shadow Zapdos, which he's really been piloting to a lot of success here. Just a reminder for people who maybe are just tuning in, we are in the loser's side of the bracket, so whoever loses his match will be down and out, and the next will continue on to see if they will be able to completely top cut in this matchup. We're going to hop right into game number 1. We see that Guzzlord against that Greedent, the 2 Pokemon we were really talking about.
Yeah, this is exactly what we want to see to end that discussion, which is the better Pokemon here. Greedent going for those tackle, coming in quick and fast, gets to the Body Slam exactly at the same time that the Guzzlord gets to the Dragon Claw and goes for it.
I like this timing as well, knowing he's going ahead. Doing that once, not make sure that not a Dragon Tail extra goes through. Body Slam does connect, and now swapping into the Cresselia.
Oh, Cresselia is going to be met by its absolute nightmare. Sableye coming in, but the Cresselia did have an energy lead, going for the bait move Grass Knot here instead of the super effective Moonblast, and Tragicomix calls it.
Calling this bait is huge because the Moonblast would do so much damage, but knowing ahead of time, just going ahead and getting all those extra Shadow Claws, those Foul Plays would be doing so much. He knows that he wins charge attack priority. He's throwing this Shadow Foul Play, which will be doing a lot of damage to Cresselia.
Foul Play comes in here. Is this enough to take out the Cresselia? No, it's not. It gets to that Grass Knot. Grass Knot, if unshielded, will still not knock out the Sableye. Tragicomix knows his Pokemon through and through, lets it go. Sableye still standing. One more.
Shadow Claw going through there, and it looks like going to be able to at least throw off a Foul Play. No, that Dragon Tail from the Guzzlord saying, okay, I see that energy negated as you go back into your ball. In comes back in that Greedent, and now Tonton Batuz throwing a Crunch of his own.
Yeah, this Crunch getting a debuff is going to be a pivotal moment in the game. Let's see what happens. Crunch comes in. Is that a defense fall? No, unfortunately not. Tries to catch a move. Annihilate comes in. This could be an amazing endgame scenario for Tonton Batuz. Probably going immediately for that Night Slash. Fishing for that elusive boost.
Yeah, fishing against this fish. We'll have to see if the Lantern goes ahead and takes the bait here. Going ahead, not shielding, and let's see, no boost as well as this Water Gun damage is continuing to do a lot to the Annihilate. A Water Gun has a lot of fast attack pressure, but as you can see, it does charges to it a little bit slower, having to now shield up this second Night Slash.
Yep, 2 shields are still in the game, but 1 goes down for Tragicomix. Night Slash does not get the boost, but in comes the Surf. Annihilate, we know, is a flimsy Pokemon, so it has to kind of pull up these protections. Let's see how these 2 Pokemon decide to set up a win for either Tragicomix or Tonton Batuz.
That's Tragicomix. Go ahead, charging up a little bit extra again, throwing right before the next one is reached. Will Tonton want to use his last shield here as well? I think he might want to because Annihilate does so well, but no, choosing to let it go down. Guzzlord's going to come back in. Guzzlord does also pretty great against the Lantern, but as you can see, there is still a shield left on each side.
Ooh, great heads-up play by Tonton Batuz here. Counting each and every Water Gun, goes for the Dragon Claw just before the Lantern is able to throw a Surf and take the last shield of Tonton Batuz. This is going to be very close. Greedent will have to tackle down the Guzzlord. It Ooh, the Dragon Claw does come in, going for the body slam, protect shielded by Tonton.
He's got 2 body slams stored up here. The shield is going through, but we have to see, will he be able to reach it next one in time? He does, and Tragic Comics takes game number 1 against the EUIC champion.
Oh, what an amazing gameplay by Tragic Comics. Both these trainers playing it to perfection. Tonton Battez identifying that Lantern was getting to the next serve to pull another Protect Shield of the Guzzlord, playing for his win condition. All his win condition was, can I Dragon Claw this Greedent down? Unfortunately for him, he could not.
Unable to greet it, just a little bit too bulky, but I want to point out something. I really love Tonton's strategy in that he played what we call an ABB strategy with the Guzzlord in the lead, and he used that Cresselia to lure out the Sableye. He actually wanted the Sableye on that because that left his Annihilate very free in the back. I have to wonder if he maybe would have shielded that Surf, that perhaps Annihilate could have countered down the Greedent.
I was thinking the same as well. That would be a perfect scenario because Greedent is running tackle. It's resisted by the Annihilate. So the counter damage, even if it was 1 counter, would have been enough. And Greedent would have been forced to throw the body slam or the trail base. But he made a call, right? He thought that he would be able to Dragon Tail it down. Unfortunately, Guzzlord's tail was not big enough.
The tail was not big enough, as we can see it running that Dragon Claw and Crunch also on the Guzzlord. There is some play for Brutal Swing as well, but Crunch also has a possibility to debuff your opponent, and it looks like Tonton is fishing for that. And we also have to remember these movesets. He's running the Moonblast on the Cresselia. A lot of people are opting for Future Sight nowadays, and Tragic Comics calling that Moonblast bait was big.
Yeah, I think Tragic Comics, he knew that Tonton had to get that Grass Knot bait to be able to reach Moonblast to take out the Sableye, knowing his win condition perfectly. Also, there was a little bit of scare towards that as well. We saw the Cresselia surviving with 1 HP. That could have been enough to change the game, but unfortunately, and for Tonton Battez, unfortunately for Tragic Comics, it was not at a Moonblast.
It wasn't, and you have to wonder how these two are going to figure out how to play. Most likely, I mean, we know these trainers. They're friends, they're teammates. They've played against each other multiple times. They played on same teams before. They know each other's playstyle. They're hopping right into game number 2. Tragic Comics just needs 1 more win to knock out Tonton. We'll see how they're going to play. We have an Annihilate lead against that Whiscash.
This is a very neutral lead for both parties. Let's see how these 2 trainers decide to play it out. Annihilate punching that Whiscash with, as we call it in our description, Fists of Fury, Fists of Rage actually, and in comes his call. This has a 50% chance to debuff. Let's see what happens here. Charging it all the way down, and in comes the Scald.
Scald does connect, bringing the Annihilate into the yellow. No debuff as the Annihilate continues to punch away here, almost at 100 energy, and throwing right at charge attack priority, knowing that it has a higher attack. It's going to get off that charge attack first, and no shield from Tonton's side. I think this might be enough, Abhi.
I'm not sure. Whiscash is a bulky Pokemon, but it is enough. Annihilate Shadow Ball doing so much damage, taking that Whiscash out of the match. In comes Tonton's own Annihilate, and going for a bait move here with the Night Slash.
I like this because he might be able to get another if Tonton chooses not to throw, so this is really advantageous for Tragic Comics. He does get that shield pulled up. We'll have to see. It looks like he is going to reach it. He's going for a charge attack priority, going a little bit over. I like this play a lot, forcing Tonton to throw some of this energy onto the Annihilate, and it looks like this will definitely be enough to knock it out. We'll have to see. I think that Gligar might be coming in, although either one are great against Pokemon.
But Gligar does come in. This is an amazing scenario for Tragic Comics as well. He knows that the backline Pokemon of Sableye is not going to do great against the Guzzlord. This is exactly where he wants the Guzzlord to be. I think Tragic Comics in his head is right. Thank you very much, Tonton.
Tragic is playing out of his mind there. He knows that there's going to be a potential swap, and so he goes ahead and brings in the Pokemon. He's like, either one of these would do well against the Annihilate. I will have to do something that's better against his backline. This Guzzlord's been doing great for Tonton in a lot of the battles, and I think Tragic Comics knows it as well. Already at another aerial ace here, forcing that last shield from Tonton, saying, you know what, the fact that he stays in here, I think it's a good indication that it's a Sableye in the back.
Yeah, Tonton now regretting the decision of bringing in the Guzzlord, but this is still going to be close. He will have to throw a charge attack here. In comes his Dragon Claw. Dragon Claw, I think, can be shielded here. Let's see what Tragic Comic does. Will he pull up a Protect Shield?
I don't think the problem is there's so much energy on the Annihilate in the back, and a Shadow Ball would be doing so much as well. I think Tragic Comics' only play here is potentially completely Shadow Claw down. He ends up shielding this Dragon Claw, though.
Protect Shield does come up here. Guzzlord is fairly healthy. Let's see if Tonton goes for the combo play. He does. And unfortunately, he's not able to get to the Shadow Ball. Annihilate is one shot, but this foul play is going to do a ton of damage onto that Annihilate.
Yeah, it might not be enough to knock it out. The Shadow Ball will go through. This is a Shadow Pokemon. It is the last one on Tragicomics' side. If this knocks out, I think Tonton has this game, but it's going to come down to the wire here as the Shadow Ball is released into the Sableye. Down it goes.
Sableye goes down. This is now 1-1, evening up the game. What an amazing comeback from Tonton Bateuse. Tragicomics probably is like, damn, if I just shielded that Dragon Claw.
Yeah, it's so hard to call, right? At this point where it's just like, I like the way that both of those players played out the games that they lost. It was such interesting strategies in their mind. I really like Tragicomics' idea of like, okay, I know that both my Sableye and my Gligar are going to do well against this Annihilate.
Yep, unfortunately for him. Actually, fortunately, in a way, Tonton comes in with a Guzzlord, offers him a win condition, but this is a high-stakes match, right? You know, you have to try to make as little mistakes as possible, but the pressure is always building up, so these two trainers have to kind of ignore the result here. It's 1-1, it doesn't matter. Exactly. We have to focus on the best of one that's going to happen next.
And it's going to be a very decisive game, as again, these two are in the losers bracket, which means whoever loses this will be out of the tournament. I just want to like kind of look back on that last game. I think it would have survived a Dragon Claw, but the real question is, would Tragicomics' Sableye be able to have these Shadow Claws not doing that much damage to the Guzzlord? Would he be able to completely Shadow Claw down to be able to throw an attack at the Annihilate?
I don't think it was possible there. That was a shield that he had to pull up for sure. Unfortunately, that shield should have come earlier in the game, as I said. But of course, these matches were still way too close for comfort. A lot of the things could have come down to if Tragicomics pulled up a shield on his Annihilate as well, because he had the Shadow Ball loaded. Maybe he already knows if his Annihilate is going to win or lose charge attack priority, letting it go there, because if he shielded and won charge attack priority on the Shadow Ball, this game would have been completely different.
I think that's true. He completely had a lot of energy at the beginning. Of course, it's so easy to do it from the analyzation desk, right? We can say, oh, easy, they should have done this. It's so much harder in the heat of the moment to figure out. Looks like both of these trainers have just given each other a nod. We are going into the decisive game number 3 here, and let's see our leads. We have the Gligar against the Guzzlord.
This is a neutral matchup for the Gligar. Let's see what happens. We will see Tonton Bateuse trying to Dragon Claw that Gligar out of the sky, but bringing in that Shadow Zapdos in the back as well.
This is going to be a really interesting matchup. I think if you're Tonton, you would actually rather have the Azumarill always on the Guzzlord doing more, and this will also do more damage as well from coming from the Shadow Pokemon. We're about to see how much it does as Tonton decides, I'm not going to use any Protect Shield there on the Guzzlord already now down into the red. Incoming the Azumarill, and now, ladies and gentlemen, met by the Shadow Zapdos.
This is an absolute nightmare for the Azumarill, but the Azumarill did have that energy lead. Energy lead means that this Ice Beam will have to be shielded by the Zapdos. Zapdos does a lot of damage. Unfortunately for it, it comes with the cost of bulk.
Yes, the bulk is not there for this Pokemon. However, look how fast this energy is being generated already at its charge attack, and now it's Tragicomics' turn to decide. He has not decided to shield this. We're about to see how much his Thunderbolt does. I mean, Azumarill is so bulky, but not bulky enough to hang on after that, getting one more energy now for the Zapdos. And now I think Tragicomics is in a bit of trouble.
He is in a bit of pickle indeed. This is all going to come down to how he decides to play this Gligar versus Zapdos matchup. One more away from the aerial, deciding not to throw here. This means that Drill Peck will come in first and pulling the first Protect Shield from Tragicomics.
I really like this play by Tragicomics though, because he knows that he would lose that charge attack priority as well. And interesting, I think maybe he was expecting that Tonton was going to go ahead and try to catch onto something. However, he decided to not to shield that up instead, now being way ahead on energy here, throwing right before the next aerial ace.
Yeah, this is a very smart heads-up play here by Tragicomics, going for the drill run, but that would have done a little bit more damage than the aerial ace to the Zapdos.
Yeah, but with Zapdos at that range, it wouldn't have even mattered though. I'm pretty confident. Tragicomics forced to use his last shield here as the next Drill Peck would go through. That would be enough, as we see, to probably knock out the Annihilate as well. And now his only hope is to counter down the combination play by Tonton Bateuse, using that Dragon Claw, just chipping away at the Annihilate.
Yep, Annihilate is being slowly and steadily chipped, but we see what's in the back line. It is that Sandslash. Sandslash does not want to see a fully healthy Annihilate, and that's exactly why this Guzzlord comes in here. Dragon Claw number 2 lands into the yellow. Goes the Annihilate.
This is going to be very close. You can see on Tonton's face, he's not quite sure what to do. He doesn't have any energy on either one of these Pokemon. He's put himself now in a little bit of a pickle, and now he has revealed his last one. He Switch Timer is not aligned either, and Tragicomics says, yes, I have to secure this. This will knock out the Pokemon, and now it's going to come down to the fast attacks of the counter versus the Zapdos here. And I think we might see the Zapdos go down, even though it's not very effective.
Zapdos goes down, Annihilate punching its way to victory, punching Tragicomics into the next round. What an amazing way to win this. We saw the lead being neutral and the swap completely not favorable on Tragicomics. Excellent energy management, bringing that Gligar, and also excellent shield management. What an amazing player we have here. 8 wins in a row for Tragicomics.
Absolutely incredible. Knocking out Polishaw, now knocking out Tonton Batu as well. Tragicomics is on a roll here. We've talked about it in the past. He's one of the French battlers who has been along the scene for a very long time. This is his best performance in any game so far, and he's absolutely coming to play here in Dortmund.
Well, it was neck and neck the game, and it's beautiful to watch, right? Top level battlers. I think it's also important to get a winning streak going on, and if you have an 8-game win streak like Tragicomics has, it's very difficult to stop because your confidence is at an all-time high. If I had an 8-game win streak, I would be absolutely balling right now.
Yeah, you'd be on the moon. I think that we should talk a little bit about those matchups because, like I said before, each of those games could have gone to any of the players. They had very high-level strategies that were playing like in the nuanced part of the game. Sometimes ABB seems like a very simple thing on paper, but actually how you can play it out is really complex. And I think Tonton did a really good job because when he swapped in the Cresselia Game 1, I mean, Tragicomics had to swap in the Sableye. He couldn't have swapped in the Lantern to it, even if he knew that this was the plan, even if he knows something in the back is also weak to Sableye. The Cresselia was such a good pick for that because obviously those grass knots the Lantern would not appreciate it. The Sableye had to be forced to do something.
Yep. Reeling off what you said, you explained the ABB a little bit through that matchup. I'm going to try to explain the ABA through the matchup as well. We saw in game number 3, Guzzlord, Zapdos, and that Alolan Sandslash at the back. This is a very typical ABA. 2 Pokemon weak to the Annihilate. And the best thing was, you got the Gligar on the Guzzlord. Unfortunately, Tragicomics played the game in such a way, potentially identifying that the opponent had another Pokemon weak to the Annihilate at the back and securing the Annihilate's HP and securing the game in the end.
Yeah, I think that was absolutely incredible. We've been talking about, is this the season of ABA? A lot of players are now playing these sort of more risky playstyles. But yeah, what do you do in the case where Annihilate is that lead? You would just have to sacrifice the Guzzlord. Although we did see the Guzzlord really putting in work. Guzzlord had a lot of energy. Tonton was doing anything he possibly could to make the Annihilate as low as possible. Unfortunately for him, and you saw it on his face, it was almost, I mean, he was playing it to the crowd a bit when he looked at it and goes, he had nothing to do.
Tragicomics gave Tonton a tragic end. We are going to hear straight from Tragicomics and United Quins as we go on to this interview.
Hello trainers, we are here with the winner of our previous star show. We have Tragicomics. Welcome in. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling really, really good. Honestly, I'm super happy about my performance today. And I don't know, it works well.
I believe you are 7-0 right now, right? You lost, I believe, lost in round 2, and from there you won so much in the loser bracket. How do you do it?
I don't know. At first, I was super disappointing to lose super early. But then I was like, okay, have fun, focus on the games. Your friends are with you, and that's it.
Are there any notable trainers that you defeated on your way to here?
I have people that I really, really respect. Stan, Pola, Frika, Tonton. I don't know.
Those are some really big names.
Yeah.
Is it the Greedent? How did you come up with the Greedent?
I was looking for something that was not Lickitung, but that can do the Lickitung thing. And it cores well with Sableye. So I was like, okay, Greedent is great, and Greedent does really well against the Mud Boys and Azumarill, and that's why I brought it.
All right, so I know your brother's also here, Arsenio. What did he think of the Greedent? Did he also run it?
No. When I arrived yesterday with the Greedent, he was like, "You're playing Greedent? What?" He didn't know.
You didn't tell him?
No, I didn't tell him.
Just in case he would be your opponent,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, exactly. Because we were thinking maybe we will face, so I won't tell.
Exactly, makes sense. I have one more question. Did you come here with like all your French friends? Because there are so many of you and you're all like cheering for each other. It's great to see, don't get me wrong, but there they are. Did you all come together?
Yeah, we came with a few cars all together and we were like, okay, let's have fun in Dortmund, and that's what happened.
How long of a drive is it?
We came from Lyon, so it was like 9 hours. Super long trip, but super fun trip.
And it's been worth it so far, right?
Yeah, exactly. Super worth it.
Well, I have one final question that I want to ask you. How did it feel to have Annihilate on the Lone Sand Slash?
Amazing. But I knew it will be, I don't know why, but I knew. So.
All right, thank you so much, Tragicomics, and I wish you the best of luck in your next rounds.
Thanks.
Let's head back to our casters.
Sometimes it's all about the instinct you build through constant battling, and that's exactly what the Tragicomic said. He just knew. It's a feeling that you have, right? You need to play for your instincts.
You know, back in the day, a mind joke was always preaching how good a lowland sand slash was. He said, actually, you know, a lowland sand slash into meta champ isn't so bad. We have to wonder what he thinks about a lowland sand slash into Annihilate, because I have to admit, it looked pretty bad.
I think it looked really tragic.
This guy, everyone. Speaking of this guy, what do you think about the next guys coming up on screen?
We have 2 amazing battlers coming up. That's going to be Arceus Aurelius going up against Wolfpack. A key thing to note here, just looking at these 2 teams, Wolfpack did play against Lurgan Rocket earlier in day number 1, and he demolished Lurgan Rocket.
He did.
And Arceus Aurelius is running a very similar team. There's not a lot of differences between those 2 teams.
I wonder also if they were analyzing how Wolfpack was playing against Lurgan Rocket, because we were talking about ABA strategies just a bit ago. He was leading very ABA weak to Cresselia, so it was a very dangerous position. It paid off for him 2 times in a row, sweeping Lurgan Rocket, our first ever regional champion for Pokemon Go, and putting him in this position. I believe this is, well, not Wolfpack's first time ever in a top cut. These trainers have both top cutted before. It's wonderful to see them up here again, and we have to remember, still in the loser side of the bracket, so whoever wins this will continue on to possibly become the Dortmund regional champion.
Yep. And Wolfpack has been a consistent performer. There have been so many times where we've seen him top cutting as well. I remember casting him very first time in when my first cast in Lille 2 seasons ago. But let's take a quick look at Arceus Aurelius' team. We know the Talonflame is running Fly and Flame Charge, but Cresselia running that Moonblast.
No, I believe actually that Cresselia is running Future Sight, because I remember him playing against Nezabethan earlier on, and he was saying, you know, in hindsight, maybe I should have Grass Knot baited once, because he got 2 of his Future Sights ended up being shielded. But still, I mean, I think that he is running an interesting moveset on his Azumarill, running that Hydro Pump over Ice Beam.
Yep, I think he gave me some advice that Hydro Pump does have a better matchup. Like, for example, if something against a Lickitung, you have that really hard-hitting move, and 2 Hydro Pumps could potentially take out the Azumarill, the Lickitung, if you have a little bit of energy advantage. But let's take a quick look at Wolfpack and his team. He is running that Alolan Sand Slash with the Powder Snow. Powder Snow makes it a little bit difficult for you to pick that Azumarill matchup, but then again, it is kind of neutralish, and you can pull and push and try to figure out a way to reach a victory. Of course, Pokemon like Alolan Sand Slash, it's an absolute nightmare if you have an Alolan Sand Slash in your team and you look up and you see a Talonflame.
Yes, that's absolutely true. And also Annihilate. There are a lot of targets for the Alolan Sand Slash, but it is also a target for a lot. We're going to hop right into these battles as these 2 trainers are getting ready to go. We have to see. You can hear the crowd already. There's a Lantern into Cresselia. A great lead for Arceus Aurelius.
Great call by you earlier as well. There was a definite weakness for Cresselia on Wolfpack's side, and that's exactly what Arceus Aurelius is trying to exploit. In comes his Lickitung. Licks are doing super effective damage, but the bulk of the Cresselia is coming to the forefront.
Yeah, as in also the charge attacks from the Lickitung aren't going to be doing that much. This normal type Body Slam is not going to be doing too much to Cresselia, just hoping to chip a little bit by going straight for that Future Sight, that heavier hitting attack. And will Wolfpack choose to shield this up? Does he want to save his Lickitung? No, he also recognizes Lickitung's bolt. As you can see, Lickitung's still in the green.
Yeah, Lickitung is such a bulky Pokemon. Too much HP to get through here. Cresselia still staying in, might give him an indication what he can potentially expect at the back. This could be an indication that there is that Abomasnow for that Whiscash. Let's see how he wants to. Will he try to preserve a switch in this matchup? No, goes immediately for the Abomasnow.
Interesting play here. The Lickitung does have a little bit of an energy advantage here, and the timers are completely misaligned. This Body Slam will be going through at full, but as you can see, Arceus Aurelius is kind of thinking, okay, what do I want to do in this scenario? I'm comfortable tanking this, but at this point, he can charge up a lot more energy before the next Body Slam goes through. Looks like that's exactly what he's going to do, right on charge attack priority, throwing this Icy Wind to debuff the attack that's coming in from the Lickitung.
Yeah, Icy Wind goes through. This will give you a 100% chance of debuff, but Lickitung survives with 1 HP and a dream to throw this move. This will, unfortunately, is debuffed, but still do a lot of work onto the Abomasnow.
An immediate swap out now by Wolfpack here, but not before the next ice wind is reached. This is not great because now the counter damage is going to be doing a little bit less, but it does give him one more counter to knock out the Abomasnow. We'll have to see what's coming back in. The attack fell.
Yeah, attack does fall, but in comes a Cresselia. Cresselia will be able to get these Grass Knots, and the stored energy now coming in crucial, fully sending the Grass Knot and met with the Protect Shield by the Wolfpack.
Wolfpack just charging up a little bit of extra energy there, throwing the Night Slash again right at charge attack priority. But again, I'm liking these plays. These trainers know their counts. They know if they're going to win or lose charge attack priority. Arceus Aurelius opting to go for an extra Psycho Cut instead just to get a little more damage, shielding that up and going for yet another Grass Knot. Will Wolfpack use his last Protect Shield to keep the Annihilate in play? Yes, he does.
Yeah, it's pulling that last Protect Shield up, trying to get that Annihilate to do a little bit more work here. Counters coming in, but the Wishcash comes in. Wishcash is, as we know, is a bulky Pokemon, going for the Night Slash bait, and he gets it. Will this be a bait and boost?
This we'll have to see, but if you look, Arceus Aurelius is so close to his next attack. He's at the Mud Bomb. Mud Bomb should be enough. Even if it was boosted, it would be for naught. Wolfpack says, okay, I'm glad it didn't boost there. I will save that boost for a potential game two. As this still goes on, and the Annihilate is completely off the field. The Lantern comes in here, does not want to be taking these Mud Bombs either.
Lantern comes in, going to be met with this beautiful Mud Bomb from Wishcash. Mud Bomb is a super effective move, so in comes, and already we see a ton of HP going away from the Lantern.
The Lantern has already added extra attack here, going for the Surf. It's going to be doing some damage, some nice chip damage to the Wishcash, and there's no Protect Shields remaining, forcing Arceus Aurelius to go ahead and take this, but as you can see, barely in the yellow now, still add another Mud Bomb, an attempt for a catch, but very patient on his end, now still the Mud Bomb stored, thrown at the Lantern.
Arceus Aurelius showing great patience and great discipline to not throw that Mud Bomb immediately as soon as he gets it, saving it for this Lantern. Lantern already deep down into the red. I think it's going to be a few Mud Shot, 2 Mud Shot, 3 Mud Shots. The Mud Shot goes through, in comes the Surf. Surf is not going to do enough damage to take out the Wishcash, but Wolfpack is going to hope against hope that this is enough.
I don't know if it'll even hang on. Yes, the Mud Shot damage did go through at that charge attack. So, however, Arceus Aurelius taking game one pretty solidly. And I wonder if he was paying attention to how Wolfpack was playing before. Because these trainers, they can see, now that there's open team sheets as well, they get to see the attacks of each of the Pokemon. They get to see how the opponents are playing each other as well. And Wolfpack just played right into Arceus Aurelius' hand of leading that Cresselia that had nowhere to go.
Yeah, you made a very brilliant prediction there, looking and knowing from your knowledge from the Lurgan Rocket matchup that Cresselia did look great, and that's exactly what Arceus Aurelius did, bringing that Cresselia, forcing Wolfpack in the back foot from the very start of the game. He actually had 3 Pokemon that could beat the Lantern and also do well against the Annihilate. So at no point was Wolfpack in control of the game, sadly, but if he had got a boost, that might have changed.
If he got a boost earlier on, that definitely, as we could see, has changed matchups in the past as well, just being able to get basically more attack through. However, didn't work out for him game one. That doesn't mean that he is down and out yet. He's still got another game to see if he can make it to a decisive game number 3. Arceus Aurelius just 1 win away from going on in the tournament.
Yeah, 1 win away, and now this is a pivotal moment in the game for Arceus, actually for Wolfpack, because 1 loss is all it takes for him to be knocked out of the regionals as well. But I think Wolfpack can pull a game here. He is a very highly skilled battler. I'm sure that he's going to try a way to knock Aurelius's confidence down.
I mean, I don't blame Wolfpack for bringing in the Pokemon that he did either. Lantern has a lot of play against the Azumarill, definitely against the Talonflame that we saw Arceus Aurelius really using before as well. Even goes toe-to-toe with Registeel, but it's the ones that it's like that it really loses. It loses pretty hard.
I think Arceus Aurelius really wanted to scare that Lantern away game number 1. This is a very conventional strategy where you overload to try and scare that Pokemon. You saw the Abomasnow, great matchup against Lantern. We saw the Cresselia, great matchup against Lantern. We saw the Wishcash, great matchup against Lantern as well. So will Wolfpack see, okay, he really doesn't want to see my Lantern. Maybe he leads a Talon game number 2. Let's see what happens. Both these trainers locked and loaded. In comes the Lantern into the Registeel. Arceus Aurelius says, psych, I kid.
I kid. But this is pretty neutral when it comes at the very beginning. Of course, there's a potential for a Zap Cannon debuff, which is what Arceus Aurelius will be going for here, being able not to reach it before. It looks like a Wolfpack opting to go for a Surf just in case he gets a debuff. Wants to make sure this full damage is going through and getting this Surf onto the Registeel, which goes unprotected by Arceus Aurelius. Now at the Zap Cannon, throwing it at the Lantern. Will there also be a shield on Wolfpack's side?
Let's see what Wolfpack does. He's not clicking the shield so far, and he pulls up a Protect Shield at the very last minute. Will this be an attack fall? Unfortunately, it is. This is going to be very good for Arceus Aurelius.
Yeah, go ahead. It's charging up a ton of energy and actually throwing the heavier hitting attack right before the next Zap Cannon is reached. I like this play. However, because the attack was debuffed, it's not going to be doing so much damage. We're going to see it does put Registeel in the red, but the Zap Cannon is reached. Going for this next one here. Looks like no shield from Wolfpack's side on this one. Doesn't want to go 2 shields down at the very beginning of the matchup.
Yeah, but this is going to be really close. In comes a Cresselia as an aggressive save swap here. This is great for Arceus Aurelius in a way, but goes into the Lickitung. This is too late to go into this matchup with a shield advantage. These future sights from this Cresselia are going to do so much work against this bulky Lickitung.
Yeah, we saw it before. It's just the lick damage that is doing a lot to the Cresselia here. Everything else is pretty much going to be negated. Going for another future sight. Already at it before a power whip, basically just a Wolfpack charging up a ton of energy before now throwing this body slam. We have to remember he did save energy on the Lantern as well, so that could be useful for later. This Cresselia is now down in the yellow.
Cresselia is down in the yellow, but here comes another future side. Look at the Lickitung still in the green, fairly healthy, but this future side is going to put it down to the red. Now is where this game will be decided. Let's see if Arceus Aurelius wants to... Oh no, that was a miscount by Wolfpack here, going for the Grass Knot, and this Grass Knot will be enough to take out this Lickitung. Still 2 shield advantage and a Pokemon advantage for Arceus Aurelius.
Yes, I mean, obviously the Annihilate is only relying on its Shadow Ball. It does have Night Slash, which will be doing a nice heavy damage as well to the Cresselia, but I think that the Lantern coming back in is a good indication. Catching on this low health Registeel. This is an amazing play by Arceus Aurelius here, saying, okay, Registeel, you've completely done your job. Now you've negated all of that energy that the Lantern built up as well, and I assume we're going to see that Cresselia come back in because the Azumarill doesn't want anything to do with the Lantern, but I think the Annihilate doesn't want anything to do with the Azumarill.
I think both the Annihilate does not want anything to do with both of the Pokemon that Arceus Aurelius has. Let's see what he does. The Surf comes in, no shielding. Was this enough to knock out the Cresselia? No, it's not.
And it was charge attack priority, so does Wolfpack want to use his last shield here, and a complete undercharge as well. This is an interesting play. I don't know if it'll still be enough to knock it out. No, it's just going ahead and trying to get a little bit of extra energy as this Annihilate comes in.
Annihilate does come in. There is a winning scenario where you go double Night Slash bait and you get a boost on the first one and see how this goes. But at this moment, completely in the driver's seat is Arceus Aurelius. In comes the first Night Slash. Will this be a boost?
No shield even by Arceus Aurelius here, saying, okay, my only lose conditions are possibly shielding up a Night Slash bait. I'm not going to do it at this point. Now being able to throw a Moonblast. Wolfpack does know that it's a Moonblast Hydro Punker's Azumarill, so it will take a little bit longer to pace to. But with 2 shields left in the game, there's a lot of hope going for yet another Night Slash bait, and this time pulling up a shield from Arceus
Pulling
Aurelius.
up a shield, that's exactly what Arceus Aurelius has to do. The only lose con for him is if the Shadow Ball comes through, but I don't think even a Shadow Ball is enough. Let's see if he wants to go for that full send on the Hydro Pump. He's overcharged a little bit, goes for the second Protect Shield. Protect Shield comes up, no damage. Let's see if he does another bubble.
If he does another bubble, he's going to be able to catch on the... Look, he waited a turn. He knew that his only possible chance was to be able to catch that Moonblast on that low health Lantern, being able to now throw the Moonblast at the Annihilate. And Arceus Aurelius is going on in this tournament.
What amazing gameplay from Arceus Aurelius, showing patience. He did that in game number 1 as well, not throwing that Mud Bomb as soon as that catch attempt by Wolfpack. Very, very good gameplay. These are some things that you can learn from as trainers as well. That patience, waiting a turn can change how a match can change, the outcome.
Exactly. Let's go ahead and analyze a little bit about this last matchup as well. As you can see, Arceus Aurelius breathing a sigh of relief as he is going on into the tournament. And unfortunately for Wolfpack, this was the farthest that he will be going. However, he's taking home a nice amount of championship points. And congratulations to him as well, doing so well in this 2024 play Pokemon series.
Yeah, and you know what happened with Arceus, right? He made a small mistake in day number 1 that put him into the losers bracket, but he had the mental fortitude to say, we met him afterwards as well. He's like, yeah, I made a mistake, but I know my team is really good. I worked on it for an extended period of time, and I know I will win my next matches, and that's exactly what he's doing here. He's 2 matches in a row he's won. Now he's progressing even further. I think he's going to go a long way in this tournament.
He warned the rest of the trainers when I interviewed him, I'm coming to fight today, and it looks like fighting he has done, securing 2-0 victories against all these trainers. Not a 2-0 against Nezabeth, and that was an extremely close matchup. However, he's like you said before, he takes it where he can get it. But I wanted to talk a little bit about what you said about like the way top trainers kind of analyze things. In the end game too, we recognize both Wolfpack's win conditions, and Arceus Aurelius also recognized Wolfpack's potential win conditions and just completely negated them from happening. And I think that is one of those things. Having 2 shields left at the end, you would think, okay, I can afford to use a shield at this point. But worst case scenario would have been if Arceus Aurelius shielded that first Night Slash, it got a boost, and then Wolfpack was able to get to Shadow Balls as well. Azumarill is a great Pokemon. It's very bulky, but its moves come in with a great duration of time. It's slow. I will let you finish that. So the thing there was he had to call the first move. He knows, and if you play enough of this matchup, you know that the Shadow Ball is not enough to KO the Azumarill. You know even if the Shadow Ball lands, the counters are not going to add up. It's such a bulky Pokemon. Yes, the moves come in slow, but the bulk for it makes up for it. Similar way to Registeel as well. That's one of the reasons you run it. It's a bulky Pokemon, but the moves come in so late, and the moves are like, you know, it's such huge moves that if you miss, then it's so costly towards the end game. Yeah, exactly true. The second win condition that Wolfpack potentially had was catching that Moonblast from the Azumarill on his Lantern, using what they call it as a sacrificial swap, so negating all that energy that the Azumarill built up. But Arceus Aurelius, like we talked about, very patient, waiting 1 turn before to make sure that he did see the swap in before he just completely bubbled down to throw the Moonblast at the Annihilate. Yep, Azumarill does not learn Moonblast. She's talking about play rough. I am. But that means that we saw it's all about discipline, right? So you need to make sure that you can learn these skills. Waiting a turn is a very key skill, not only in these regional championships, but also in the Go Battle League. Go Battle League is somewhere where you can go and train these skills and develop yourself as a trainer, find your battling identity, and then come to these regionals and do well. We saw Cashton, I think this is his 2nd regionals, and look at him. He has not dropped a single game, absolutely undefeated. Yep, absolutely true. That's completely a fact about Cashton. Also, the French battler doing extremely well. So Wolfpack is out. He was another French battler, but Arceus Aurelius is still in, and Adeliot is going to be having an interview with him right now.
We cannot get enough of this beautiful man. Here we are with Arceus Aurelius, another win under the belt. You look energized.
I'm restless, dude. I've got so much energy now, and even though I didn't sleep that well last night,
sure,
it's just I'm feeling ready. I've come to fight, and I want to put up fights. That's just what I'm doing, and I believe if I win my next round, I qualify for Worlds.
Ooh, and that will be exciting.
Yeah. So the pressure's on. The pressure's on. I mean, I try to thrive under pressure. Sure. So when I was sitting in that chair right now,
yeah,
I felt it. I was anxious. I had a lot of nerves, but and then I thought to myself, why am I doing this? I don't like this. But then again, I rethought it, and then I thought, you know what? This is what I enjoy. I do play this game to play games that matter, that makes me feel something. That is what I want. So I reset my mind, cracked some jokes, and
then won.
Great time. Yeah, I did win. It was a tough game. He has a team that it's very hard to read. But Cresselia's doing Cresselia things, so that's what happens.
I do think it's a standout Pokemon for Arceus Aurelius. Now, I'm going to bring your attention to, as I was watching your match, I was sat next to a very entertaining individual in his own right. I was sat next to Icelandic Lapras.
Oh, yes.
Who was commenting on, he was looking at you and going, oh, he's going to be tough to beat. What do you think, your matchup with Icelandic Lapras, do you feel confident? What would you say to him?
We had a match in Liverpool in losers bracket where I beat him 2-0.
Yeah. Oh, you said that.
He was running the same team as now, and I'm running the same team, so I guess pressure's on. But I'll try to recreate what I did. And Last time I played Wolfpack, I lost to him in Lille. So I had my revenge there, and I'll try to keep the train rolling against Icelandic Lappers. That's all I can do.
Yes, of course. And Wolfpack, brilliant trainer in his own right. Take nothing away from that. So let me ask you this. So if you were to win all the way.
Okay, yeah.
All the way.
All the way.
What would you do?
I'd go home to my fiancée to get some comfort. It's like it takes a lot of energy, these tournaments, but that's what I'm looking the most forward to right now, and generally speaking, because traveling away across Europe without her is sometimes tough.
Yeah, sure.
I miss her like every tournament. She came with me to Liverpool, and that was amazing.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I'm really looking forward to that, and that's what I'm gonna do if I get home.
So to Arceus Aurelius' fiancée, I'm sure some kind words there if she is watching, but we will get straight back to the battles and see if we can see more of Arceus Aurelius in the future.
That was indeed a very nice sentiment from Arceus Aurelius.
He's scoring a lot of points with the girl at home.
For sure. And he also talked about keeping the train rolling. Talking about train rolling, we have a huge bullet train going straight through with 8 win streaks, and that is what we will be seeing soon. It's going to be Tragicomics going up against Zizwilis.
Zizwilis just picking up his most recent and only loss to Colin 6. Zizwilis was a special event champion of Barcelona and Colin 6 of Stuttgart, so it was really cool to see both of them still in the tournament. Both of them still have potential to maybe be the first 2-time winner in one season for the European region. But let's go ahead and look at the loser side of the bracket as well. All these trainers, they have one game left but in them to see who will be going on in and potentially becoming this Dortmund regional champion. We just saw Tragicomics against Tonton Batus a little bit earlier on, and we just saw Arceus Aurelius against Wolfpack.
Yep, next up is going to be Zizwilis versus Tragicomics, as we just talked about, and then following it will be Icelandic Lappers going up against Arceus Aurelius. Arceus Aurelius has been on a roll, but so has been Tragicomics.
Yeah, this was what happens. What happens when the two really fast objects are going to hit each other? We could potentially see it in the loser semifinals. However, both of them have to get through 2 very tough competitors as well.
When a tornado meets a volcano, right?
Something like that. We're about to see Zizwilis now up against Tragicomics. We saw already Tragicomics' team a little bit earlier on today, but we haven't really seen as much. I don't know. What do you feel about the way that these two can play against each other? Does Charjabug really have much play into a team that has this, like Gligar on it, Greedent to absorb this energy as well?
A great thing for Tragicomics that's going on is that Greedent has only one viable counter on Zizwilis' side, and that's Annihilate. All Tragicomics has to do is keep that Pokemon away from Annihilate, and it's going to do a lot of work. Greedent's great against Charjabug, pretty much neutral, great against the Abomasnow, but these two trainers do not give us any time to talk about it. They have locked in comes a battle. Zwilis on the left with the Gligar, and Sableye on the right with Tragicomics.
Yeah, going ahead. These are both Shadow Pokemon. Remember that they take 20% more damage, but also dishing out 20% more in return. Going ahead and just charging up energy, going over, both of them going a little bit over, and it looks like Tragicomics wants to throw first, going to get this foul play, and getting that first shield very early on in the game from Zizwilis.
Yes, Shadow Gligar is not very bulky in the Shadow format, and Sableye packs a huge punch. So pulling up a Protection, tries to catch an Aerial Ace onto his own Gligar. Unfortunately, it does not happen. In comes a Lickitung from Zizwilis.
Yep, going ahead straight for the heavier hitting move, not messing around here. Zizwilis says, okay, I don't want to use both of my shields so early on in the matchup. Going ahead and letting this dig go through. Lickitung still in the green, but as you can see, it's starting to chip away here as well. And landing the dig also gives an opportunity to now go for the Aerial Ace, but not before this Power Whip goes through.
Power Whip comes through, huge heads-up play by Zizwilis, knowing that this will do more damage and potentially putting him in a position where he can lick down this Gligar. Let's see what he does. In comes the next dig immediately. This dig is enough to knock out Zizwilis' Lickitung, but he's already a shield down, so he does not want to pull up another Protect Shield.
Going ahead and just having a little bit of energy left, at least the Charjabug is going to basically not have to face this Gligar for very long. However, there's not much in the back.
There is not much in the back indeed. Immediately going for this Aerial Ace, getting this Gligar out of the sky, trying to find any advantage he can get. Tragicomics says, okay, I'm going to save 2 shields, and it's going to be for my Greedent and the Sableye. Both these Pokemon are huge, heavy-hitting monsters, and that's exactly what he does. In comes a Greedent. Greedent tackling this Gligar from the sky.
Yeah, it looks like now the Charger Bug's coming in to try to get a Volt Switch, but the Greedent already at a Body Slam. Protect Shield not being used here either. We're going to see how much this Body Slam does. But remember, the tackle is also going to be slowly chipping away. These Volt Switches aren't doing much, and swapping in the Sableye, because Sableye has a little bit of an energy advantage. Get into this foul play right beforehand. Will ZZ want to use this now?
ZZ will be forced to use his shield because this will be enough to knock out the Charger Bug. So he does pull up the last Protect Shield. Tragicomics has 2 shields to hide behind. After this, in comes his X-Scissor. X-Scissor will do a ton of work against the Sableye, but Tragicomics, as we explained before, 2 shielded Greedent. Let's see what she got.
Yeah, 2 shielded Greedent is going in, and it's all on this like back end tail of this chubby little squirrel, just chugging away here. And this is where the shields will come into play at some point. I'm just asking Tragicomics there. It looks like there he's going to go ahead and put one up. Already almost at a Body Slam. We'll have to see how he wants to play. The switch timers are not up yet. Going ahead, getting this, make sure there are not extra Volt Switches go through. No more fast attacks. Body Slam connecting onto the Charger Bug.
Great charge attack timing there, waiting for 3 turns before throwing the Body Slam. In comes the Gligar. Gligar baiting with his aerial ace. If this, oh my, what a call. He's been on top of his game with these calls.
He knows exactly what trainers have to do, but still that aerial ace did so much already at another one as well, forcing Tragicomics to have to shield this up now. Now it's going to be a race on energy because this is yet another aerial ace. Will he be able to reach another Body Slam before another aerial ace goes through, or will Z's Wireless might have this?
Ooh, he did reach the body. He did reach the aerial ace, but the tackle comes in the last minute and knocks the Gligar out of the sky. 1-0 for Tragicomics. It looks like nothing can stop him now.
This is incredible plays. Remember, losers bracket here right now, everyone. So whoever loses this round will be out of the tournament. The next one will be continuing on. Tragicomics is up 1. He only needs 1 more to secure, I believe, a 9-game win streak.
It's unheard of having 9 such huge win streaks in the losers bracket. The other person to kind of achieve this was in this season was Doonbug, where he went on that huge losers bracket run to win the regional itself. So will Tragicomics be able to replicate a very similar feat here? He's 1 match away from taking the next step towards being the regional champion.
And let's go ahead and look at this team one more time, because again, that Greedent has been putting in so much work in this tournament, running Trailblaze and Body Slam. Trailblaze is a charge attack that will boost your own power as well. We haven't really seen it as much, but I mean, the opponents know it's there, which makes the Azumarill, those Whiz Cashes, and Lanterns a lot less safe.
It is a very scary move, especially if you're locked in against a Wish Cache. It does double super effective damage to the Wish Cache, so that's not a matchup where you want to be. Taking another look at ZZ's teams, we see that he's running the Charger Bug as well. It's a Pokemon that's slowly been pushed towards the edge, but he does bring it, and he is doing quite well with it. And we saw another Pokemon, which is Talonflame. Unlike the other trainers who have been piloting Talonflame so far, he's running a double flying attack, which is the Fly and Brave Bird.
Yeah, the Brave Bird also is one of those. We've seen it. Skarmory also has it. If you throw it, your defenses are lowered, so a lot of times opponents will use it and then swap out to clear that debuff. We haven't really seen the Talonflame, but I'm wondering, there's not really as many targets for it as well on Tragicomics' side. I'm just looking at the attacks, and it looks like a Bubble is like the only higher, like the more turn, like a 3-turn attack that we have on Tragicomics' side.
Yep, and we also saw that it's a Water Gun Lantern as well, so the pressure is going to be constant. Let's see if he brings the Lantern. Both these trainers locked in, 1 game away for Tragicomics to go into the next round. It's a Sableye into a Gligar again.
And we'll have to see if these trainers want to play it out a little bit differently than they did game number 1. Tragicomics is probably saying, no, let's play it exactly the same here. Already going ahead. Remember last time they both went over on energy. Not this time. Immediately as soon as he gets it, throwing this foul play and still getting that shield off of Zweilous very early on in the game. Wants to keep that Gligar as healthy as possible.
Just looking at the backline for these 2 trainers, we see that Annihilate in the back. That is going to do a lot of work against these Zweilous, so it's imperative for Tragicomics to try and win the swap here, going for that Protect Shield, trying to get the Sableye to do a little bit more work against the Shadow Gligar.
Yeah, but going ahead, he's at double now, so Aerial Ace coming through. Tragicomics said, okay, that's good. At least it wasn't the dig. I know that I can probably survive this, and I'll be able to at least throw something. Will I get both shields here, or he's going to get the alignment that he is looking for? This is a very crucial moment in this matchup, even though it's only the very first Pokemon. Sees Wireless letting that go through. The Gligar is going down, and now Tragicomics gets to line up his back line with what is coming in.
Pivotal moment indeed. I think Tragicomics, looking at the above us now, is a very, very happy person. In comes the Lickitung swap, and he is now now probably confused what is happening. The Night Slash comes in really fast, probably a chip and dip strategy because you do not want your Lantern to be aligned against that Abomasnow.
Exactly, but at the same token, the Power Whip from this Lickitung is going to be doing nice damage. The problem with Lickitung is that its grass-type attack is not the same type attack bonus, so it's not going to be doing as much as it would be if it was coming from that Abomasnow. The Power Whip is going through. We're going to see it connect, but we're not going to see it knock out that Lantern. Lantern has a lot of bulk, only even bringing it down to about half health to the yellow. Lantern meanwhile just chugging away here, just pew-pewing until the surf goes off.
Great energy management there by Tragicomics just before Ziza Wireless gets to a Power Whip, goes for the Surf. Surf putting that Lickitung in the red. This is going to be insane to see how these two trainers decide to play it out. Full farm down there. What is happening?
And this is wonderful plays by Tragicomics. He doesn't want to win this matchup. He doesn't want the Abomasnow on the Lantern at all. Abomasnow getting any extra damage. Sees Wireless in the meantime wants to get as much energy as possible. Throwing this Surf, I like this play because he's getting the switch timers a little bit closer together. And then I think we're going to see the Annihilate come in, but not before at least Seas Wireless gets a couple of Powder Snows. You can see Tragicomics desperately tapping, not able to make it in time.
He does not able to make it, but this Annihilate is very healthy. In comes the IZ win. This is the easiest no shield if he has kept track of his energy, and that's exactly what happens. Amazing no shields by Tragicomics throughout the tournament. Let's see if this Annihilate will be able to punch down this Abomasnow slowly and steadily. It looks like it's going to be very close here.
This is also dangerous, though. He has to shield this one up. And the problem is, I believe there's still energy on that Lickitung. It only threw a body slam before, even though it's not going to be doing that much to Annihilate. But Annihilate is now double debuffed.
Ooh, double debuff, but it does have a Night Slash. Night Slash comes in, but no shields on the Annihilate side. Will Z's Wireless's Body Slam be enough to take out the Annihilate?
We're about to see because he just clicked it as well. The Body Slam is going through. If it's not, we see that the Tragicomics has also clicked. It's going to come down to the wire, Abby.
Is this enough? It's a resisted move. In comes a Body Slam and knocks out the Annihilate. What a game. We thought Tragicomics had this done and dusted, but Z's Wireless pulling the ace out of his sleeve.
Exactly. You can also see why he is already a special event champion. Seas Wireless paying to his best abilities there. And let's focus in on that mid-game there because both of them recognize what the other one needed to do. The Tragicomics could have knocked out the Lickitung with that Surf, but he did not want to give that Abomasnow any extra energy. And it turns out be able to throw that Body Slam and then have the switch timers misaligned again proves so advantageous for Z's Wireless there.
This is one of the things that I said that you would want to throw that Lickitung, that Lantern onto the Lickitung as early as possible because the last thing you need for your Lantern is to be aligned against the Abomasnow. That's exactly what happened here. Immediate swap into the Lickitung. It's okay if you lose that matchup, but your Annihilate would have had enough steam in it, enough HP to flip the Lickitung matchup, the later Abomasnow matchup as well. Very good heads-up play. Wireless, knowing what his win condition was, Tragicomics unfortunately made a small error that gave Zweiler's the game. Amazing gameplay from these two people.
But again, this is just going to emphasize what we've said before. Don't give up, trainers. Like sometimes it looks super what we call rock, paper, scissors, or maybe a scenario where it's like, I don't even understand how that other person won it, but playing to your own win conditions, recognizing what is best for you, what you can do to win the matchup, ended up really proving Z's Wireless capable of getting that game 2 and keeping him one more round in this tournament.
This could have been a very polarizing matchup. Z's Wireless flipping it, so now it's 1-1. Both these trainers need 1 point to go through. Tragicomics is still on a roll. This is the first loss that he's having in a long while now. Let's see if he shakes it off, shrugs it off, and then tries to pull up a win. Trainers, ZZ taking some more time to kind of understand Tragicomics, what he might bring there, and he will lock in his Pokemon soon.
And I am wondering, for the people who maybe remember Dex from previous times, also a French player, they have a very casual and relaxed stance while they're playing in the chair. I wonder if that does an extra mind game to your opponent. Be like, why do they look so chill?
Yeah, maybe chill is what you need. In comes a Lickitung. Lickitung is going to be met by the Greedent. Another bad lead for Z's Wireless.
As you saw earlier, Z's Wireless was my caster prediction to win it all, but I can't help wondering if this is really, really good streak by Charger Comics is about to continue as now this Charger Bug is locked against a Gligar, one of its worst counters.
One polarizing matchup after another. Charger Bug is met with the Gligar. Gligar can come out of this matchup with a lot of energy. Charger Bug going for another X-Scissor. Unfortunately, not enough to take out the Gligar. Gligar is getting loaded on energy.
Yeah, X-Scissor is a move that it's going to be doing a little bit, it has a little bit less energy to throw, so it is the more appropriate one to. Charger Comics getting a lot of energy himself, now throwing this dig, which looks like it's going no, it is going to be protected up by the Charger Bug.
Last minute shield there by Zizwiles, trying to do a lot of damage with these wall switches. Goes for another X-Scissor. Unfortunately, not enough, not too late. Another dig comes in. Dig gets another Protect Shield.
Wow, going double into this Charger Bug, putting it all on the Charger Bug here. The Charger Bus is going into action. This would be enough to knock out should the Charger Comics decide not to shield it. And Charger Bug then would have a lot of energy, but no shields. Looks like Charger Comics is going for those shields here, and we have to see what's coming back in. It's going to be that greeted, but you have to remember, I mean, the Sableye doesn't necessarily want to face that Lickitung either.
Yeah, Sableye doesn't want to face a Lickitung, but we have to also remember that it does have a 2-shield advantage to hide behind. It is a Shadow Sableye, so all the attacks that come in are going to do a lot of work, even against a bulky Pokemon like Lickitung. Greedent farming up a lot of energy, going for this Body Slam just before the battery Pokemon gets to another charge attack.
Yeah, the battery has been drained now as Charger Bug goes back into its ball, and we have to see now the Gligar is coming in. So all three have been revealed from these wireless here, and Charger Comics says, okay, that's not quite what I was expecting. Going for the Trailblaze here. I believe this is the first time we've seen it in a very long time, if at all. This will now boost the attack of the Greedent, and it's a little more energy.
I really liked how that Greedent threw the charge attack. It had a very cute wiggle to it, and the Trailblaze lands so much damage onto the Gligar. If Tragicomics, if he wants, can no-shield this and put everything on the Shadow Sableye for the end game.
That's exactly what he's going to do. The Shadow Sableye comes in, already got an aerial ace here, and I think this is exactly where he wants to. We might see an aggressive farm down as well to try to get as much energy as possible, because the licks of the body of the Lickitung are going to be coming in. Going to have to be going for these attacks soon. The Body Slam will have to probably be baited at some point, because the Power Whip is the thing that is going to connect for the Lickitung. Tragicomics throwing right before the Power Whip is even available.
Yeah, Foul Play comes in here. This is a huge heavy-hitting move, especially also because Sableye is a Shadow Pokemon, does a lot of damage onto this Lickitung. Foul Play again loaded, but both these trainers waiting. Tragicomics has been amazing with the calls, but this is the first time he makes the wrong one.
This is big. This is big because a lot of energy has been loaded, and these Shadow Claws are barely doing anything to this normal type Pokemon. Now out the Power Whip, and I think it was a miscount perhaps by Tragicomics here, because this Power Whip will now connect. He has so much energy on the Sableye, but the Sableye is going to be so low health, if not knocked out by this point.
Yeah, Power Whip does connect. Is this Foul Play enough? This is all he needs. This Foul Play should knock out this Lickitung. If it's not enough, this is going to be completely in control of. So it's not enough.
Forcing him now to go for double Foul Plays. This was the only win condition he felt at that point once he called the bait wrong. He needed a Foul Play for the Lickitung and for the Gligar. Unfortunately for him, not being able to, the Gligar will be able to wing attack down, and Zizwiles stays in the tournament.
What a insane performance. Brilliant gameplay from Zizwiles. Polarizing matchups, game number 2 and game number 3, flipping it on its head. Great trainer. This shows why he is the reigning Barcelona special event champion. This shows why he's still in contention to be the 2-time champion as well.
Yeah, you can see on his side too, he's kind of wondering how he did that. And the double shielding of the Charger Bug turned out to be very, very crucial for him. You have to wonder in those mid-games. Again, trainers, don't give up. He was a very polarizing lead, very polarizing mid-game, still ended up winning that matchup to stay in the tournament. Congratulations, Zizwiles. I believe the last German battler in the Dortmund Regional as well to make it so far.
Yeah, I'm really surprised at the outcome of this match. Of course, Tragicomics did not really want to pull up a shield. He wanted to save it all for that Sableye. Unfortunately, that strategy did not work out. Maybe understanding that it's such a polarizing matchup, like Greedent into a Lickitung, you would you would, as a battler, want to preserve this throughout the game. Unfortunately, making a little bit of a misread. That Gligar came up, Gligar as well as had a little energy there, little energy here, and unfortunately got to the aerial ace against the Sableye, forced him to spend a shield, and that was what made the difference.
Still absolutely incredible plays by both battlers there, and congratulations, Tragicomics, the farthest that he's gotten in a regional so far, doing it with the Greedent as well, getting some nice championship points, and really giving us a show. Zizwiles ending his 8-game win streak, I believe.
Yeah, I'm still amazed, and I think it was the cutest thing that I've seen. You have your Umbreon, but the Greedent with the wheel and then the Trailblaze, that was so cute to see.
I think that is incredibly funny, and maybe more people bring Greedent just for this moveset alone. It's like when you see the attacks of some Pokemon, I would like to see that one more often. Another one that I really like that he always makes fun of me about is I love it when Umbreon gets attacked and its little paw goes up in the air. I mean, what are some of your favorite animations?
Ooh, for me, I really like, actually I really don't have a lot of favorite animations. I have this one, but my favorite fast attack animation is the water gun by the Rainy Castform. I call it pew 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 because it's so cute.
It's basically like spitting it out at the ground. Yeah, we haven't seen many Rainy Castforms, and I think it's just because Lantern has really taken over as the water electric type of choice. The Rainy Castform, of course, does have an electric type move, but since it is just a pure water form, it does not do as much damage.
Yeah, talking about water electric types as well, we saw Zweilous do a lot of work with that Charger Bug. We have Martin ready with Zweilous so that we can get some more insights into this amazing battler's mind.
Hello, we are here with an interview with Zweilous, our previous winner. Congratulations, Zweilous, on that tremendous win. How is the European cuisine looking?
Thank you so much, Martin. I have to say I'm a big fan of the French cuisine, actually. Not only because the French language gave us the word cuisine, but also because of Tackle Greedent. And even though I managed to eke out a victory by the smallest of margins, bringing this Pokemon to a tournament like this one and piloting it to top 5, I think, it's super impressive. I want to give a big shout out to Tragicomics for doing that.
He is pretty known to be a Spice Lord. He does like those off-meta picks. What was your idea? How were you going to deal with the Tackle Greedent?
So I knew that my Lickitung looked pretty strong into everything that wasn't Greedent. So it was basically me maneuvering around the Greedent and trying to get it into matchups where I win certain shield scenarios, because if you look at the team sheets, most of our Pokemon had actually very neutral play against each other. Like, I do think my Obama Snow kind of prevented stuff like Elantra and Gligar Core from coming out, which is otherwise pretty popular, so I had that going for me and knew when I could save swap certain Pokemon. But yeah, like, at the end of the day, I just had to make some crazy plays, honestly, because the alignment didn't always work out in my favor at all.
I saw that, yeah.
And I just had to go for like a Hail Mary play. And yeah, getting shields down, or at least trying to get shields down with Charger Bug versus Gligar was like, okay, what am I even doing here? And then he just lets it go and probably doesn't need swap. And I already, like, I want to apologize to Tragicomics for saying GG's at that moment in time when the Gligar swapped into my Charger Bug. I thought it was over. And it would have been over in like 99 out of 100 cases, but somehow I managed to pull through.
Yeah, sometimes that happens, right? Did you think in the moment that you would win that battle, especially when he answered your your Charge Bug with his Gligar?
Like, the one thing that I thought, and like my brain was working overtime during that battle, because I have an Annihilate on my team of 6. So if you bring Greedent in the lead, it needed to be 2 Annihilate answers in the back. And I had hoped for something like a softer answer and not a Gligar when I swapped the Charger Bug, because I felt like, oh, Abomasnow was so strong game 2. The Gligar will be on the bench. It wasn't on the bench, but I also knew that the Sableye, which he brought every game, would be lurking in the back. So I felt like if I could position Lickitung well, it would have a positive matchup in the end. But yeah, everything working out with successful baits, with the right calls, with the right overfarms. Yeah, it was just like really, really precision play, and I'm glad that I could do that again in day 2.
It just fell right into place at the very end, right? I have another question for you. How do you feel about being the last German standing on your home turf?
I have to say, our real battle is against the Americans. We have to bond together.
You are correct, yeah.
We have to bond together to defeat the Americans. We have managed to successfully defend Dortmund from them. Next step will be to win an American tournament. So that is where my main focus is at right now.
So are you going to any American tournaments soon?
Yes, I will be at the North American International Championship.
Me too!
In June.
We will do it together.
Yeah, it will be in New Orleans, which is such a great city to host such an event.
I'm very excited for that. Thank you. Is there anyone you would like to give a shout out to?
I want to give a shout out to my entire family watching at home. My mom, my dad, my sister, and my brother. You might know him as Jonkis, the content creator. I want to give a shout out to all my friends at Sharks and Recreation, which is my grassroots PvP team, and also all the homies over at the Wholesome Hangout.
Thank you so much, Rhinos, and I wish you the best of luck in your next rounds.
Thanks so much.
Now, let's head back to the casters.
Oh my goodness, an incredibly fun interview with Wireless, the last German standing, and I think he's really put a call to action to a lot of the Europeans saying, okay, if a North American person has come over here to win this, this is exactly what we got to do back to them.
This is the opportunity. This is the time to assemble our dream team and then send the dream team back to America.
Yeah. Now, this is a good point that he brought up. We're in Germany, he's the last German, Dortmund, but it's like halfway through the season. It's a little over half for Europe at least. What have you seen so far, or what are some things that really stand out to you?
I think it's how the meta evolves, right? So when the meta starts, we see a lot of the common picks. Slowly and steadily, we see Pokemon pushed out of the top meta. We saw Medicham always taking the pole position, then slowly getting pushed out. Lickitung then comes in, Lickitung Gligar comes in, and then we see the Poliwrath come in, change the meta completely, and then last but not the least, we saw the Annihilate come in and completely flip the meta.
There's so many things that have happened this year for us in the Pokemon Go Championship Series. This series just continues to get better and better. You know, we've had championship points, we have open team sheets. We have a discussion that we actually had beforehand with the other casters, and we want to go ahead and let you guys in on a little bit of this as well.
Pokemon trainers, it's been a fantastic 2024 season so far. There's been some amazing battles, regionals across this season. I wanted to come to you two and see, we're kind of at the halfway point now. What do you think, Amanda, in terms of how the season's gone?
This season has been super interesting, I think, for Pokemon Go for a multitude of reasons. One, it's the first for Europe that's actually being live on the Twitch stream, so this is pretty cool that everyone across the globe can really see these European trainers and see how we're doing. But also there's been an introduction of championship points, which is really, really big for Pokemon Go. Before, it was only the first place and second place getting their invites to Worlds, but now we're seeing so many people qualify, and already a lot. But Martijn, I don't think you're on the list quite yet.
I'm getting there. I am moving up on the leaderboard as well, and that's because of local tournaments as well. They have been introduced since November in Europe, and players now have the opportunities to attend those. And usually you can only get them through regional championships. Now you also can get up to 50 from a cup in local championships and 15 from challenges there. So that really adds up, and we already see quite some players who have qualified so far in the 2024 season.
Yeah, there's been some fantastic players. I've already made that cut, which for Europe is 400 points, I believe. So there are, of course, many more regionals to come as well. I personally have been hosting a local challenge in Manchester on a monthly basis, and I'm looking to do another in a few other cities nearby as well. So very excited. It's always also nice just to see my fellow friends and battlers.
Yeah, I completely agree. And that's been the cool thing as well with the introduction of these points, seeing the leaderboard updates. We see how many players are so close to getting their Worlds qualifications as well. So then it's like, I know that Stone Collection, for instance, is only 10 CP away, and he could be doing it in Dortmund this weekend in Germany. Or we could see like people like Paula Shaw, who did so well last season, not quite qualified, already on the rise as well.
They may already have it by now, even.
That's true.
Yeah, really great addition in my opinion, because getting to second or first place is something that's very tough in the current format, and with the meta changing about every season as well, is very challenging for Pokemon Go players. So I'm a big fan of the local tournaments and the championship points added to Pokemon Go.
One thing that is kind of nerve-wracking, however, is in Liverpool, we had an American come over, and someone from NA come over, stealing that first place title from EU. And I think a lot of Europeans are now chomping at the bit to be able to do the same perhaps to NA.
Oh yeah, for sure. So I'm sure some people will be considering a few trips over to the US, maybe NAIC. I heard maybe Martijn, you might be.
I am assembling the Europeans.
Ah, excellent stuff, excellent stuff. But yes, so we'll see how many more fantastic battles we have. Maybe for those of you watching at home, you might spot some of these European trainers. You might see them at another European region, or dare I say it, at a North American one. Who knows?
Here we are again, Adele, and we are about to move into a top 4 after the match that we have coming up soon. And you know what top 4 means? You win a medal!
Oh yes, it's guaranteed medals from 4th all the way up to 1st. The question is, what color would you like?
Gold. I'll take gold.
Okay. I'll take silver because I think it would be a struggle. If you've gone for gold, I wouldn't want to contest with that. I'd want to give you your time in the limelight.
That's awesome.
I'm a very kind person, so I'll settle for silver. No, but in all seriousness, the next match we have is two absolutely fantastic players, Arceus Aurelius, who we've seen, and Icelandic Lapras, who was a pick from one of the casters and has potential.
Yeah. However, let's take a look first at what you guys have to say on our social post. Now let's see. We have here Ross loving the hype and fun in the chat of the Dortmund Regional Championship. We see Arceus Aurelius, who won a battle, and a judge saying, "Oh my, OMG, so hype!"
Wow, I think we recognize who that judge might be. That's the Nut, of course. Felix, otherwise known as Felix, he is the epitome of excitement here, I think.
Yeah, this is his hype face indeed. I do see it quite often on social media, and here is...
Just the sheer hesitation there. Sheer hesitation. We can see Amanda demonstrating why out of all the casters, she's clearly the best one. Isn't that right, Martijn?
No, I was helping her evolve her Annihilate. That's clearly what this is. This was not like some battles we were doing on the setup. Definitely not.
Hang on, wait. So if you were helping her train her Annihilate, why did you still manage to win one despite this?
Accidentally.
You just can't help you being that good. Is that what you're saying?
Sure. Yeah. I just want to make... Oh, and here we see the best thing about regional championships is seeing your friends with Koning Lionheart. You know what? I also posted one of these at Liverpool, and then he replied with, "Yeah, it probably is if you don't make day 2. Right?
Oh, yeah.
Right? And now look at you, Leo. Oh, so unfortunate. But at least you get to see your friends.
Yeah, of course. The most important thing, apart from getting to day 2, of course, and for many of these trainers, they have made it to day 2. And oh, look! Oh, that's a very pretty picture. I wonder who took that.
Yeah, that's all of it. Oh, actually, this tweet is from you as well.
Oh, yes. So this is again, talks about the community. We had a lovely gathering. So a couple of friends came over, well, more than a couple. And you can just see how many beautiful faces there are, including some of the casters, some of the staff, and many of these fantastic battlers. This is what it's all about, I say.
Yeah, like Leo also posted, it's also about seeing all your friends. It really is. It really is.
Yeah, absolutely. I enjoy interactions with everybody. The friendships you make last a lifetime. And of course, we have two trainers now who know each other, who've battled each other before, and now they get to battle each other again. But Icelandic Lapras was speaking to me earlier, and he said, "I'm not too sure about this matchup, if I'm being honest."
Yeah, the Manda Buzzard has been so good for him so far. Now has to face the Abomasnow, the Azumarill. Well, if you can face Cresselia with it, that'd be great. But if it's on Registeel, those are 3 Pokemon Mandibus does not fare well against. So that's difficult, right? You have that one Pokemon, you really depend on your whole tournament. It's practically unusable.
Yeah, I would say so as well. So what do you do instead? That is the question. What Pokemon is worth bringing in against Arceus Aurelius' side? I do like the look of Icelandic Lapras' Charger Bug on quite a few. The X's are useful against Abomasnow. Charge electric attacks on Azumarill. X's are on Cresselia. And even the Talonflame is not great, but there's play, right?
And Registeel, you resist all the charge attacks that Arceus Aurelius has on his Registeel on that Charger Bug. So that gives Charger Bug a lot of play there. Yeah, I do agree with you. And maybe that might lead Arceus Aurelius to bring the Whiscash more often if he does recognize that. In fact, there's not really anything on this Icelandic Lapras team that really hard counters the Whiscash. Obviously, there is the Cresselia with the Grass Knot, and the Lickitung with the Power Whip, and the Mandibuzz with the immense bulk. But other than that, Whiscash looks kind of fine here. Well, we're about to find out there, Adelian. We have Icelandic Lapras on the left. We have Arceus Aurelius on the right. We have Lickitung into Cresselia.
So this is a slight advantage for Icelandic Lapras. He'll be happy to see Cresselia here. A relatively safe option, a reliable option on Arceus Aurelius' side. But those licks will be dealing super effective damage onto Cresselia. You can just see a differential in the health already between these two Pokemon.
Yeah, depending on how these Pokemon are trained, Cresselia actually might be able to win this zero shield scenario. So if both Pokemon are not using any shields, to Future Sight with the Psycho Cuts adding up may knock out the Lickitung, and even despite taking super effective damage from the fast attacks from Lickitung the whole time, Cresselia still might be able to win this matchup.
Yes, Cresselia might have some play here. Let's see what Icelandic Lapras does. Going for it does have the energy for another Body Slam already, and it's able to throw it before Cresselia can get to another Future Sight. Well, sorry, Future Sight was there, but Arceus Aurelius opting to not throw that, and now he does launch it. And at this range, it'll be close, but I don't think it KOs, does it?
No, I don't think so, but he might get the Psycho Cut down from this Cresselia on the Lickitung. No, it looks like this Lickitung is very well trained going into the Wish Cache. But man, this is tough because this Lickitung gets to a Power Whip before that. If Arceus Aurelius doesn't know, yeah, he does realize this is a Power Whip. I have to protect my Wish Cache here. Now, this is also the best Wish Cache answer that Icelandic Lapras brought on this line. However, now he swaps in his own Shadow Wish Cache, and Scald is going to do a lot of damage, and it can debuff.
Yes, and this is going to be a crucial moment. Icelandic Lapras really doesn't want to see a debuff here, but we know how common it's been, and he does get the debuff!
Yeah, very fortunate. Now, another one. Chat, type 1 if you think this will debuff. I want to know your thoughts if this this is a 50-50, right? And it will be very crucial in this matchup. Scald comes through, does a sizable amount of damage, and no debuff!
Oh, that is so good for Arceus Aurelius as he's able to launch another Scald. You can see the reaction on Icelandic Lapras' face. He's not happy about that whatsoever. Another Scald coming in, and another debuff!
Another one, and now going for another Scald. But because he's double debuff, the Scald of this Wish, Shadow Wish Cache, will not knock out that of Arceus Aurelius.
Oh, right, so that means it'll be pretty close. There is a decent amount of health left. Again! And oh, no debuff twice in a row, what's going on?
Yeah, I think a Mud Bomb actually may have been enough here because it is Shadow Wish Cache. Looks like Arceus Aurelius just going for the Scald just in case Icelandic Lapras would shield this Wish Cache. Now what comes in? You still have the Lickitung at very low HP as Icelandic Lapras, just in case you need to clear a debuff. And looks like, oh, keeping that Mud Bomb. Also, I believe one much of the way from a potential Scald to deal more damage. I really like this play from Arceus Aurelius, but now he is switch locked. He cannot catch a charge attack, and he has to take the X-Scissors on this Abomasnow, which are super effective.
Yes, this is not ideal. However, the Icy Wind is able to be launched before an Exeggutor can cause any major damage. And I think this is going to give Arceus Aurelius a bit of an advantage in this unfavorable matchup. Charger Bug taking neutral damage here. One more Volt Switch and the Exeggutor is now launched. With the debuff, however, I think this will do a teeny bit less damage. Maybe Abomasnow survives too.
I think barely, not into the red.
Oh,
yeah, it does a very good amount of damage here. But, oh, trying to make the catch, unable to. Arceus Aurelius making sure he times his attack very well. And in that case, Icelandic Lapras did not get the chance to catch his attack. We do see the shield here. We also know that there is a Mud Bomb stored on the Wish Cache. And there's still a little bit of HP left on the Cresselia. So this looks very good for Arceus Aurelius at this point.
Yes, it looks absolutely fantastic here. Another Icy Wind coming in. And there's just so much damage that this Abomasnow is able to do. With the main real threat that Charger Bug can offer is with the Exeggutor, and it's not been able to get as many off. Icelandic Lapras, therefore, really in on the back seat now.
Yeah, and it's kind of unfortunate, right? I think that Icelandic Lapras had the Scald debuffs basically in his favor for most of the tournament, but in this battle, unfortunately, it was on the other side. Was also unfortunate, we only just had our Barboach Spotlight. So, you know,
yeah.
I told Abhinav after the Portland Regional Championship that he won, like his Wish Cache just was not debuffed. I told him, please go play the Spotlight. You may need more Wish Cache that like can actually debuff. And unfortunately for Icelandic Lapras, he cannot get a new Wish Cache, or not as quickly.
Yes, yes, absolutely. I think it was unfortunate for Icelandic Lapras. I think there was a lot of favor with the luck factor with Scald that Icelandic Lapras was going to struggle with when he didn't get it twice in a row. I think maybe even 3 times. It's just, it's unbelievable.
Can be decisive, right?
Yeah, oh, it very much was so.
I am not sure, honestly, if it actually was. Let's say that Arceus Aurelius, his Pokemon was knocked out, his Wish Cache, then the Abomasnow would come in and get a head start in energy on the Charger Bug. So in that case, I think even without a debuff, Arceus Aurelius may have been pretty fine.
Yeah, I think so. I can agree with you there. I can agree with you.
Yeah, and what I'm also surprised about, we saw no Talonflame. There's only the Wish Cache on Icelandic Lapras' side, and he didn't use it. It's kind of surprising me, because Talonflame otherwise could just run through your whole team.
Yeah, it could do.
Or sorry, there was Wish Cache. There was no Talonflame. That's what I'm surprised about.
Yes, no, I understand what you're saying. I'm now just thinking to myself, I'm in a perplexed position here because I'm trying to work out what Icelandic Lapras would change, because I don't like the fact that the Scalds didn't activate, but I can't also
just debuff them.
Sorry?
Just take the other side of the coin flip. It's that easy.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, control that bit and you're absolutely fine. Oh yeah, that was no problems at all. And Arceus Aurelius is now going to feel a lot more confident. He was so energetic going into this battle. Icelandic Lapras, I think, less confident about the matchup, and that's reflecting perhaps in the scoreline. But we hope that he can come back. Maybe not.
Oh my goodness, that's a lead for Arceus Aurelius, and Icelandic Lapras has to swap into Cresselia. But you know what this means? The Abomasnow can just debuff and you can swap into your next Pokemon. on.
Yes, that is absolutely right. Icy Wind now coming in. Very sensible play here by Arceus Aurelius. Now, a guaranteed debuff, no shield on Icelandic Lapras' side. Makes a lot of sense. And then let's see the swap into the Talonflame of all things.
Yeah, Talonflame can take these attacks better than Arceus Aurelius' own Whiscash. So deciding to keep that Abomasnow and then go into the Talonflame, which doesn't have a great matchup against the Whiscash as well. But however, I believe you probably still have to use a shield here. Even after chipping this Cresselia, the Fly will not knock out yet. And so I think we're going to see a Protect Shield, yes, and then Flame Charge, and then get the Incinerate down to have all this energy for the Whiscash.
Yes, this looks like the plan. I actually am, in a way, that Icy Wind debuff onto the Cresselia was somewhat immaterial here because even,
I do agree.
Yeah, even with those two debuffs, sorry, with the debuff, two Flame Charge, not Flame Charge will KO, and the one, does he get an extra bit of farm in? Oh, he just manages it.
Even more energy for Arceus Aurelius. Yes, I do agree, because let's say you don't debuff here, that means that your Talonflame will be lower, but it still would require a full Scald. But maybe Icelandic Lapras goes into the Charger Bug. No, he does opt for that Whiscash, and this Fly is going to deal so much damage.
Yes, it's boosted, and you just see just that one Incinerate chipped away as Shadow Whiscash is held there. A shield coming in now from Icelandic Lapras as he desperately protects that Whiscash, but there is another Fly that could be launched, and indeed it is the Snow Shield this time, but this is going to do so much damage.
Talonflame is coming, it's flying onto the Whiscash, and man, that's so much damage, just straight into the red, and you still have to throw a charge attack here. Look at those Incinerators adding up, and go for the Skull to barely knock out. I think Mudpole may have been enough, but no, going to shield this. If this doesn't debuff, the Incinerate might knock out the Whiscash.
Yes, it will do, I reckon. So does Arceus Aurelius stay in? No, an instant swap, and now Whiscash into Charger Bug, and this is going from bad to worse for Icelandic Lapras.
Arceus Aurelius has all the answers for whatever Icelandic Lapras brought here. Getting the alignment on the Charger Bug here. It's not the worst matchup, but it's also not exactly favorable, because you see that two Accessor want to take out this Whiscash.
No, it will not, and I think for Icelandic Lapras, he is running out of options. It seems everything has to be done with this Charger Bug, and it has the health right now, but how much longer will it have it? Those Scalds are coming in soon. This Exos are going to soften up the Whiscash even further, but it will not KO. What can Charger Bug do?
Yeah, Charger Bug is kind of stuck here. Going to take another Scald. We didn't see a debuff on the last one. How unfortunate it is. It might not be necessary entirely, but it would be a nice plus to have your Whiscash a little bit healthier there. Now we do see an attack drop. Whiscash does, Charger Bug does get to that Axis there, but looks like Icelandic Lapras is not opting to go for the Axis there.
Yes, I think he recognizes that even were he to launch the Exisor, there is just too much at stake here. Going into the try and get a potential catch on his own Whiscash, not managing it. Charger Bug coming back in, going for the Exisor just for a little bit of funsies to try and break the Whiscash of Arceus Aurelius side, but there is a full health, or relatively full health, Abomasnow there.
I think the last resort was hoping that you would catch the charge attack from Arceus Aurelius here, but unable to. And Arceus Aurelius wins this match. You can already see him. No, you don't see him anymore because he's standing up. He's celebrating already. And that means
he's on his knees. He's on the floor.
He is top 4. He won a medal.
This is the highest Arceus Aurelius has ever been in. It means that much to him. You can see it from the reaction. Don't cry, don't cry. It's not time for that yet. Wait until you win the championship.
I wonder if he can hear us. Can you do a little dance move if you can hear us, Arceus? No, he's still celebrating. He can't believe it. He's very happy. He got this far in Bochum last season as well, and now in Dortmund he is getting to top 4, getting closer to that final, the final battles here.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, honestly, the emotion is overwhelming here. For those of you watching at home, this is what it's all about. The joy that comes from being here, from competing at that level, it is etched on every contour of Arceus Aurelius' face here.
Yeah, his emotions are overcoming him, and it's beautiful to see. He's moving on to the top 4, where I believe he faces Zweilous soon, which is also a great player, and they may have played before in Bochum as well, where both players were last season as well. So yeah, big congratulations to him. And yeah, at worst case, you have a medal at least, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like there are actually players that
that really like to own the title 4th place regional finalist. It's actually something in the community. And, you know, if you are still in this tournament now, you are at least the 4th place regional finalist.
Yes, we are at a top 4. The creme de la creme are here. One of these 4 fantastic trainers is going to be your Dortmund regional champion. We have Cacton, we have Colin 6, we have Zweilus or Arceus Aurelius, and to be honest, all of these names are so grandiose.
Yeah.
Could be any of them.
It's incredible. Let's take a look at the winners bracket real quick to see from how far we got here. We see here at the start, we see that Cashton beat Icelandic Lapras and Colin beat Zweilus. And we just saw Icelandic Lapras getting knocked out, but Zweilus is still in. Soon we will see Cashton versus Colin 6. I believe that is our next matchup, which will be a best out of 5. Both players are already top 3, and the loser of this battle will move to the losers finals. We will then play against the winner of Zweilus against Arceus Aurelius.
Yes, and so for those of you who need a reminder, don't forget, when we get to day 2, when we get to a winners final, a losers final, and of course the grand final, these best of 3s become best of 5s. And the question you ask is why? It's because we want to test these trainers out a little bit more against each other.
We just want more battles.
Yeah, exactly. And so, don't forget as well, as it's a double elimination, I'm sure you have not forgotten this, because it's a double elimination bracket, let's say we do get to the grand finals, and the person coming from the losers bracket is able to win that best of 5. There is a bracket reset and a new set of 5. So don't go anywhere, because there could potentially be 20 or so battles to come, give or take, if you add it all up together.
So
Maybe more.
I am unbiased as caster who wins, but I am very much biased towards a really good bracket reset and another grand finals. I believe for the last few finals we did have a bracket reset pretty much every single time. I believe in Gdansk, in Stuttgart and Liverpool, in all those 3 we had a bracket reset. In Lille as well. Here we have our winners final. This will be a best out of 5. Cashton against Colin 6. This will be very interesting. I believe we have on the left a more meta team, a more safe team, something that already has been used before, has been proven to be successful before. And on the right we have more of that anti-meta vibe with that Abomasnow Talonflame core. Talonflame has been so good for Colin.
Yes, that core, I feel, is becoming the signature core of this tournament. Abomasnow, Talonflame, and I think therefore there were other players saying that maybe the time has come to bring in more rock types back into the fray to deal with this core. So maybe an adaptation for future tournaments. But for now, Abomasnow runs supreme on the land with its glacial powers, freezing anything in its path, and at the skies, Talonflame reigns supreme, burning fire everywhere. And between the 2 of those environments, there isn't much room for anyone.
Well, there's room for Bastion.
There is room for Bastion.
Those are core breakers.
Yeah.
Yeah, here we see the team from Cashton. I think that the team from Colin lines up very well here. It is basically really only one answer for the Talonflame, which is the Wish Cache. And there's actually 2 answers to that Abomasnow, right? The Annihilate and the Steel Wing Skarmory. With Air Slash, it actually wasn't that bad for Abomasnow, but that was Steel Wing, it just does a little bit better. And here we see again the team from Colin.
Yes, on Colin's side, I like the Azumarill there with the traditional Ice Beam play rough that we have seen many a time. I love the fact that you have Icy Wind on the Abomasnow there. It is so useful, helps with that Lickitung matchup. But this is all in all a relatively meta team full of reliable staples that have a track record for doing well. We have the most popular and perhaps the only counter user really used nowadays, which is Annihilate as well. This team is rock solid, I say.
Yeah, absolutely. So 2 more points that I want to point out here. Up until now, Cashton has not lost a single battle. All his wins were 2-0. Wow. Very impressive. And what I also want to point out, he is the last French battler remaining. We started with, I believe, like 4 or 5 French battlers on the day.
Yeah.
Now he's the last man standing.
Yes.
We have 4 different nationalities. And we know that the French community is... They're here. We will hear them if Cashton will win.
Oh, absolutely. We will. Every fantastic play he makes will elicit something from the crowds. But this is perhaps the tallest challenge yet. Think of the legacy that Colin 6 has. Already a regional champion and wants to make it 2 in the same season. reaching a title only achieved by Dunebug in the North America region. How cool would it be to add his name to that very short list?
Really cool. I kind of want to be the first player, but I guess it's not for me. It might be for Colin, though. Yeah, he's already been very successful, and yeah, he already won so many championship points so far. I believe this will push him into the top 3 if he were to succeed here.
Yes, and so 5 battles, potentially, 5 ways to trick the mind of your opponent, to have a play with them. What would you do? You are a brilliant trainer in your own sense, inadequacy. Is there anything that makes you scream out, go, if I was on one of these teams, this is the one Pokemon I'd pick? Talonflame. Okay, we're going with Talonflame.
Incinerate.
Incinerate. It took me a moment to get that pun. I really enjoy that. I'm going to call that as well more often. Whenever now there is a farm down with Incinerate, that's what we're going to do. I do like the look of Cacton's Dugong here. I think it's been
Dugong looks very good.
Yeah, it's a very safe staple. Has a bit of play against most things, and even if it struggles against, say, the Annihilate, it can still debuff with the Icy Wind, allowing for farm down with the next Pokemon that comes in.
Yeah, exactly. I'm very curious to see what both players are going to bring. I'm definitely expecting Dugong. I'm not sure about Talonflame. Here we go. We have the Annihilate into the Lickitung. I would say this is somewhat of a neutral matchup, but it's slightly in favor of that Annihilate.
Yes, indeed it is. So counters are going to be raining thick and fast, and Lickitung countering with the super effective Licks here, going for an immediate Night Slash. Of course, we know how many times Cacton has been getting boosts recently. It would be very nice to have one very early on in this matchup. Night Slash coming in, then is there going to be a boost?
Oh, it is, of course. It's the French, and now going into the Talonflame immediately. And I love this play from Colin because now he forces out the Annihilate, which basically removes the boost here. Going for the Flame Charge, we need to buff the Incinerate, but you know what Dugong's going to do? He's just going to remove it.
Yes, so this is going to be a fight of buff versus debuff. Flame Charge coming in, doing a bit of damage here, and then one more Ice Shell coming through. It's very good for Cacton to throw the Icy Wind straight away, get that debuff to try and neutralize the attack before the Incinerate is landed for the second time. And he shields the Talonflame.
In last second shield. I am not too sure if you win this matchup with shields up, but because he already landed one neutral Flame Charge, right? There was no Ice Wind on it yet. He may be able to just incinerate this down, but looks like he's going for the fly and letting the Dugong go. Now the Annihilate and the Lickitung are remaining, and both aren't really great against the energy of the Talonflame.
No, they aren't, and this is where you said earlier, Martijn, that Talonflame would be decisive in this matchup, and it looks like it will do exactly that. There is a race now to get to another charge attack, which Talonflame does win, but Lickitung, the bulkiest safe swap ever, can be used as well, but no, Cacton's shielding.
Yeah, shield, realizing this might deal the most damage, and I think that Cashton also might expect that Whiscash in the back from Colin, because there's not really a hard answer on his team. Dugong is one of the better ones, Lickitung is one of the better ones, and I think Cashton just really went entirely neutral against the Whiscash from Colin. I'm expecting the Lickitung to come back in here.
Yes, so when Lickitung comes back in, the hope is that Colin 6 can align that Whiscash against Annihilate and outpace it to an extent, or at least be able to take a no-swapping into the Annihilate straight away on Cacton's side, but not before Colin 6 is able to launch a Power Whip, which will do a huge amount of damage and does go shielded by Cacton at the very last second.
Yeah. Now going into the Whiscash to avoid that Lickitung, but this Annihilate has so much energy. I do believe that Scald might be able to almost knock it out. This Shadow Ball won't do as much as a Power Whip, but it's very respectable damage. Colin is letting it go, and I think this will put Whiscash barely not into the red.
Yeah, it does. You are absolutely right. And so now racing to get another charge attack off. Scald coming in. No shield on Cacton's side. He's relying on the bulk of Annihilate to withstand this. But Scald is such a high damaging move. It just about survives.
And it gets to the Night Slash.
Oh, that is decisive. That is going to force a shield from Colin 6 if he chooses to do so. But would he let it go and keep that shield? No.
Shield.
Last minute shield.
Last second decision. Wanting to get the shields from the Lickitung. Perhaps go for a debuff here. And no, he's unable to because the Lickitung gets to the Body Slam.
And Body Slam is definitely at this range going to KO the Whiscash here. Colin desperately was trying to get that Scald off, but not managing to do so. And down the Whiscash goes, and now we're stuck with the mirror match, but we know how this is going to end. They are relatively even on energy, but Cacton's Lickitung has so much more health.
Yeah, Lickitung just licking away here. And I think at this point, Colin knows that this is very tough. It was a very tough game in general. And I think that getting to the nicest at the very last HP on a Whiscash was very decisive in this battle. As the last Body Slam is going through, we now have Cashton up by 1-0 against Colin.
Wow, that is amazing from Cacton there. The knockout is secured. The crowd cheers immediately. The first statement is made by Cacton. I do not care if you are a regional champion. I'm not bothered if you're Colin 6.
Yeah.
I will still beat you. I am a trainer worthy of accolades in my own right.
Yeah, exactly. And he is 1-0 up right now against that player. That's already so impressive. I saw Lindas Rajev in chat earlier, probably shaking his boots because now it might mean that someone will take his record of being unbeaten.
Yes, that will be true, and you never know. These two trainers, Kashtan and Arjef, maybe in the future, if Kashtan continues to do well, to succeed, maybe both of these trainers will see each other and face each other at Honolulu at the World Championships. How amazing would that be?
It's very possible. Kashtan doesn't really have a lot of championship points up until now, but you know, after such a successful regional championship, and perhaps you can add it up with local tournaments as well, those championship points, you might get very quickly to that qualification, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. You might just do exactly that. He is the talisman of the French, but let's not take anything away from Colin 6. This is 1-0 in a best of 5, and we have seen Colin return fire, turn things around very quickly and very easily. So I have no doubts in my mind this match is far from over.
Yeah, let us know in the chat who you think is going to win this. Kashtan is 1-0 up now. He hasn't dropped a single game yet, but Colin is the one European player who has won 2 regional championships already. So yeah, I think we were correct in our predictions. We did see both the Dugong and the Talonflame. I do fully expect the Whiscash again from Colin, just because there's not really a hard answer from Kashtan. Kashtan has been playing to that the whole time, because there's like Whiscash on every single team, so he's basically just going neutral to it.
Yes, and that makes a lot of sense. I like this. I like Kashtan's tactics this entire time. They've worked so well. It seems to be that he is always one step ahead. He's now indicating to his opponent that perhaps he is ready, he is in the zone. You can see how focused his mind is on the battle at hand. Nothing else matters, just victory as we go into game 2.
Yeah, we have the Annihilate into the Skarmory. This is generally not super favorable for Annihilate, but with shields up, it's very fine. The Steel Wings from the Skarmory are neutral, so you still hang on here, but you don't want to take any of those flying charge attacks here.
Yes, I would expect shields to start being used straight away here. Both trainers over-farming quite a bit, going up to 10 counters worth or 10 Steel Wings before a Sky Attack is launched from Cacton. Immediate shield taken from Colin 6's side, so there's a small advantage already won.
Yeah, and in comes the Shadow Ball here. We see if Kashtan will call it or not. This will do a tremendous amount of damage. He won't get to another charge attack, but he does shield it up correctly. This is a great shield from Kashtan.
Yes, he's going to be very pleased to see the Shadow Ball there as we race to another charge attack. But now, Colin 6 opting for the Night Slash here, recognizing he may not make it to another Shadow Ball and just wants to soften this Skarmory up. And another shield!
Another shield. This would not have dealt as much damage. We don't see a boost this time. I think that Colin is just fine with getting the shield advantage here. Maybe that's why he went for the Night Slash. Let's see. He would get to another Night Slash if he were to shield this.
Yes, that is very, very true. So Sky Attack coming in, but I think he's happy to take a shield advantage here. And now he can perhaps bring in that Talonflame and win a no-shield scenario. That might be very problematic, but Lickitung instantly swapped in here, but Talonflame still has strength here.
I love this play from Kashtan. Realizing there's likely Talonflame in the back, I don't want to give that Talonflame too much energy. It will go wild on my team, especially when you didn't bring the Whiscash to answer the Talonflame. So bringing in one of his neutral Pokemon here, because he also has the Dugong in the back.
Yes, and the Dugong would be okay in some scenarios with a little bit of energy, but the Flame Charges are coming in, and the damage is starting to ramp up from Talonflame as Flame Charge boosts its attack. Lickitung really now struggling, and it is a charge attack priority event.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, this will knock out the Lickitung. The Body Slam is lost, and you still have to get rid of this Talonflame, which is only 2 Incinerates away from another charge stack here. You have no shield. The Fly is boosted. What are you going to bring in here?
It has to be that Dugong, surely. It's the only thing that can withstand the Fly, even when it's boosted, but it's still going to take a huge amount of damage in the process. Going for that Fly immediately, and Cacton worried, trusting in the defenses of Dugong as that Water and Ice type tries to withstand this.
Yeah, it does so much damage here. In comes the Lickitung to soak up damage here. Skarmory generally is quite decent against Lickitung, especially when debuff, but it's so low already. It has some energy, but the Talonflame's also still alive. It's still on the back line here. And in comes Skarmory. It has energy. What are you going to throw here? Go for the sky attack. Does Colin shield this?
Yes, I think he does. He wants to preserve as much health on Lickitung as possible here, because what I think he's trying to go for is trying to lick as much as possible and really soften up the Skarmory. No, going for the body slam immediately, trying to really make sure Skarmory is so low that it will not get to another charge attack after those licks.
Does so little damage though. Can it get there?
What are we going to say? It's going to be so close. Is he going to do it? So close.
No, let's get to the sky attack. That's very close. Will this be crucial? Because this will ease it up a lot for the Dugong. It will have energy for a power whip, but it is debuff. If the Dugong has enough momentum here, I think it has too little HP here, Adel.
Yes, I think I agree. I'm afraid even with the debuff, power whip is super effective, and there's just so little health, and Dugong, it just can't survive. The hit is there, and a knockout is secured. 1-1 in this decisive game of 5.
And Colin is taking a game from Cashton.
That is the first time we've seen this entire tournament, I believe.
Wow, can he stop Cashton? Lindos Roger still has his record now of being unbeaten in an entire tournament. But Cashton, you only lost one battle. It's not all lost yet. You only have to win 2 more to get to the grand finals from this point. But you have to make an adaptation. How are you going to deal with that Talonflame? You kind of have to bring the Wish Cash, no?
Yes, I think he will learn from that. Cashton just knows that he needs to adapt. He cannot rely on being so soft to Talonflame here. I suppose to give credit where credit is due, if this is the only loss he takes against one of the best trainers in Europe, a defending regional champion in Colin 6, it's not a bad way to take that one singular loss, but you need to get that momentum back in your favor and turn things around, and that starts, as you say, Nadequance, with that Whiskash, I feel.
Here's the thing, though. You say you need to stop the Talonflame, but how are you going to do that? Because I believe 5 of these 6 Pokemon lose to Talonflame when shields are up.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. But Cashton's gone up against Talonflame so many times before, and he's dominated every time.
This is the final boss. This is the final boss of the game.
And yeah, Colin 6, you can definitely see, if you walked into a Pokemon battlefield in the anime and you saw Colin 6 on the other side, just casually throwing like the Poltergeist with one hand, a Pokeball with the other, you'd be like, yeah, I'm a little bit intimidated, aren't I?
Yeah. So let's see how these trainers will adapt here. I fully expect Talonflame again. It has been so valuable for Colin in this whole tournament. There are so few lanterns in many of these stores. It dropped a lot, right? It used to be about 50% usage in the previous meta. Now it dropped to, I believe, around 20% or so. So 1 in 5 teams have a lantern, and the other ones don't wall Talonflame. But here we go. We have the Wish Cash into the Talonflame. This is exactly where Cashton wants it.
Okay, so Drashton in the driver's seat for now. Let's see if there is a reaction. No, an instant swap into the Azurill. A nice swap, but that's responded to by the Lickitung here. 2 bulky Pokemon facing off against each other, but we all know Lickitung has that power whip.
Yeah, I realized that even though Azumarill is the riskier switch here for Colin, you don't want to go into your other Pokemon and risk getting the Scald debuff and then being answered in the mirror. I think that's why Colin went into that Azumarill here, and perhaps also wanting to get some energy advantage on the Talonflame later. Power Whip is coming through. This will deal about 40% damage to the Azumarill.
Yeah, super effective, but Azumarill's bulk is so impressive, and it will be able to get to another play rough, not wasting any time, just going straight for it here to soften this Lickitung up. But Cashton more than happy to let this go because he knows he will still be able to reach another Power Whip.
Yeah, exactly. And look at how good this matchup can be for Lickitung, though. He's almost at 2 body slam going for the Power Whip. I think if you shield this as Colin, you might be able to flip the switch advantage. No, he just wants that energy on the Talonflame.
Yes, I think this will be very handy getting that Talonflame energy, because that also makes the matchup against Whiskash a bit more playable. 1 Incinerate is so imperative to have as an advantage, but Whiskash already has some energy as well.
Yeah, and going for the Scald here, this won't knock out the Talonflame just yet, but it will put it extremely low. You can compare the bulk to like a Shadow Gligar here.
Yes, absolutely. And is there going to be a debuff? And there is, but it's instantly taken away because he swaps out into the Lickitung, and Whiskash staying in to try and get another debuff off. No, saving it. Interesting, but clever.
Sacre bleu, what a genius! Just keeping that attack there for the Talonflame later, realizing my Skarmory can take any energy here. I'm even a shield up.
Yes, absolutely. Kashtan is on fire here in terms of his forward planning. Even in the heat of battle, he is thinking 10 steps ahead and also thinking about the battle at hand. Brilliant, brilliant play from a brilliant trainer. Colin Six really struggling now to try and get and tease some advantage back in his favor.
Yeah, Colin with his back to the wall here. Lickitung doesn't really have a great matchup here. The licks do add up, but the body slams are resisted, and it makes it very comfortable for the Skarmy to just soak up any energy here. Steel Wing allows it to charge up even quicker now. Body slam coming through. This will put Skarmy low, but it looks like Kashtan does not care. All the shields are for the Wishcash.
Do you reckon there's any scope to maybe bring that Talonflame in and maybe fight a farm down? No, not before another Sky Attack is launched, but Colin Six recognizing this will not KO, and he needs that shield for the Scald. But it's a Brave Bird!
Oh, that does so much damage! And yeah, you kind of can't shield that, right? Colin knows because there's a Scald loaded on the Talon. On the Wishcash, and Wishcash is still no-shooting just in case this would have been a flame charge.
And I don't think you even need a Scald here at this range. Mud Bomb's enough, so now the pressure is even more on. After 5 seconds and then 4 seconds, these Mud Bombs are going to come thick and fast, and I think Colin Six recognizes that.
Yeah, you just throw some mud in the air and Talonflame went down there. Let's see, I don't think Colin is shielding this because this looks like a very uphill battle. Scald will knock out this Lickitung, and it means Kashtan is 2-1 up against Colin.
What a dominant performance there. 2 shields up, 2 games, so 1 more needed to get into that grand final. This is what is on the line. This battle, and whoever wins it, will let them decide whether they are first or second. That is guaranteed if they go 1 step further. And for Kashtan, he is 1 battle win away.
Yeah, this is very close now. How is Colin going to adapt? You will see that the Wishcash is so good versus that Talonflame that Colin has been bringing. If Kashtan can align his Wishcash to the Talonflame, that's basically key in this matchup, right? Wishcash has been key in this whole season so far because of that Scald upgrade.
Yes, the Scald has just been the motto of the season, and whether we get debuffs, we've also seen Annihilate with those Night Slashes getting those buffs. It's been a season of debuffs, buffs, icy wins with Abomasnow and Dugong. That's what it's been all about. And of course, don't forget Skarmory and that Brave Bird. And that Brave Bird, wow, how much damage did that do to the Talonflame? It didn't KO, but it allowed Wishcash to threaten with the Mud Bombs. And for those of you who are watching who have come from a video game background, bear in mind that unlike video games, Pokemon Go has double resistances instead of immunity. So ground type attacks still do damage to flying type Pokemon, but only with a double resistance in play.
Yeah, and again, for those who don't understand why it's not over yet at 2-1, this is a best out of 5. And we have the Annihilate Mirror. The counters are double resistance on both Pokemon.
So who is going to win this? It's going to be a question of who blinks first, who baits with the Night Slash correctly, who gets that Shadow Ball off. I think at this point it's going to be a charge attack priority event, which Kashtan is able to win.
Both players are baiting here. Is anyone calling this bait? Is Colin shooting? Yes, he does not risk his Annihilate going down to a Shadow Ball here. We see no boost, but here comes another Night Slash, and Kashtan matching the shield basically straight away.
Yes, I think it is sensible here. You really do not want to lose your Annihilate early on.
Oh, the boost! Oh, this might be very decisive. The counters, even though double resistance add up a little bit here, Colin not going for the charge attack just yet, and he has the boost, so obviously he is going to shield this, right?
Yes, no goes without saying, and of course another successful bait on Kashtan's side here, and now trying to farm up even more here, now go for another Night Slash, but with the boost already, will this...
knock out.
It might be, and Kashtan really needs to be careful here, and he does indeed shield.
Shield, I think he can do 1 more counter as Colin. Oh, another boost! He is double boosted here! What is this? This is a Doonbug!
What the hell is going on here? Like Kashtan has just said, has been getting boosts every single battle, and now it's gone in his favor, and Colin Six is now getting them all.
What you got? Both Pokemon take super effective counter from the double super. Sorry, joking my words there.
We are so overwhelmed with how many boosts are happening here. We cannot keep up with the excitement as Colin Six gets another Night Slash off, and look how much damage it does to the Lickitung.
It cannot even get to a body slam. It's already knocked out. Here comes another Pokemon. I don't know what this is going to be, but it's going to be a knockout.
It is a one Pokemon wrecking show from Annihilate here. It has dominated through 3 Pokemon. Kashtan is not even going to see the rest of the team.
Annihilate is soloing the team from Kashtan on a double Night Slash boost. Wow. If it wasn't Scald debuffing, then it's Night Slash buffing.
That was possibly one of the most ridiculously entertaining battles I've ever seen in a tournament. Just the power of that double Night Slash boost was overwhelming. I am in absolute awe, and I think if Colin 6, no matter how this result goes, he's going to take that clip and frame it for eternity in his mind.
This was wild. Like, it was so decisive to get that night, not just one, but 2 Night Slash boosts there. If you only had 1 Night Slash boost, the Annihilate from Cashen may have barely hung on and being able to take out the another Annihilate from Colin. But because he got 2 boosts, there was no way. And then both your Pokemon in the back don't have a counter resistance. Yeah, that's just impossible to come back from.
Yes, he was running quite soft. Cashen was running quite soft to Annihilate in the first place here. And I think the Annihilate is such an offensively leaning Pokemon anyway. It has those powerful fists, has counter, often regarded as the best fast attack in Pokemon Go. You know, if you don't take into account, you know, weaknesses, resistances, etc., etc. But just generally speaking, such a reliable fast attack. And now Cashen, though, has to maybe consider, maybe I need to be slightly stronger against the Annihilate, just in case it gets another boost. But then Cashen could always that could have swung the other way. If Cashen had got a boost, who knows what would have happened?
Yeah, here's the thing, Adele. At some point, you just have to answer everything. You have to bring the Gligar to counter the Annihilate. You have to bring the Whiscash to counter the Talonflame, which we didn't even see this time.
Yeah, true.
It's becoming very tough at this point for Cashen. I think Colin has a slight energy advantage, or sorry, team comp advantage with the picks that he has.
Yes, he definitely does. And so, these trainers are very much in the midst of trying to toy with each other's minds. Oh, are you going to go with this line of 3? I'm going to switch and go with that line of 3, and I'm going to predict you're going to do that. And they're talking to each other without necessarily talking to each other, but their minds are guessing and double guessing, and this is what separates brilliant trainers from good trainers. Who is going to be that one step further? And let's find out right now, a decisive game number 5.
Yeah, we have the most exciting mirror here. At least these Pokemon are not buffing or debuffing. And yeah, we see that backline from Colin here. I think that's his most reliable backline, right? Both Whiscash, Talonflame makes for such a good core. It's basically just dragons that can really break that.
Yes, and there are no dragons on Cashen's side for Colin to worry about. But I think it would be very useful for Colin maybe to even potentially soft lose this in order to get farm on that Talonflame here, because there's not really a healthy answer on Cashen's side to that Talonflame. No Whiscash, for example.
Yeah, I think switch advantage might be pretty useful here for Colin. Actually, that's not correct, because there's no Whiscash. Now trying to bait out the Talonflame successfully, and this may set up the Skarmory for later for Cashen.
Yes, it might do, although the Whiscash will still have a reasonable amount to play into the...
Oh! Full Incinerate sticks through!
And Cashen is really not going to be happy with that. Colin 6 now shields and protects against this Night Slash and is able to go for the Flame Judge at this range. Would definitely, well, it would be close to KOing. Maybe a sneak another Incinerate in, but Cashen no shields this, and Annihilate just about survives.
Oh man, barely getting to that Night Slash there, but Colin knows it is a Night Slash, it's not threatening, but this is very helpful, because now you get this Talonflame into Body Slam range.
Yes, you do, but Talonflame has now got another Incinerate's worth of energy in there and is able to throw another charge attack very soon, and neither of these two Pokemon really want to take anything. It is a charge, oh, it wasn't a charge attack priority event, but Fly comes in, it is boosted, but Cashen's Lickitung should be able to just about withstand this.
Yeah, Colin throwing it all, Cashen going all for that Skarmory here. Another Body Slam is loaded. This will knock out that Talonflame, and I think Colin still is very fine here. He has a shield down, however he has his Lickitung to soak the energy from this Lickitung, but shield up on Skarmory can be very good for Cashen here.
Yes, it very much can be. One thing that interested me is that he may have deliberately allowed there's a rapid series of swaps here, and Whiscash is now up against this Skarmory here. A race to try and get to that Scald, and Whiscash is able to get there first. A debuff at this stage would be immense for Colin 6. Cashen really hoping that does not happen as the shield comes down, and is there a debuff?
Yeah, no debuff this time. It makes sense that we see the shield, because it's the attack that deals the most damage at this point on the Skarmory from Cashen. We see the flying bubbles being charged up here, and Colin is calling the attack, and it is a Sky attack. It's not a Brave Bird. That would have done way more damage.
Yes, but I think this is still okay for Cashen, because he is able to use Steel Wing to soften up the Whiscash more for another Sky attack, but a Scald debuff at this point will also be very problematic, and there is
no debuff.
Twice in a row, no debuff, and this Sky attack now can take out this Whiscash. Whiscash.
I think at this range, it might barely knock out. You need to get the Scald off, because this is the attack that will deal the most damage on this Skarmory. Lickitung only has resisted charge attack, so you don't want to throw it on that. Here we go, Scald. Will it debuff this time then?
3 times the charm, 2 times was successful, but maybe this 3rd time it might happen. Another Scald.
And this time we do see the debuff, but Cashin can still swap out. Let's see, he is go for the Sky attack here. This won't debuff the Skarmory, and this will, I think this knocks out the Whiscash.
Yes, even with the debuff there, I think the health on Whiscash just a little bit too low here. And now the Lickitung comes in. It's very full on energy, but it's trying to get a bit more in before going for that body slam here. The question is going to be, will Lickitung be able to take the Skarmory out?
I think so, yeah. 2 body slam might be enough here, Adele. Look at that. And a few more licks maybe as well. There's still some energy on Cashin's Lickitung though, so this will get very close still.
Yes, we started off with a mirror match with Lickitung, and I think it's going to end potentially with a mirror match on Lickitung, but who's going to have more? No, Skarmory's survives, and it's swapping in, and the body slam launches from Cashin's side, but it's not going to be enough to take out Colin 6 just yet. Colin 6, it has to race to another body slam.
Yeah, another body slam, almost loaded. Here we go. Colin is very close to potentially taking this game. It all comes down to the Skarmory taking the amount of licks from this Lickitung to be able to get to a Sky attack. I don't think it has enough HP. And here we go. Colin moves on to the Grand Finals.
Colin 6 makes a mark on history yet again. Grand Finals. He's been here before. This is familiar territory, and he has done it again. Dominant, emphatic, and over one of the best trainers in this competition, Cashin, who has been so dominant himself so far.
Yeah, Cashin hasn't dropped a single game up until he met the final boss of the game, Colin 6. He's still in the top 3 though. He will now move to the losers finals, where he will battle either against Zweilos or Arceus Aurelius. And if he manages to win that battle, we may see him play against final boss Colin again. And Colin will be waiting for him
in
that finals.
The Colin will be like this, folded arms, really stern, like, you have come again.
What you gonna do?
I would actually love to see him actually do that. So if you've seen this, please enact that out. I'm sure some of your teammates will happily film that reaction. Or even better.
They are in the chat. His friends are in the chat. So pass on the message to him.
Thank you.
I want to see those final boss fights.
Final boss. Like, what would you do if you were champion Lance when you played in Johto in Generation 2? Or do you remember? Okay, let me ask you this. When you played Pokemon Red, Blue, and Yellow, and you were a kid. Well, I was a kid. We both were. I was playing Red, Blue, Yellow, and the first theme tune came out for when you faced the champion Blue. I don't know about you, but I had goosebumps as a little child in the back of my neck, and every time I hear that, even from when it's like the little 8-bit music, I just go, my childhood speaks to me.
Yeah, I would be grabbing for my max potions and revives, but it's not gonna work here. Your Pokemon, during the battle you cannot revive them. After that, if needed, you can. But yeah, I would love to see those final boss fights. Cashin is the last Frenchman standing here in Dortmund, representing and having the French community behind him, right? So I would not be surprised if Cashin is still able to get to the Grand Finals and challenge Colin once more.
Yes, so let's give Cashin a big shout out because he has been so good so far. Losers final to come, where he will be playing playing either against, as you say, Zweilos or Arceus Aurelius. So that matchup is going to be amazing as well. And now I believe that matchup is not a best of 5, but whoever wins will go into a best of 5.
This is correct. It will be again a best of 3. We will have the reverse engineer versus the #1 European hype man.
#1 European hype, yeah, that will be.
You see his emotion, right?
Oh yeah, it's overwhelming. Yeah, oh absolutely. And so speaking of another fantastic European, we know the hype man's coming up very soon. But let's talk about someone who's going to potentially be a 2-time European champion. I think Amanda has found Colin 6 for an interview.
Hello everyone, we just finished our winners finals where Cashin, the French player, not only took his first match loss, but his first game loss as well against Colin 6. Colin, how are you feeling? You're pretty unstoppable at this point.
I mean, incredible, of course. Still undefeated here, so great feeling.
Let's walk us through the players that you have beat so far in this tournament, because again, you're on the winner's side. You haven't lost a whole match.
True. I think the toughest opponent I faced was Arceus Aurelius earlier yesterday. He had a tough core for me, Azumarill and Registeel. And there's all other teams that could basically run Talonflame Lickitung core. It's just great.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Very fun.
I have to ask as well, so when you're playing this, does this feel at all kind of remotely like Stuttgart? Because I feel like we're in a similar position here. I was casting, you recently won this event. Do you think you have it in you to win this one as well?
I mean, just 3 more games to win, right? So,
That's right.
Of course, there's always a possibility. I'm feeling good. I'm proud of my team, and we'll see who I face.
Okay, so I have to talk about a little bit about team composition and everything. I know that you do a lot with your teammates. You build your teams together. Is there anyone that you particularly want to thank, or is this one of your own concoction?
I could say this time it's kind of my own team.
Okay.
These are 5 of the picks I chose myself. And then on Friday, I stayed up until like 2 a.m. with Tomahawk and Nessa Deepen, discussing what my 6 months would be. Nessa Deepen ran the same team, also made top 12. So it worked out great for us.
It's a pretty solid team, I think. And what did you think when you get that night/boost?
It was a little lucky. We've seen it in Knoxville last week, and well, luck was on my side as well.
So I already have to point out, earlier on, you are our first ever 2-time regional champion, but no one in Europe has done it 2 times in 1 year. So if you do end up winning, like you said, only 3 games away, this could be your next title. Do you know who you're facing next? Or who do you think out of the 2, are you afraid to face any of them?
Well, I talked to Arcus Aurelius yesterday, and we spoke about the rematch in the grand finals, so that would be pretty cool.
Okay, so you're saying, no, I beat you purely on skill, because he says, no, I think I had that game, I just threw it. He wants a chance at redemption, and you're saying, bring it on.
It'll be good games for sure.
Cool. All right, well, we won't take you for too much longer. Congratulations, just want to point out your amazing run. Is there anyone that you want to shout out or anything before we let you go?
Of course, my teammates for all support, Tomahawk especially, and PV David for the practice last night, and my parents as well for being here.
All right, well, I saw your parents out in the crowd. You have a very happy family here going on to celebrate with you. We wish you the best of luck. We're going to see some more matches soon. I mean, we're, like you said, only 3 left. We got to see who's going to be the Dortmund Regional Champion.
Yeah, we're gonna see that very soon because there are only a few trainers are remaining. And you know, I don't wanna like spoil too much, but like it seems like every time I'm casting, pulling maybe winning a regional champion. Last time, wait, the 2 of us, right? You were also stupid.
Yeah, I was. Yeah. Maybe it's like the positive energy that we provide is just a really calming thing for him. He looks at us and he goes, right, I've decided I'm going to win today.
I don't know. I don't feel like there's a lot of calming about me during these hype battles.
Yeah, of course. Those last battles were incredible. My emotions were welling up of how exciting it was. I would watch that over and over again every time and be entertained every time.
Yeah, so speaking of good players, we have Zweilos as the last German battler, but we do have an interview video for you with another terrific German player. We've seen him last time already with, I believe it was Zeffy Mastix, right?
Yes, that's right. Yeah. Zeffy Mastix is, he is a local, relatively speaking, to Dortmund, and we're going to hear a little bit from him and how he plays in the Play Pokemon circuit.
Hi trainers, we are here with an exclusive interview with the Malmo Regional Champion 2023, Zeffy Mastix. Welcome in, Zeffy Mastix. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, hi, I'm Zeffy Mastix. I'm a German Pokemon Go player, and as you've just said, I won the Malmo Regional Championships last season, and also I'm trying to qualify for the World Championship this season. So far, I have roughly half of the points I needed, but I'm always trying to do better, and yeah, the Dortmund Regionals are coming up, which are very close to my location, so it's one I'm very looking forward to.
Can you tell us a little bit about the difference that you find between the last season and the current season, because now we have championship points?
Yeah, the championship points are of course a big difference. Now you don't need to win a regional, you just need to do well in multiple regionals or in cups and challenges also, which personally, I find it a little harder to really do consistent in multiple regionals because every game can go either way and there's always weaknesses in your team building, and even if you are a very, very good player, you don't consistently win against, let's say, players of average skill. So I find it very difficult to, even if you know the technical parts of the game better, you still might lose because your opponent just picks the perfect strategy to counter your team. So yeah, I personally find it more impressive if someone does really well and makes top cut every regional rather than just stand out in one regional. But if you look at some names who make top cut multiple times and already won multiple regionals, even amongst those, it happens that one of those players goes 0-2 after winning a regional, they go 0-2 the next regional. So doing consistent is very difficult in this game, in my opinion, and it's more important than previous seasons to do consistently well because now you need the championship points to qualify.
Yeah, you brought up a good point. You were talking about the little bit of the team building of your opponent versus you. Sometimes it's a little bit of luck, and I have to ask you a little bit about this as well. We just saw the Knoxville Regional where there was a double Night/Boost, and I know last season you were super into using Gliscor. Are we going to see it again on your team with this season?
This season not, because I think Gligar more or less replaced Gliscor because it does similar things just more consistently, because most of the time if you you get the damage out more consistently, because with Gliscor often you need to land an Earthquake and then it depends, are the shields down, can you get an Earthquake through the shields? And yeah, Gligar does most of the things, the same damage that Gliscor does, just a little more consistent. So yeah, I'd probably be using a Gligar, which again, it could use Night Slash, but it's mostly relying more on the consistent damage of Aerial Ace.
Yeah, you sound really like you know what you're talking about, that you've thought it through. Can you walk us through a little bit of your team building process? Like when you are looking at a team of 6, what are some things that go through your mind before you want to bring this team to a regional?
So to be honest, what I usually start with is building my favorite Pokemon, which I really want to bring, which I think can do pretty well against the most popular Pokemon of the previous regionals. Then I go from there, which Pokemon is good against the Pokemon the first Pokemon is weak against, and then I go from there, how can I be good against the weaknesses of the previous Pokemon. And when I already have 4 or 5 Pokemon, I look against the most common Pokemon and think about, okay, what do I only have one strong answer against, what do I only have a neutral answer against, and think what is most important to cover with the remaining Pokemon. And yeah, then I go from there and try to find something that is covering the biggest weaknesses of the most common Pokemon.
Can you give us a secret of like what some of your favorite Pokemon are that we might be seeing on your team?
I really like Dragonair, so that might be on my team. Mandibuzz is also one of my favorite Pokemon, which could be good, but maybe not in the current meta, but it's always a possibility, because especially with two of the most common Pokemon currently are Gligar and Lickitung, and Mandibuzz does excellent against both of those, so it's definitely an option in the current meta. Just with the team building, with the Pokemon I started with, it didn't really cover the weaknesses I had otherwise, so it might not be in my team for Dortmund, but it's always an option.
All right, that's very informative, Zephyr6, and I am very curious to see what he will bring in the upcoming regionals and probably at Worlds as well, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty confident that I can still qualify. There's still a lot of regionals, a lot of cups to play, and getting 400 points is definitely possible with my skill level.
Very nice. All right, thank you, Zephyr6, for your time, and I wish you the best of luck in your upcoming tournaments. Now, let's head back to the battles.
Lovely to hear from Zephyr6, and I think we have had a little bit of a swap as Inadequence is taking a little bit of a chill, and instead we have the fabulous Count Xevious here. Hello!
Hello Adelian and hello viewers. We have another amazing matchup coming up. It's going to be ZZ or Zwiles going up against Arceus Aurelius. Arceus Aurelius has been on stream plenty of times today, and he has not dropped a single point so far, and he's been dominating with that Cresselia and Talonflame.
Yes, and Zwiles, however, is a tough mountain to beat. This will possibly be the toughest challenge that Arceus Aurelius has had to face. You saw how much top 4 meant to him, but to go out one step further, I don't know what he would do. He fell on the floor for top 4. What else is left? Anyway, we look into the losers bracket. One of these fabulous trainers will sadly have to go home here between Zwiles and Arceus Aurelius. Whoever wins, however, faces off against Cashton, and we know how dominant he's been.
Cashton has been great so far in the tournament, only losing 3 times to Colin. Till then, he was unbeaten. Of course, Zwiles did end a streak already of Tragicomics, who was on a roll, 9 games unbeaten in the row. In a row from the losers bracket, coming up against another trainer who's been doing great today, Arceus Aurelius. 2-0, 2-0. Will this be another 2-0?
For me, I've got nervousness for both of these trainers because I like Arceus Aurelius a lot. I like Zweilous a lot. I think Zweilous, when he plays, he is super calculated. With Arceus Aurelius, he has some fantastic calculations himself where he will get some additional farm in, use that Talonflame to the best of its ability. I wonder if Zweilous can react to that because as we saw, there wasn't a really hard answer that Zweilous had to Arceus Aurelius' Talonflame.
Yep, Talonflame does look good into Zweilous' team, especially another interesting point is Zweilous' Talonflame is running the double flying attack, which is the Fly and Brave Bird, so there is no potential where he can boost his way through matchups as well. Yes, Arceus Aurelius does have amazing answers to the Talonflame. You see the Azumarill, it's a very bulky Pokemon, and slowly and steadily the bubbles add up. Wishcash with that super effective Scald, and in a way, Registeel, if it lands a Zap Cannon, is going to do a lot of work against the Talonflame. So Arceus Aurelius is prepared for another Talon. He's faced multiple Talons before and come out on top. His Cresselia looks great into Zweilous' team.
Yeah, Zweilous, however, has been in very challenging matchups before. He has, on paper, been seen to have a certain weakness to one or two Pokemon on his opponent's side, yet he has somehow managed to pull through, which just goes to show team composition is one thing, but if you are as brilliant as a trainer as the Barcelona Special Event Champion is, you can pull a win from out of nowhere.
Yeah, he is the Barcelona Special Event Champion, and he is also still in contention to be one of the first trainers in Europe to win two regional championships in a season. Of course, the first one was a special event, but still, then again, it's still two titles in one season. Zweilous is still in it, and I think he might be the one who's going to stop Arceus Aurelius.
Oh, okay, a bold prediction there from Count Xevious here. Zweilous, we reckon, will be that wall that stops the joy of Arceus Aurelius here. For me, I think Zweilous is a talented trainer, and I think he's going to push Arceus Aurelius to the wire. However, I think the momentum and the magic is with Arceus Aurelius right now. I believe he's in the zone, and I truly feel he might just be able to inch his way closer. That one step further.
He's been playing infallibly so far. Both these trainers have locked in their Pokemon. We see a Gligar into a Wishcash. This is not a great league for Gligar because Scald will do a lot of damage, but in certain scenarios you can try and flip this matchup. That's exactly what Zweilous is going for.
Yes, he is indeed going for that. Oh no, an immediate catch onto the Lickitung, so Scald coming in here, but Arceus Aurelius might be okay with this if he gets the debuff here, but has to be very mindful because those Power Whips are going to be super effective. No debuff here!
No debuff, but staying in this Lickitung matchup, trying to get some energy, and then immediately switching into the Registeel. Registeel has such a dominant matchup against Lickitung. Yes, the Licks do add up, but Registeel being the Steel-type Pokemon, none of these charge attacks from Lickitung do any damage to it.
Yes, and so that's why Arceus Aurelius did not mind in the slightest giving Zweilous' Lickitung a lot of farm, because it was not an issue. But now Zweilous able to get 2 body slams off before any debuffs occur, and now Registeel has to tank those 2 body slams, but isn't going to mind that, farming up to close to maximum energy.
Farming up all the way to 100 energy, throwing this Focus Blast. Focus Blast will be almost enough to knock out the Lickitung. Zweilous going for the shield, trying to get this Lickitung to do a little bit more work here. Arceus Aurelius going for, since he went for the Focus Blast, he's going to get to another, and what a catch by Zweilous. Focus Blast, all this energy goes onto the resisted Gligar.
Yes, well, Gligar is a shadow, will still take a fair amount of damage from this Focus Blast. Now Registeel staying in, he has to be super careful because this dig would do super effective damage. Perfect timing by Zweilous just before the switch clock is up from Arceus Aurelius.
Yeah, goes for the dig here, and this is great because he's still 1 away from the next charge attack. Let's see what happens. Will the Wishcash come in? Yes, comes in immediately, goes for the Scald. Unfortunately for the Wishcash, charge attack priority was won by the Gligar.
But this is not too bad because Wishcash can tank this Aerial Ace here, and Scald at this range would certainly KO the Shadow Gligar here. So Zweilous now has to decide, do I give up that second shield, or is this time for Gligar to say goodbye, and decides to no shield here?
Yeah, no shield immediately, but being shields down is going to be very crucial here. We see Arceus Aurelius tapping onto the Talonflame. He wants to tap into the Talonflame's ability to get energy lead and then ramp its attacks. In comes the first body slam from the Lickitung.
And I think Arceus Aurelius does not realize the Charger Bug is in the back here, letting this body slam go through first and foremost, but it's a swap into the Charger Bug now, and now it's a race to see who can get as many charge attacks off. Flame Charge coming in here to really soften this Charger Bug up, but Zweilous shields.
Yep, for Protect Shield comes up for the Charger Bug. He wants to try and take this Talonflame out of the sky. Volt Switch is slowly and steadily adding up. One more Volt Switch is all it takes to take out the Talonflame. In comes his X's Arceus Aurelius thinking, all right, great, I'm going to put everything on my Wish Cache and hope against hope that this is enough. One more Incinerate. Unfortunately, it did not register.
No, it did not. Just because of Volt Switch is a 4-turn fast attack, and that landed before the Incinerate's 5-turn. Very clever play by Zweilous, very clever play by Arceus Aurelius to no shield that, but now the shields do come in, and Whiscash able to farm up a huge amount more, getting the Scald off before Charger Bug can even launch another charge attack.
Yep, getting this called into the Charger Bug. Charger Bug will be knocked out, but this is still a huge uphill climb. The Lickitung does have access to quite a bit of energy. 2 body slams is all it will take to knock the Wish Cache out. Immediate shield from Arceus Aurelius. Can he outpace his Lickitung to 2 Mud Bombs?
This is a race, an absolute race here. I think he's trying to go for the Scald, so he thinks he won't even get to 2 Mud Bombs, and so the Scald has to KO here. But Lickitung, one of the bulkiest Pokemon in Open Great League, is Scald immediately enough.
Oh, 1 HP, it lives and gets to the body slam. What?
So we are, right, so Zweilous coming in with the body slam here. Now Whiscash is coming in, not able to do any more damage, and Lickitung is able to just about win by the closest of margins.
That was a very, very close game indeed. Unfortunately for Arceus Aurelius, I think if he shielded that Talonflame, there might be a little bit more play. One more Incinerate registering on the Charger Bug could have changed the outcome of this game. Brilliant gameplay by Zweilous. Had a very, very disadvantageous lead. Got that Lickitung, unfortunately, onto the Registeel, but he knew that his switch clock was misaligned to an extent that if he shields the Lickitung and preserves it for the late game, it's going to do a lot of work for him.
Yes, and indeed it did. And Zweilous now in a very commanding position. Bearing in mind, folks, this is a loser's semi-final. So this is a best of 3 rather than the best of 5 you saw earlier. As a result, Arceus Aurelius really needs to dig deep here, because one more loss and he is out of this competition. And I know the top 4 was significant to him, but how important would it be for him to go that little bit further? For Zweilous, however, the legacy and the chance to be a champion in 2 different events in the same season may live on, and he is 1 battle away from continuing that journey.
Yep, Arceus Aurelius had a great lead this game, but unfortunately for him, ZZ outplayed him. But let's see, game number 2, both trainers locked in, and it is going to be that Talonflame against Whiscash. This is another brilliant lead for Arceus Aurelius.
And now he just needs to hold on to it. Scald will be able to be launched first before any of the flying type attacks from Talonflame here. Perfect timing by Arceus Aurelius, immediately trying to tease a shield away from Zweilous, but Zweilous, no shielding!
No shielding the Talon indeed. Maybe he just wants to get that Brave Bird off and leave here. He goes for the extra Incinerate. Let's see if there's going to be a catch on the Registeel, but this is a great move by Arceus Aurelius, because Registeel is going to resist both the charge attacks from the Talon.
Yes, he will indeed. And now Discharge coming in. You can see the roar of the crowd there. They appreciate this idea. Discharge now being launched and to try and soften up this Registeel. Registeel now has to race to the Zap Cannon, because that will at least have a chance of getting a debuff here. Both charge attacks are resisted.
Yes, both charge attacks are resisted by the Charger Bug, but in comes his Zap Cannon. 60% chance of a debuff, and he gets it. Let's see how Arceus wants to play this out. In comes another Discharge from the Charger Bug, but this has been debuffed.
Yes, and so Arceus Aurelius choosing not to shield here. The sensible decision, I feel, because Registeel's bulk is able to withstand this and will go for another Zap Cannon. Could have potentially farmed even more energy, but deciding to take the low-risk strategy, go for that Zap Cannon and soften this Charger Bug up even more.
Yep, Charger Bug still in the game here. Another debuff comes in. Will this be enough? The Discharge comes through. Let's see if Arceus Aurelius wants to pull up a shield. No Protect Shields. This will knock out the Registeel. Maybe he wants to get some energy onto his other Pokemon to ramp up some damage.
And I think I could see maybe the Talonflame looks possible here. Maybe the Whiscash does as well. No, Zweilous not offering any space at all there. And now Talonflame goes up against that Lickitung here. 2 shields apiece, so this is relatively even. But this Talonflame on Arceus Aurelius' side has that Flame Charge.
Yeah, Flame Charge comes in. Flame Charge will definitely boost the attack of that Talonflame, and now Incinerate with that buff even is going to do more damage. It's been buffed twice, one by the game providers and one by Arceus Aurelius.
Yes, Arceus Aurelius wants to get as many flame charges off as possible. No shielding the first body slam because he's confident his Talonflame can withstand one, but it certainly can't withstand two. No, going for the fly to make sure that Zweilous now is forced to shield.
This is a brilliant play here. He knows that the Talonflame of Zweilous has 100 energy, so it's all coming down to how many shields can you pull off from each other, and that's exactly what he's going forward. Let's see, body slam comes in. Will this be a shield? No protect shields here. The Lickitung already has access to another body slam. This is going to be a pivotal moment in the game. Can this Whiscash take this game?
Yes, and Whiscash is able to launch a Mud Bomb straight away, and Zweilous is forced to shield his Lickitung just to get that potential power whip off, because he knows that all his other Pokemon are really going to struggle, desperately going for the power whip, but there's two shields on Arceus Aurelius' side, and he makes the right call.
He makes the right call indeed, pulls up that Protect Shield. In comes the Talonflame. Talonflame immediately going for the Brave Bird. This is the heavy hitting move here. If unshielded, it's going to do a lot of damage against his Whiscash, and what a great prediction by Arceus Aurelius. Whiscash will be able to get this Mud Bomb up and will knock out the Talonflame.
Arceus Aurelius is in the driving seat. He has made every correct call so far, and there is nothing in the tank for either of these two Pokemon on Zweilous' side. They are low on energy. Lickitung just gets farmed down, doesn't even have to try doing anything. Charger Bug might have a small amount of it, doesn't even have any. Mud Bomb secures that victory. Charger Bug has no health whatsoever. Arceus Aurelius makes it one apiece.
One apiece, one game away for both these trainers to progress to the next round or get knocked out. This is coming to a very, very good losers semi-final.
Yes, and the tension is unbearable between these two trainers now in terms of how important it is. I'm sure they are friendly and the camaraderie is very much there, as is expected in this fabulous Pokemon Go community. But here you can see the strain, you can see Zweilous puffing out his cheeks. He's like, gosh, this is tough. How do I deal with Talonflame?
He will have to find out a way. He will have to bring the Charger Bug, the Lickitung, and also maybe his own Talonflame, which is a strategy he tried to apply in game number 2. Unfortunately for him, it did not work out. Arceus Aurelius came really close in game 1 as well to try and flip this, but now it is a best of 1. We see Arceus Aurelius' team here, the Zoomer running that Hydro Pump player off, and is a huge threat for that Talonflame of Zweilous, but also the Registeel. Registeel is kind of free just because of the fact that the Talonflame has no access to that super effective charge attack, which is the Flame Charge.
Yes, that is exactly right. It's very unusual to see Registeel be so confident despite the super effective fast attacks from Talonflame here, but this is just the luxury of taking advantage of an unusual moveset, which I'm sure has served Zweilous very well up until now with regards to all the other matches he's been, but this is a tricky one. He's dealing with two water types and a Registeel, and that Talonflame really doesn't have a lot of space, and the only thing it can really target is the Abomasnow, and Arceus Aurelius hasn't really bought it.
I don't see any reason for the Abomasnow to come into Zweilous' team, but maybe game number 3 he might take a big risk here. Let's see what he does. But what I would like to point out as well, game number 1 and 2, there's been a very disadvantageous lead for Zweilous. Let's see game 3 if he can pick up a favorable lead and try to play out from there. Of course, Arceus has been on point predicting Zweilous. Let's see if Zweilous can do one over Arceus.
Yes, that will be a key thing, having that lead advantage, but then Zweilous was able to recover in game 1 from a disadvantageous lead, so he has done it. He has done it many times before in a very fashionable style, and I am confident that he has the ability to do it again. As we go into the decisive game 3, this match will determine who goes into the losers final. Talonflame faces off against Annihilate!
What a great read again by Arceus Aurelius. Talonflame does have a positive matchup into this Annihilate, but in comes his own Talonflame, only to be met by this Whiscash. Whiscash is a water-type Pokemon, so these Skulls that come from it is going to do a ton of work against Talonflame, but Mud Shots don't do a lot of work, which means that ZZ can no-shield this and potentially get 2 moves.
Yes, indeed can do, but this is where going for the Brave Bird here. This is a risk because Arceus Aurelius needs to shield this, otherwise this is going to do a huge amount of damage, and makes the right call and shields the Brave Bird.
Perfect call there by Arceus Aurelius. Will this Whiscash be able to get to another move? No, it doesn't, but this is a fly. Arceus Aurelius knows this, so it's not going to be shielded. No Protect Shield comes in, fly lands, but this Whiscash is still healthy.
Yes, and what's really nice is able to get 2 mud shots off, so anything that comes in, like that Annihilate, was going to have to take a Scald immediately, and indeed it does. And we know how many times have we had debuffs come from the Scald here. There is a half a chance of this happening. Will there be a debuff?
Scald lands, and there is that debuff. The attack fall happens here. Whiscash racing to the Mud Bomb, gets to it. Maybe Zweilers miscounted a bit, but he knows he's trying to preserve this Annihilate and go for a full counter down on the Whiscash.
Yes, I think that is a sensible tactic to go for. But no, Talonflame comes back in to try and deal with the Annihilate, get some extra farm. But now Shadow Ball is going to do so much damage to Talonflame. So Arceus Aurelius decides to let it go, and it just survives. That's very, very nice here, because now Charger Bug coming in, and now the Flame Charge can go through, and now no shield from Zweilers.
No shield from Zweilers. He knows that this is not going to be enough to knock out the Charger Bug, but it's going to put it in a range where it's going to do a lot of work for him. The Charger Bug takes out the Talonflame, but this is interesting here. Will he come in with the Whiscash, or will he go into the Registeel? This is where the match might be decided.
Yes, it is, and I actually do like this idea to go for the Registeel. Normally you'd put in Whiscash, but the Whiscash is so low on health and X-Scissor is threatening. Registeel, on the other hand, is not going to be great against the Annihilate. Let's use it here against the Charger Bug, which is already weak. Take a few charge attacks, and Zap Cannon will still KO.
Yep, that's probably what Arceus Aurelius is going for. No shielding again, the discharge here. We want to know how much energy that Annihilate has at the back, so it's all going to come down to this. But knows that his Whiscash does have this opportunity to potentially mud-shot down here. Oh, had to throw this move. Charger Bug got to that X-Scissor. This is brilliant gameplay. It's going all the way down to the wire.
Yes, it very much is here. But now this is leaving Charger Bug in lock-on range. But no, and swap into the Annihilate to get an extra counter here. This is going to be really tricky, because it's so hard to farm down an Annihilate with lock-on. Focus Blast coming in. No shield from Zweilers, though.
There is no Protect Shield for that Annihilate to hide behind. It takes out the Annihilate. Will this Charger Bug be able to get to 2 discharges? Gets to the first one, but no, the lock-on added on, and Arceus Aurelius goes to the losers final.
Oh, what an amazing, amazing battle. I genuinely cannot believe a lock-on farm down got him the win. What a poetic way to win that matchup, and you can just see how much it means. I think he's now got over his nerves of getting to top 4. Imagine being in top 3 of all things.
I think this is his highest finish so far in any regional. So Arceus Aurelius is more than happy to be here, but he still has 2 more games, 2 more opponents to climb over so that he can be crowned the Dortmund Regional Champion. Next online is going to be Cashton, who has just lost 1 game, 1 best of 5 against Colin, and that was also very, very close. 2-3 was the score, but he now has the opportunity to beat Arceus Aurelius and set up a redemption game against Colin 6.
Yes, and that battle, I think Arceus Aurelius, if you thought Zweilers was tough to beat, and boy was he tough, Cashton, he has been so dominant. It's taken a player of Colin 6's caliber to even take a win off him. He's going to be a tough mountain to climb.
For sure, but Arceus Aurelius has persevered in day number 2. As I said before, it takes a lot of mental strength to make mistakes in the last game of day 1 and then erase that from your memory, knowing that you're a good battler, focusing on the things that will help you win games and come back and go on an absolute tear. And that's exactly what Arceus Aurelius has done.
Yes, and that commandeering of Talonflame and the utilization, both trainers use Talonflame quite a bit, but Arceus Aurelius' Talonflame was just so magical in so many matchups. I want to tell you a little bit more about Talonflame and how useful it is. So for those of you at home, you might want to consider this Pokemon. First of all, let's talk about Incinerate. How awesome is Incinerate as a fast attack?
It is one of the best fast attacks in the game, as our graphic says. It also gives you 20 energy for 5 turns, so that's 4 energy per turn. And also what is a good thing about Talonflame is the access to Flame Charge. Flame Charge boosts that Incinerate damage even further. So in matchups, like if you're locked in against a Registeel, throwing 1 Flame Charge and completely farming down is absolutely worthwhile, because whatever Pokemon comes next will have to take boosted charge attacks from the Talonflame, and the charge attacks that you can put on the Talonflame that's not Flame Charge is going to be Fly or Brave Bird. We have seen all these 3 charge attacks in action throughout the course of this regional.
Yes, I think I personally really like the look of Brave Bird. I love being able to really surprise my opponents with the more riskier play, but that consistency of having Fly cannot be overlooked, and Arceus Aurelius has used Fly very effectively. Notice Wireless had access to both because he loved both of those flying type attacks so much.
Yes, speaking of the next matchup, we see the losers bracket, Arceus Aurelius prevailing over Z's Wireless, and now has to face Cacton 69 in the losers finals. This will be a great game to shoutcast.
Yes, it will be a best of 5 as we are going into a losers finals. So that does mean more opportunities for both these trainers to get a feel for how each other play. Cashton, very familiar and has already had a best of 5 available, so he has that more initial experience, whereas Arceus Aurelius, to my knowledge, has never got further than this, so therefore he's not got any experience with best of 5s. But we've had brilliant trainers in just Knoxville last week, where third place was Rockhaven, who had never been to a regional before, if I understand correctly, and he came third. So anything is possible, and Arceus Aurelius, I believe, does have the potential to go one step further.
Yep, at this point we'll see a lot of battle fatigue building in. Yeah. It works differently for different battlers. Some players, I've talked to Tactical before, a great European battler, that as the game progresses, as the more games he plays, the better he gets at it. There might be some battlers, as the games progress, you kind of have a little bit of battle fatigue that builds up. You need to kind of work on this skill. And the best way to do it is come here to regionals, practice. You might take a few regionals for you to get yourself into the groove, but once you do, you're going to do great in the future regionals.
Yes, and it's fun. It's fun battling. The way to look at it, and I've said this in previous casts, is that you either win or you learn, and you take those learnings to win again in the future. So there's no such thing, in my view, as a loss per se, because there's always something to be gained. Not to mention, we've seen all the social media posts about all the friendships that are made here. But let's get back to the action. Cashton's against Arceus Aurelius here. Anything again from either of these two teams really stand out to you?
I think for Arceus Aurelius, it's going to be important to see how he wants to play this Abomasnow. Abomasnow running Powder Snow, Energy Ball, and Icy Wind looks pretty good into Cashton's team. Cashton does have access to that Annihilate, which can do super effective counter damage to the Abomasnow, but there are so many counters, so many hard walls to that Annihilate in Azumarill and Cresselia, and also Talonflame. Let's take a quick look at Cashton's team as well. We see him running Skarmory. This is the only Skarmory that's made at the top cut.
Yes, Skarmory, a very unusual Pokemon to utilize, but still has a lot of potential here. Having access to Steel Wing, which is now the preferred fast attack. In the past, we have seen Skarmory running Air Slash, but Steel Wing, with that improvement now, means it's able to get get to its charge attacks a bit more quickly. And of course, Sky Attack and Brave Bird, both fantastic moves in their own right, but that Brave Bird does an overwhelming amount of damage.
Yeah, Brave Bird is a move for only the Brave Birds because it does drop your defense afterwards, so you need to try to play around this as well. But let's see what these two trainers want to lock in. We see the Dugong as well. Dugong has pretty much a neutral matchup across the whole of Arceus Aurelius' team. Even the Abomasnow is going to take neutral damage from those Icy Winds. Both the Pokemon are Ice types, but unfortunately for Dugong, the Grass type of the Abomasnow gets nullified because of the Ice type resistance, and unfortunately for Abomasnow, for example, the Water type of the Dugong gets nullified by the Ice type of the Dugong.
Yes, so that's it exactly. So with Abomasnow, I think what you have to do is you need to try and get your Grass-type Energy Balls landing on the Dugong as soon as possible. But if you are the Dugong user, you want to try and shield early, get off an Icy Wind to soften up the Abomasnow, but most crucially get the attack debuff. That way the Energy Balls in the future will not deal as much damage despite being super effective from Abomasnow's side to the Dugong.
This will be a very interesting endgame here because Talonflame, with a shield advantage, can incinerate and flame charge through the whole of Cashton's team. So that's going to be super important for Arceus Aurelius to kind of play the game into a scenario where that will be the endgame. This can be made possible by Pokemon like Whiscash on our Arceus Aurelius' side. Whiscash does not really have a hard answer on Cashton's team. The only good answer, or let's say an okay answer, is that Power Whip from the Lickitung.
Yes, if he can land that, if Caston can land that, that will be significant. I don't mind the Dugong matchup into the Whiscash because Scald is no longer as threatening, so you are less likely to get those debuffs. You will instead, as a Whiscash user, opt for Mud Bombs in most occasions to get the Dugong, which is consistent and quick damage, but not with those debuffs. Annihilate into Whiscash can also be useful if Annihilate has a bit of energy, but from a standing start, that landing of the Scald will really soften the Annihilate up a bit.
Yep, Shadow Ball from an Annihilate does about 60% to a Whiscash already. That is a ton of damage on a Pokemon as bulky as Whiscash, but that will be completely flipped if the Scald lands, and the Scald also has that 50% chance and gets a debuff.
Yes, so now I wonder what these trainers are thinking. Well, we wonder no further as Annihilate goes up against Azumarill. So this is a bit of an advantage to Arceus Aurelius as we go into the battle 1 of a game of 5. The losers final is here.
Great lead for Arceus Aurelius and another great swap in here. Lickitung does have a neutral matchup against his Talonflame, but this Talonflame is going to boost its way to victory. Let's see what happens. In comes a Flame Charge, no shielded by Caston. This is going to do a ton of damage on that Lickitung.
Absolutely it will, but the right decision to no shield the first Flame Charge, which does the least amount of damage, but now Talonflame has to tank this Body Slam here. This will not KO, but it will bring Talonflame into a range where in the future it could be KO'd once those additional licks are added up from Lickitung. So Caston, knowing that, and throws that second Body Slam at the perfect time, and of course that draws a shield from Arceus Aurelius.
Body Slam comes in, shield goes up, but this Talonflame is still having a ton of energy. One more Incinerate, here comes the Fly. Will this be shielded by Caston? If it is, Arceus Aurelius can potentially shield and farm this Lickitung all the way down, and whatever comes in is not going to like this energy from the Talonflame.
Oh, it definitely will not. And yes, Arceus Aurelius immediately going for the shield here. He wants to get that farm down, and I think he can easily manage it because Incinerate, such a high-hitting move. Is Caston going to swap out to prevent this? No, he doesn't. Let's Lickitung go out, but does have that shield advantage. Whiscash potentially could come in here, and it won't mind the fire attacks from Talonflame, but it would not like those flies coming in now.
In comes the Annihilate. Annihilate does 2 counters, but unfortunately for it, here comes the Fly. This is not the situation where you want to be. The Protect Shield has to be pulled up to save this Annihilate, and I think at this point, the Azumarill will be more than happy to come into this matchup.
Yes, absolutely. Azumarill is now in, responded to by the Whiscash here, but you do rush into that mirror matchup, so I wonder if Azumarill is going to go for that Play Rough and try and soften this Whiscash up a little bit, but Mud Bomb coming in now from Caston's side. He might have wanted to keep that energy on the Whiscash, but no, opting to soften up the Azumarill instead. What does Arceus Aurelius do here?
Mud Bomb does come in, but Arceus Aurelius going for that big hitting Hydro Pump. I guess this is what he was planning for. This is the scenario that he had that Hydro Pump, and in it comes a big damage onto that Whiscash.
Whiscash has been taken into the red now, and Azumarill still has plenty left in the tank as more Mud Bombs are coming in. Is this going to be the case where Azumarill can wipe out 2 Pokemon, but needs a lot of energy in order to do so? No, swapping into his own Whiscash now because he's happy to take this matchup. Even if there's Scalds now, that is not a problem because this Whiscash on Caston's side is so low.
It's going to be really, really close. The end game will be completely dependent on the attack fall, and that happens immediately. Going for this Mud Bomb. Mud Bomb will be enough to take out Caston's Whiscash, and it all comes down to how much work Arceus Aurelius' Whiscash can do against the Annihilate. Annihilate is still hale and healthy. Let's see what happens here. Will it go for the Shadow Ball immediately? It's Charge Attack priority, unfortunately won by that Annihilate.
Yes, Annihilate does get the advantage here, but this is not necessarily the worst thing for Arceus Aurelius because now that Annihilate is completely dry of energy, and Azumarill has plenty of energy and is able to rush to that Play Rough, and this is going to deal super effective damage.
Play Rough is coming in, charging it all the way up to the Excellent. In comes the Play Rough. Will this be enough to knock out the Annihilate? And yes, it is. 1-0 for Arceus Aurelius.
The dominance continues for this player. He has been so strong, but Caston still, it's just 1-0. Early days, and anything can happen, but from Arceus Aurelius, the momentum is still very much there.
Yep, I really like the Surf Edge plushie there from Caxton. It's a plushie that I really would like to have. It looks so cool. It's a very, very cool Pokemon design, especially with a Leek Sword and a shield.
Oh, of course, yeah. I actually have seen Surfetched used in battle many moons ago, and it was very fun to watch. A very fun Pokemon, but Caston, now has to think, what do I bring in differently? He had a disadvantage because he actually started from a relatively poor lead, Annihilate into that Talonflame. How can he react to that? He now knows that Arceus Aurelius is not afraid of bringing Talonflame in the lead of all things.
There was one bad lead after another, and Arceus Aurelius made sure that he preserves that great switch. Talonflame, he locked it in through the first flame charge. He knew his matchup perfectly, right? Through the first flame charge, went for the fly, gets that protect shield from the Lickitung. Lickitung is already in a range where a bunch of Incineroar will knock it out. He made that decision at that point. All right, it's going to be worth it because whatever Pokemon comes in, I can get a fly on it. And this is a boosted fly, and he will be forced to shield anyways. The shield he used to secure his switch he got it back so fast.
Yes, indeed, that is exactly right. I'm thinking if I was Cashton, I'd probably opt for maybe the Dugong might have some play here. It's relatively neutral. He also has the advantage that Arceus Aurelius doesn't have a counter user on his side. So his main way of dealing with that kind of icy stuff would be with maybe the Registeel. But Dugong has Drill Run available, and so here it is. The Dugong is indeed led, and it is responded to by a Registeel. So this is going to be a very interesting matchup.
Great lead for Arceus Aurelius here. Registeel can do a lot of damage onto this Dugong, but Dugong does have access to the super effective Drill Run, and it's going to reach it on this Ice Shot.
Yes, indeed he will. And now, Drill Run coming in. Arceus Aurelius doesn't mind this, though, because Registeel is so bulky, is able to withstand that. And, of course, Dugong does not have the same type attack bonus. Going for an immediate Zap Cannon, which I think Cashton will probably have to shield, because this does so much damage.
Zap Cannon comes in, no shielded, and it lands, and that Dugong is all the way down in the red. And also, to add insult to injury, gets that attack fall.
Attempts to make a catch here, and no, it's not successful. Cashton now responds with the Lickitung, and this is an advantage now for Cashton because he has access to the Power Whip, but has to be mindful. This Azumarill carries Hydro Pump. Hydro Pump being able to do a lot more damage to the Lickitung now.
Hydro Pump will do quite a bit of damage, but in this scenario, with two shields up, I think Arceus Aurelius is going for the safe play, goes for that player off already putting this Lickitung at around 60% HP. In comes his Power Whip. Power Whip is super effective and gets Protect Shielded.
Yes, I think Arceus Aurelius wanting to value his Azumarill a bit more. Now it looks like he's ears tapping and considering that Hydro Pump as a little surprise. It's going to take... Oh no, he tried... And no, Cashton is able to get another Power Whip first!
Power Whip comes in. This will still not be enough to knock out the Azumarill. Two shielding the Azumarill here. Will Cacton call this Hydro Pump? No, but at this point, he goes all the way to 100 energy. Hydro Pump comes in. Will this be shielded? Because this will be a pivotal moment in the game.
Yes, and it doesn't shield, and now Lickitung does get knocked down. Cashton, all that energy is gone, and now the question is, what do you bring in? Neither of these two Pokemon fare particularly well against an Azumarill, but there is a two-shield advantage.
There is a two-shield advantage indeed. In comes a Wish Cash. This could be a great read on Cashton's side. Goes for that Mud Bomb. Mud Bomb, as we know, as we have seen as well, does not do a lot of damage to the Azumarill, but there are no shields for the Azumarill to hide behind.
Yes, and Arceus Aurelius will be actually quite happy to see Whiscash here, because if you see what he's got in the back, he does have the Registeel, but also he does have the Cresselia, which will have a reasonable matchup against both the Dugong and Cashton's Whiscash. So Playrough coming in, really softening up this Whiscash here, and Azumarill's just more than happy to tries to swap in his Registeel into this.
Registeel comes in and met immediately with this Mud Bomb. Is this Mud Bomb enough to knock this Registeel out? It's going to be really close here. Mud Bomb comes in, Registeel survives. What happens here? Goes for the Focus Blast. This will pull up a shield from Cashton.
Yes, and I don't think Cashton realizes what is in the back here. He is protecting this Whiscash, which is understandable now, trying to get that full farm down, and I think he will manage it. This energy is going to be so useful, because look what comes in next. Look what is coming.
Look what is coming indeed. One shield for Cashton. Both these trainers with two Pokemon. Granted, Arceus Aurelius does have a lot of HP on his other Pokemon. Cresselia coming in, going to be met immediately with this Scald.
Yes, he will indeed do so, and being able to swap out into the Azumarill later will be useful to clear that debuff if he gets it, but Whiscash has so much energy, there needs to be an attempt at a catch if you're Cashton, I reckon. There's another Scald coming in, though, to really soften this Cresselia up. Cashton needs to get as much damage out as possible.
It's all going to be about this energy management here. Will Arceus Aurelius wait a turn and goes for that super effective Grass Knot, immediate shield here. This Whiscash is hanging on with the hope for Cashton to win this game.
to. Yes, I think he needs to get scored. There needs to be an attempt at a catch. And he tries to make the catch, and no, Cashton is aware of it and slows down, but is able to play off or knock off all that energy off the Whiscash.
So much energy on the Whiscash is taken away in an instant. Dugong will come in here. It does have quite a bit of energy. It will need 2 charge attacks to knock these 2 Pokemon out. In comes his first Drill Run. Drill Run will take out the Azumarill, but will the next Drill Run be enough to take out the bulky Cresselia? Cresselia coming in, 1 away from the Grass Knot and gets there.
And Grass Knot is certainly at this range going to KO. What a decisive game too for Arceus Aurelius. He recognized that Cashton may try to stall to prevent the catch, and instead got a bubble in with Azumarill and was able to throw that play rough. How close was that?
The energy management from Arceus Aurelius was on point there. He did not leave his opponent any chance to come in. Unfortunately for Cashton, it did not work out. He played his heart out. He made sure that Whiscash had a ton of energy across the whole duration of the game, but that one misplay of not clicking the Mud Bomb when that Azumarill came in changed the complete complexion of the game.
Yes, I absolutely agree. Cashton really needs to get back in the driving seat here because he was so close. He played an almost perfect game. It just goes to show, again, for those of you watching in the crowd, for those of you watching at home, that at this level, it's those small margins that make all the difference. And for Cashton, he just needs to make sure he has got that one bit of extra margin that allows him to get something over Arceus Aurelius. The French community around us really supporting him. I know there's a lot of love for Arceus Aurelius as well. Both of these trainers deserve to be in the final, but alas, only one can be.
You are exactly right. Only one can be in the finals, but it's all about razor-thin margins here. One move here, one charge attack here, one fast attack here is all that's going to change the complexion of the game. Arceus Aurelius is in the driver's seat 2-0, 1 game away from going on to the winners final.
1 game away, and this I don't know what, I honestly don't know what Arceus Aurelius will do if he got that far. He'd be absolutely over the moon to get so far and go into the grand finals the first time ever. This match will help determine it. 1 more battle for Arceus Aurelius. If he wins, then he gets a great lead to begin with.
What a lead, Cresselia into the Whiscash, but we have seen this lead being played out by Cashton so many times in, and him coming out on top. Let's see how he plays it out. He usually goes for the double shield on the Whiscash early on, protects the Whiscash and takes the crest all the way down into the red. That's exactly what we might see here. Attack fall immediately. In comes the Grass Knot. Grass Knot is going to do double super effective damage onto the Whiscash. Immediate shield by Cashton.
Yes, immediate shield, and now Cashton can really ramp things up, go for that additional scald. He knows he outpaces and was able to charge attack priority event if necessary. Another scald comes in, and this is going to be a decisive to find out whether another debuff occurs. A shield this time on Arceus Aurelius, an interesting call, but one to preserve them. Another debuff!
Another debuff, but him waiting that extra turn was perfect. He knew that he was going for a catch, and that is exactly what happened. But now he's in a dominant position. Registeel against the Lickitung. This is a nightmare of a matchup for the Lickitung.
Yes, Lickitung will not appreciate that. So Arceus Aurelius looking to farm up to maximum. Oh, well, going for the Zap Cannon here to try and slow down the damage that Lickitung can provide, hoping for that 66% chance of a debuff here on the attack. Is there a debuff?
No, there is not a debuff, so this is still going on for Lickitung. Lickitung is still in the game a little bit, but let's see what happens. Going for the body slam just before Arceus Aurelius' Registeel gets to another move. What we saw here is very important. Arceus knows that he needs 2 moves to knock out for the Lickitung, so he goes for the Zap Cannon to try and fish for that debuff to secure the game.
Yes, and Cashton is happy to let this go now. He's softened up the Registeel enough. The Zap Cannon doesn't actually KO, but it brings it very, very close. And can he get another body slam? Just about manages it, which is going to be handy, but Registeel has just enough health to survive.
Registeel has a lot of health to survive a body slam, and it does survive with ease, but will this be a mud shot down? Registeel is quite a few lock-ons away from getting to this Focus Blast. 1 mud shot, 2 mud shots, 3, 4, and the Registeel is gone.
That was so close. I think 1 or 2 turns would have made the difference, but it is a charge attack priority event again, and Cashton launching a scald here. No shield from Cresselia because Cresselia can handle this, but again, the question of the debuff occurs.
debuff does occur again. Will this be enough to knock the Wish Cash down? I don't think so. Just because of this debuff, this Grass Knot will not knock it down, but Cashin again going for another Protect Shield.
Yes, and you can see there is actually an energy advantage now on Creselius' side. He's able to now get a Grass Knot. There's no shield, there's nothing Cashton can do, and this is going to do a ton of damage to the Wish Cash.
Yes, Grass Knot lands, Wish Cash still holding on, and in comes the Talonflame, trying to ramp up and get that energy lead, and that is exactly what's happening. Arceus Aurelius will be pulling up the shield, hoping against hope that this 50% chance does not debuff him.
Yes, and there is no debuff, and that is so significant in this matchup. Now Arceus Aurelius can really go for the Flame Charge and start ramping up the damage. Dugong so bulky, but Flame Charge is going to deal neutral damage. How close is Arceus Aurelius from this battle and the victory here? Icy Wind now coming in as Kashong fights back and says, no, I am not going to give you an attack buff.
Icy Wind comes in here, will get that attack debuff, but this is not a super effective move because of the fire type of Talonflame. In comes his Fly. Fly is going to do a ton of damage against his Dugong. Also, it's a boosted Fly. Let's see what happens in the endgame. Fly comes in and the Dugong barely survives.
Barely survives and is able to get one more Incinerator off, and the Dugong is now knocked out. One more Incinerator is needed, and Arceus Aurelius with the Fly is going to take his place in the Grand Final.
What a dominant run by Arceus Aurelius. Day 2 coming in, not dropping a single game, going all the way to the Grand Finals. He told me yesterday we had a talk. He said, I have the best team in this regional and I am going to make it all the way to the Grand Finals, and that is exactly what he has done.
He is dominant here. He cannot believe he has done it, but Grand Finals for the man who has been all the hype at all of these European tournaments, and he faces the dominant legacy of Colin Six, a man who is also looking to be a 2-time champion.
Arceus Aurelius is in the finals for the first time, and meeting him, as you said, is a contender who's been in multiple Grand Finals, who's won 2 already. He has a lot of best of 5 experience under him. He just bet Cashton, but again, Cashton's game was so close. It was 2-3 victory for Colin Six, but now Arceus Aurelius going. He has all the power behind him. He has got all the momentum, clean sweeping Cashton to take his place in the Grand Finals.
I could not believe Cashton would ever lose so strongly. I thought it would be a very close battle. I thought Cashton had a huge advantage, that he just had so much momentum, but it seemed at this point nothing can stop Arceus Aurelius. And if I was Colin Six, I'd suddenly be thinking, you know what? I've got to be worried about Arceus Aurelius. He's doing something magical here.
I think Arceus Aurelius is also the crowd favorite. He's pulled all the crowd towards him. He shows how much passion, the passion that's been built on consistently competing throughout the championship circuit, throughout the season, coming in, and this is the pinnacle. He is 1 game away, actually 2 best of 5s away from being crowned the Dortmund Regional Champion, and the only person standing in his way and the title is Colin Six.
I don't know about you, but I think if I was Arceus Aurelius, I would be channeling my excitement, the fact that I'm buzzing about being as far as I've got, because if I stop to think about who I'm facing in the Grand Finals against Colin Six, this man is incredible. Not only is he a delightful person just as a human being, but his talent is impeccable. He is genuinely scary, and I feel as though, and I'm going to draw another analogy here because I love these. We're at the top of Mount Silver. You are the player character from Gold, Pokemon Gold, Silver, or Crystal, and you're facing Trainer Red in the decisive battle, and that trainer is Colin Six, and Arceus Aurelius is coming up to say, I want to challenge you for the final match of the game.
Yeah, he does want to challenge Colin Six, and we are going to hear straight from Arceus Aurelius and Amanda, who are ready for this interview.
We're reaching a boiling point now here at the Dortmund Regionals as we're into our Grand Finals with our 2 contestants, or maybe I say the Grand Flannel Finals. So look at you guys, you have kind of a matching wardrobe going on.
Yeah, I mean, when you got great style, you got great style.
Who wore it better, right? Is this
yeah,
like
what you want to do about it? It's just, like, we can't do anything about that.
No. So we're going to start with you, Marcus, because you just got off of a really nice 3-0 sweep there to put you in the Grand Finals. This is the first time you've ever made it to a Grand Finals. You came really close last year. You've been top cutting. How confident are you feeling that you can take down this man sitting to your left?
Very actually. Yesterday when we had our battle, I felt like I feel like I have an advantage. Actually, not to like try to make fun of any I just, with all due respect, I feel that's how I feel. And I've played this team 3 times already because Nessa Beaton also had the same team. So I'm starting to get some experience against it, and I hope that I can prove that now. So yeah, I'm feeling pretty good, to be honest.
And you, Colin, you said you heard him wanting to have the grand finals. You said it would also be pretty cool, but you seem pretty confident that you took him down once, you can do it again. What are your thoughts?
I mean, I hope to do it again, but it will be a tough matchup. It's a Zumbro Regicore, it's a little tricky for me, but hopefully there'll be good battles.
Yeah.
I assume so. I mean, in my opinion, Colin's probably like the best player who's here today, and that's kind of how he beat me last time, just by being an excellent player. And I want to get revenge, but I mean, I'm just gonna play the games and see what happens. And
Marcus is an excellent player as well, so
stop it,
it'll be good battle.
I was
Marcus
fishing for that one.
Waits for a long pause, like, and other people could maybe be good players.
No, but ever since when I made top 4, I like a lot of pressure was like lifted off my shoulder. I've been so nervous and anxious going into these games, but against Violets and against Gaston, I've been playing to have fun, and that's what I want to do against you as well. Just to have fun, and have some good battles, and the only thing I can do is just keep fighting.
Yeah. Any last words for you, Colin, as well, to your opponent or to everyone watching at home? Again, we just have to remind everyone, you've already won a regional, even in Germany. So I think you're like, yeah, I know how to do this. I'm in the grand finals once again. Yeah, go ahead and give us your thoughts.
I guess I like this place. It's been very fun so far. I hope to have some more fun battles. I have 2 shots as well, so we'll see what happens.
All right, well, we'll go ahead. We'll let you guys get set up on stage. The grand finals are coming up. You are not going to want to miss this. Arceus Aurelius versus Colin 6.
Oh, it seems we are muted. Apologies, folks. It seems a Pikachu has been chewing with one of my wires, and I'm trying to reconnect myself to the world. Hopefully, you can hear me. Yeah, but yes, just to continue from what Count Xevious was saying. This is it, the pinnacle of where we are so far at the Dortmund Regional Championships. I'm so excited. Both these trainers are good friends of mine, and I can't even tear away, like, who do I want to win? Do you have any preferences? Apologies, we are still having a few technical difficulties, but we're going into a new championship matchup in the grand finals. Let's talk a little bit about a champion that has made it all the way there.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. I'm Will Dunphy, and let's take a trip back to the first Pokemon Go World Championships in London, England in the summer of 2022. Dancing Rob from Germany and Godon Hara from South Korea took their seats at center stage for the Masters Division Grand Finals. What happened next was more exciting than anyone could have ever predicted. This was Pokemon Go's inaugural season in the Pokemon Go Championship Series, and only one of these trainers could become the first world champion. Pokemon Go's 2022 competitive season was characterized by the nearly unbreakable core of Walrein and Trevenant. This pair's synergy made them almost irreplaceable on a team of 6. But as Pokemon Go established its own unique identity within the championship circuit, so did its trainers. Unique Pokemon like Air/Mandibuzz, Ember, Shadow, Kanto, Ninetales, and Obstagoon claimed regional and international titles around the world. Dancing Rob competed earlier in the year at Pokemon Go's first ever live-streamed event, the 2022 Europe International Championships. Dancing Rob made a powerful run through the loser's bracket in day 2, before being defeated by the eventual runner-up, Frika. With that, Dancing Rob had qualified for the World Championships in London. That August, the World Championships began. After a promising 2-0 start, Dancing Rob was defeated by Lurgan Rocket, Pokemon Go's first ever regional champion, in just the 3rd round. This loss set Dancing Rob down into the loser's bracket. What happened next is something that may never happen again in competitive Pokemon Go. Dancing Rob would go on to win the next 7 rounds, including a rematch against the Liverpool regional champion, as he completely swept the loser's bracket. With a combined record of 9-1 and everything on the line, Dancing Rob took the stage, head-to-head against Godon Hada for the Grand Finals. As a result of Pokemon Go's double elimination format, Dancing Rob needed to win not 1, but 2 best of 5s against his opponent to claim the championship. The Grand Finals began, and Dancing Rob's Alola Ninetales, Medicham, and Shadow Swampert secured him an early 2-0 lead. Then, Godon Hada and his Shadow Kanto Ninetales fought back.
You have the opportunity to close this tournament out right here, and right now, you might as well just go for it.
Godon Hada claimed victory in games 3 and 4 and tied the series 2-2. In Game 5, the world held its breath as the matchup between the final Pokemon on the field was decided by just a half-second Dragon Breath.
Galarian Stunfisk gets to the rock slide first, and we have a bracket reset.
Dancing Rob's Galarian Stunfisk reached the rock slide, and Dancing Rob had successfully forced the Grand Finals reset. In Game 1 of the Grand Finals reset, Godon Hada's Shadow Kanto Ninetales met Dancing Rob's Alola Ninetales in the lead. Game 1 belonged to Godon Hada, but Dancing Rob struck back in Games 2 and 3. Godon Hada would even the series yet again with a Game 4 victory. Now, tied 2-2, both trainers were just 1 game away from becoming the first Pokemon Go World Champion. Years of hard work, dedication, and practice boiled down to one final matchup.
This is my moment. This is my opportunity. I'm going to seize this championship, this victory, this glory. This is it. This is my time to become the first champion, and we are queued up here for a decisive game number 5.
Dancing Rob and Godon Hada's decisive battle began, and Dragon, Steel, Fire, and Ice attacks erupted from the field. Dancing Rob positioned his Alola Ninetales to overcome Godon Hada's Shadow Kanto Ninetales, and the crowd roared as Dancing Rob finally defeated Godon Hada. History was made. Dancing Rob had just become the first ever Pokemon Go World Champion. Dancing Rob is proof that you need hard work, determination, and belief in yourself to become the best. Thank you so much for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in Pokemon Go history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Welcome back, trainers. If you're just joining us right now, you've joined the perfect moment as we are heading into the grand finals between Arceus Aurelius and Colin 6. These have been incredible matchups, and if you notice in their interview, they're both looking all cool in these flannel, but I think we're also looking cool because we got matching Sprigatito pins.
Why?
Are we a cool person club too?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You tell us.
Or if you don't think so, don't tell us.
I'm very excited for this battle because Cashin was not able to get past the final boss, Colin, right? Who already won 2 regionals so far.
That's right.
And now he's up against the Viking warrior, Arceus Aurelius.
It's going to be an incredible matchup. Arceus Aurelius lost to Colin 6 actually on day 1. He was inside the loser's bracket because of Colin, so he's been saying he really wants this redemption arc. And let's go ahead and take a look at this as well. We had this earlier on today, a lot of the losers finals to be able to make it into the top 8. We had Tragicomix being able to take out the EUIC champion Tonton Batu, and then losing out to Zweilous, who then lost out to Arceus Aurelius, who then beat Cashin from the top side of the bracket.
Yeah, Arceus Aurelius has come from pretty far here. It's super impressive that he made it here. Last season in Bochum, he got to top 4.
That's right.
And now he is actually in the grand finals. And here we see on the winner's side that Colin knocked out Zweilous first to the loser bracket and then got through Cashin. Cashin, who had not dropped a single battle up until he faced Colin.
And still, I mean, it went into a best-of-5 matchup as well between those two. Colin is really proving a lot of domination in this as well. He's already the Stuttgart regional champion. He was already the Lille 2023 regional champion. If he does this again, he will be the first European to win 2 regionals in 1 year. But if anyone's going to stop him, it could be Arceus Aurelius. That guy is on a rampage.
How do you do it? How is one so good that you win multiple regional championships within one season? We saw Lindos Rajev also do it, right? And now Colin is on his way. Arceus Aurelius, however, we've seen how animated he is, how emotional he can get. And I'm super excited to see him take on Colin here. We see both players have the Abomasnow Talonflame core that has been striving in this tournament. It has been doing so well. Usually we see cores that have like double water and then a Gligar, and now the Abomasnow have found their way to the grand finals here.
And I think this is really great, and Arceus Aurelius made a really good point about this earlier. He said, I know that this team already, I beat this team twice against Nezabeth, and Colin is running the exact same team, so if I can just keep implementing my strategies and my playstyle, I think I have a team comp advantage to really take this from Colin.
Yeah, and he said earlier, I believe on the day, that he should have won against Colin, that he had that advantage. I'm curious if this time he can pull it off. He has that Hydro Pump Azumarill, which can just hit a little bit harder than the Ice Beam variant. However, you do lose a little bit of pacing, which might hurt against the Talonflame from Colin.
Yeah, I think that's true. We were also arguing the merits of Azumarill with Play Rough and Ice Beam rather than Hydro Pump, but I think, I mean, it's already up in the top 2. It must be doing something right. Azumarill on Colin's side, however, is going to be running that Ice Beam and Play Rough, so it's going to be doing a pacing, like you said, a little bit quicker. We've already seen these teams quite a few times, both of them running the same attacks on the Abomasnow as well. The Icy Wind, what I don't know if we've already known is which one wins that charge attack priority.
Yeah, absolutely. What I really like to see here, what I really like about these teams as well, they cover the Annihilate so well. We've seen so many Night Slash boosts in these battles so far in this tournament, and having Azumarill, having Cresselia, and having the Talonflame just put so much pressure on the Annihilate that it might even be scary to bring it.
Yeah, it's been incredible actually of how many Talonflames we've seen in this tournament, and even the Zweilous, who came in 4th overall, running the Talonflame with the moveset that you like as well, with the double flying attacks. We're going to jump right into this. You guys, this is the grand finals, a best-of-5 matchup between Colin 6 and Arceus Aurelius. We have the Licky Tongue into the Hydro Pump Azumarill.
And this is a great lead for Colin. I don't think Arceus stays in. He indeed pivots immediately into the Talonflame, and Colin doesn't really have a great answer because he has his own Talonflame, which you don't want to have on an energy deficit in this matchup. And the other Pokemon, the Annihilate, is straight up weak to Talonflame.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting to see how they want to play it out. I wonder if we'll see a chip and dip strategy, or just maybe forced to stay in here. Licky Tongue just continuing to lick away. Arceus Aurelius didn't shield up the first one, but now he's at the Flame Charge, and at this point, the Fly is going to pace even quicker.
Yeah, this is so scary for Colin because he is weak to Azumarill in the back, so at some point, you kind of want to protect this Licky Tongue. I do think that at some point, Colin wants to switch out, but when? At this point, the Talonflame is already single stage buffed. It looks like he does go into his own, but now you have to take these flies, and they are boosted already.
This is going to be very interesting. Colin going ahead and letting the first one go through, but we're about to see how much that boosted fly will do. We saw it in another game. Look, already down to the yellow. They're about at the same pacing here. The fly will be reached on Colin's side first, and he is going to go for that. What do you think about that instead of boosting with the Incinerate?
I don't know what's going on here because Arceus Aurelius did not press his fly. I think he's going for the Incinerate down. No, he's keeping the energy. Going into the Azumarill, going for the bubble down, and keeping all the energy, which is going to be needed because Colin has 2 shields at this point.
Incredible, incredible wherewithal there. The Azumarill is coming in, and we see that Licky Tongue might not even be able to reach a Power Whip before this Play Rough is being released. Arceus Aurelius making him decide, are you going to use a shield here? And yes, he is, because he knows how vital it is to get that Azumarill out.
You gotta use your shield somewhere at this point. Colin still has 1 more, and he's farming up more energy on the Licky Tongue, going for that Power Whip now, which is super effective. You need to get rid of this Azumarill, because otherwise your Annihilate will struggle in the back.
Yeah, this Power Whip is going to connect. It is going to be brought down to the yellow, but we see already Azumarill just continuing to bubble away. A Body Slam is now being thrown, wanting to get a little bit of extra damage, but I think if Arceus Aurelius is counting, he knows that's not going to be enough to take me out. Continue to bubble down.
Can you bubble down, or are the lists going to add up? I think 1 more bubble takes down, yes, and now you have so much energy for whatever Colin has in the back. There is the Annihilate, and I think you are able to get the 2 player off here. Let's see.
This is going to be amazing. This is what you're talking about. The pacing is going to be a little bit more hard here. Using this last shield on the Annihilate, will the counter damage be enough, or will he be able to get to an immediate swap out, a combination play with no shields remaining? This fly from the Talonflame will connect with the Annihilate.
In comes Talonflame, vroom, fly, does so much damage, and it leaves Talonflame. Oh, it barely gets knocked out, but Annihilate is so low on health. In comes Registeel, which has lock-on. If you thought this game was over, well, Registeel does not have any fast attack pressure here.
No fast attack pressure, and a Night Slash is going through. I think Colin is really hoping for yet another boost, not able to get it. These counters are doing so much. As you can see, a fully healthy Registeel is basically now into the yellow, but he is able to get to that Focus Blast in time, and that Annihilate, though this move is not going to be doing that much, it's definitely enough on a 1 HP Annihilate.
And the Viking Warrior, Arceus Aurelius, leads in this matchup by 1-0.
Incredible plays there, and you can see both of them they're really like calm about it still. Arceus said earlier, I think I can win this. I know my playstyle. I messed up in those first games against Colin. I'm here for redemption.
And now it is time for that redemption arc. He is 1-0 up now, but this is the grand final, so he is on the loser side. So that does mean he needs to win the first best out of 5 to then reset the bracket and then win once more. Again, this is the final boss. This is it. This is Colin, who already won 2 regional championships. This is not an easy battle.
And Arceus really said, I think that he is, Colin is perhaps the best player in Europe right now, but I'm here to take him down. He's like, I don't know if that sounds cocky. I'm not saying I'm better than him, but I'm saying I feel it right now. And he said already, once he made top 4, he's just completely relaxed. He's just here to have fun. He's just here to play it out. It seems to be that really working for him.
You already won a medal, right?
Exactly.
So you don't go home empty-handed here. Yeah, so how are these players going to adapt here? Colin realizing, wow, that Azumarill was pretty strong against me. He played a team that was ABB against that Azumarill. He had the Lickitung and he got the lead that he wanted, but he did not have that Talonflame answer. And because he was so weak to Azumarill in the back with the Talonflame and the Annihilate, basically his Bs in the ABB, he had to preserve that Lickitung at some point. But after already taking a charge attack from Talonflame, Lickitung was just too weak.
Yeah, it's true. And what a risky play, though, if you think about it, by Arceus Aurelius, safe swapping, using his Talonflame as that switch Pokemon. When there is an Azumarill coverage on the other side, there is a Whiscash on the other side as well. However, we have seen it play out multiple times where you get a little bit of a Incinerate through, and then the fly damage, it's enough to take out the Whiscash.
Yeah, if you have Brave Bird, you could even flip it if you landed that Brave Bird first. However, we don't have that here. We have Flame Charge and Fly on both sides here. So, fun fact though, Talonflame is not the worst into Azumarill if you have a slight energy lead and you have 2 shields in play. In fact, I think, depending on how the Azumarill is trained, you could even win it as a Talonflame. Either way, that's enough about Talonflame. Here we have Lickitung into Abomasnow.
I think if you're Arceus Aurelius, you're kind of happy to have this right here because there are a lot of Pokemon, and indeed a lot of Pokemon on Colin's team right now that would be doing so much better against the Abomasnow. Both that Annihilate and the Talonflame in the back. Icy Wind already coming through to make whatever damage his Lickitung is going to put out just a little bit less.
Yeah, I think Colin's likely switching out at some point. Yes, he's switching out because he needs to get the Azumarill out. And this is so good for Colin because he drew out the Azumarill and not the Cresselia. That means that Talonflame now is safe on the Azumarill. And look at Arceus Aurelius, he realizes!
Yeah, he recognizes, okay, if he's already bringing out something that could be so weak, I know what is already in the back. This does change up a lot of things. Shadow Ball coming through already. You can see that Azumarill, as bulky as it is now in the yellow. Gonna go ahead and throw this play route. It's super effective. Ooh. Colin shielding up that Annihilate, wants to be able to get off a little more damage and perhaps get shield parity from Arceus Aurelius.
Yeah, going to try and flip it. Obviously, if you have that Talonflame, you really want to have it lined up against that Abomasnow, right? Going for the Night Slash bait here. Does Arceus Aurelius shield this? He knows it's Talonflame in the back. Are you going to shield it up? Yes, you don't want your Abomasnow lined up against the Talonflame.
Yeah, going ahead and charging up just a little more energy there, knowing that another Night Slash isn't going to be enough and not quite out of Shadow Ball. And Colin double shielding this Annihilate, now out of shields on the side. You have to wonder if Arceus Aurelius is going to do the same, recognizing, but I mean, the Talonflame with no shields in the back is so dangerous.
Yeah, I was maybe thinking, letting the Shadow Ball go at this point. I thought at this point maybe Colin would go into the Lickitung and he use the Body Slam here, but it looks like he is fine with just your shield advantage. Going for the aggressive Psycho Cut down here.
It's going to have to be an aggressive Psycho Cut down. Oh, Shadow Ball is reached, going for yet another bait. Will Arceus Aurelius use this? Yes, he knows how much his Shadow Shadow Ball would do, but now this leaves him completely without shields as well. With the Talonflame that is in the back, it's unseen, but I think it's unseen, but it's definitely felt by both opponents.
Yeah, Night Slash very useful in this matchup as well. So it's super effective. Not boosted. No boost yet in the Grand Finals, and does some good chip damage on the Cresselia that might be very useful because Cresselia still has to get off a lot of charge attacks here.
Yep, going ahead and throwing this Future Sight at whatever comes in, knowing that it's going to be the attack that does the most damage here. But I think Arceus Aurelius, again, is in a little bit of a pickle because even if it knocks out the Lickitung here, there is that Talonflame lurking in the background. Meanwhile, these Licks are going to continue to chip away at the Cresselia, and so are these Body Slams.
Yeah, I think as Arceus Aurelius, you kind of need to find the momentum to get to a Grass Knot here, and then a Future Sight on the Talonflame, just going right before that Body Slam. Very meticulous counting from Arceus Aurelius, but we have a Snowman in the back, and you know what that means, right, Amanda?
It's going to be melted as we now see Colin 6's last Pokemon, the Talonflame, takes the field. You can already see Arceus Aurelius talking to him, say, yep, I realized halfway through, trying to time it, everything perfect to not let an extra Incinerate sneak through, and as you see, this Future Sight will do a lot, but it will not be enough.
Yeah, the writing is on the wall here for Arceus Aurelius. That's what our co-caster Homeslice in North America would say. And so it is for this Abomasnow, because this Flame Charge is going to melt it.
This Flame Charge would definitely be enough to melt a whole Abomasnow, let alone a half-health one. Down it goes, super effective, already boosted, not being able to even get to another Grass Knot, and Colin goes ahead and ties up the series.
Wow, what an interesting lineup, because he went with the same team as in Game 1, but this time it did work. Drawing out that Azumarill with the Annihilate, and then having the Talonflame in the back to sweep the backline. A really strong strategy by Colin, and this time, just because of different alignment, it worked out for him, because now he could actually properly bait out the Azumarill, and he didn't have to feel like a Talonflame safe swap.
Yeah, exactly. It's such a dangerous position because that Annihilate as the safe swap really only has one great answer. I mean, Talonflame is sort of a decent answer as well, but of course you would naturally want to bring out the Azumarill because you're thinking, I don't want that Annihilate with energy to be able to do anything to my Cresselia that is in the back either, but I think that that was really well thought out by Colin 6, and Arceus Aurelius is thinking, how can I negate this from ever happening again?
And you know what else you're probably afraid of? The Night Slash boost.
Exactly.
Right? You don't want to give Annihilate the odds to just fire off like 3 Night Slash into your Cresselia and have that chance, because I believe it's a 12.5% chance 12.5% chance to
Nailed it.
Nailed it. Yeah, so that's kind of a struggle as well, right? Annihilate has been so good for Colin, and he is relying on it a lot.
Yeah, I completely agree, and we'll have to see, because again, Arceus Aurelius was so confident that his team was going to be better, but he did really get outplayed with the team composition that he seemed to be so strategically against, and you can see Colin right now really thinking it through. One of the best players that we do have in Europe, again, a regional champion already this year. I think a lot of players are saying, I want it to be my turn. And I think Arceus Aurelius is saying, okay, I'm so close.
Well, you gotta get it together here, Dan, because, you know, it's 1-1 now. Colin used the same line twice. Is he gonna use it 3 times? That's sometimes a mind game that comes in here. Colin has played very well with that team already, and you know, the strategy just worked perfectly in Game 2. If it didn't work in Game 1, try it again in Game 2, I guess.
And then I think this is where we have to see if Arceus Aurelius is really doing what he says and can stay calm and not buckle under this pressure. Because like you said, he's coming up from the loser side of the bracket. So not only does he have to win this best of 5, he has to then win another best of 5 to do so. Colin, if you're in this position, I can imagine you're still feeling rather calm and confident, able to take a lot of risks. As you can see, our whole Pokemon Go section is filled up watching these trainers play against each other. Hello,
Hey, it's my friend Tristiano.
And our co-caster is like, oh, sorry.
I'll get you. All right, here we go. Game number 3. We have Talonflame into Cresselia.
This is a pretty good matchup overall for the Talonflame, because the Future Sight does take quite a while to get to the heavier hitting one. Grass not being able to do very much at all. We'll have to see how they want to play it out. Going ahead and going straight for that Flame Charge. I like this play.
I think as Arceus Aurelius, you might be a little bit afraid of seeing the Talonflame in the back here, because it likely means that Colin has good Azumarill answers in the back. And if we take a look at the backline, good lord, this is so risky, because if this is no shield, this is double resist. But oh my goodness, he gets the bait!
This is a big call from Arceus Aurelius, and he was saying it earlier too. He's like, maybe I shouldn't always be going for the Future Sight. It's so risky if you don't get it. However, meanwhile, this fly is already outpaced, and it is boosted, forcing that first shield from Arceus Aurelius, because he is now at the energy for a Future Sight. Doesn't want that to go to waste.
Do it again, you won't? Let's see. He's now going for the Future Sight. It would be a little bit too risky. I reckon that Colin might actually shield this, because his Talonflame is already boosted, and he actually, oh, a very split-second decision to put up the Protect Shield there.
This is going to be interesting. Going straight for the fly, doesn't want to go ahead and let the Cresselia get any more energy, but it does have a pretty decent answer in the back with that Azumarill, but yet again, double shielding here. Wants to be able to get to that energy. Will he be able to get to it? Will we see a potential swap? He is able to get to the future side. This will connect with the Talonflame.
Well, this knockout, I have no idea actually. I don't think Cresselia can win the 2 shields here, but here we go. It lands and it does so much damage.
So much damage, but that Incinerate goes through, and now there is still a lot of energy on the Talonflame. Azumarill is coming in, immediately swapped into the Lickitung, and Arceus Aurelius has responded with the Talonflame of his own, but you know what that leaves in the back.
Yeah, the Snowman, and I think this is exactly what Colin wants. Lickitung wins the 0 shield scenario here, I believe, against the Talonflame, especially when it's up in energy here. So this is exactly going according to Colin's plan.
Yeah, going ahead and getting this flame charge to go through. The energy will be doing a little bit more. The attacks will be going through a little bit faster the next to get to the fly. However, like you said, he's going to be outpaced in this body slam. Will the body slam be enough to knock him out? Going 1 over right before the fly is reached.
I think this barely will not knock out, and you will be able to go for the fly here, but 1 Incinerate from the opposing Talonflame might barely knock out here. It's going to get very close. You might need that Incinerate damage from your own Talonflame, because 1 Incinerate, 1 boosted Incinerate on the Snowman, I think it will do about 40%.
Yeah, we're going to have to see. Definitely if you're Colin, you want to be able to bring in your own Talonflame, at least try to knock each other out. Wait. Oh, but this is big. This is able to go through, and now we'll have to see how much this does. No, negating all the energy with the Powder Snows.
Yeah, the Incinerate not landing was interesting, but not being able to land at least 1 Incinerate on the opposing Abomasnow, that actually may have been crucial, because if then you may have been able to put this into Play Rough range.
Yeah, exactly. We have to remember Arceus Aurelius is on Hydro Pump and Play Rough, so it's going to be taking a little bit longer to pace to. Meanwhile, almost at the energy for yet another Energy Ball, a super effective grass move against this Water-type Pokemon.
Yeah, the Energy Ball does a lot of damage, and the next one will definitely knock out. Can Arceus Aurelius get to this Play Rough? I don't think you have pace here. Abomasnow is at the Energy Ball, and this will lead Colin into a 2-1 score.
This is going to be incredible. The Energy Ball is about to connect, and the Azumarill goes down 2-1 to Colin 6, and Arceus Aurelius might have to come up with a new game plan.
Yeah, Colin's strategy has been working so well. In this game, he actually wanted to try and bait out the Talonflame from Arceus Aurelius with that Lickitung swap, because if that was on the Abomasnow, the Incinerators are double super effective, and Abomasnow has so little play. Well, unless Talonflame, as we saw, was down in 2 Power Snows.
Well, I think a big play of this as well is because Pokemon Go happened so quickly. I mean, Arceus Aurelius had wonderful timing as well, swapping out of that Azumarill versus Lickitung very quickly, because that is also not a positive matchup for Lickitung or for Azumarill, but he didn't recognize in the back that Talonflame was actually needed in that scenario.
Yeah, I think even if you do, maybe you may have a small chance if you stay in with the Azumarill into the Lickitung, but that would have to be such concentration and prediction of what could be in the back here, right? So that's also a hard call to make.
Yeah, I think a lot of times that we've seen it as well in the past with Arceus Aurelius against Nezabethan. He had a misread in the back as well, and with a similar thing where it was a Abomasnow, or it was a Talonflame in the back, but he thought it was an Abomasnow, so he swapped in his Azumarill. This time it was the complete opposite. It turns out he thought it was something else, but it turns out to be the one thing that Azumarill really did not want to see.
Yeah, look at him. I don't know, man. I don't know what to do. He doesn't know.
Colin 6, however, completely reserved as well. He knows he just needs one more game to solidify some history here for Europe. Once again, he would be our first ever 2-time regional champion, doing them both in Germany, almost basically back-to-back.
Wow. Are the Germans mad about that?
I wonder. You have to. And no German in the final as well, although Zweilous was in the top 4.
Yeah, he got very close. He still has the honor of the 4th place regional finalist of Dortmund, and still awards a medal. But here we go. This may be a decisive game, depending if Arceus Aurelius can win this or not. We have the Talonflame into the registry.
Oh, we'll have to see how he wants to play this one out. This is very dangerous as well. As you can see, 2 good Talonflame answers in back, playing a little bit ABB to Talonflame. Unfortunately, Talonflame's in the lead, and now is going to be met with the Lickitung as the Azumarill swaps in. But we have to remember, this one is on Hydro Pump, which does a little more damage to the Lickitung if it lands.
Yeah, going for the Play Rough here. Interesting choice, because this will definitely do less damage than that Hydro Pump, but perhaps fearing that he might not be able to even get to 2 charge attacks if Arceus Aurelius will go for the Hydro Pump.
Yeah, meanwhile, Arceus Aurelius now going for a Power Whip, not baiting at all, but Arceus Aurelius not using that shield. It's not same type attack bonus, but it is still a super effective move, as you can see, bringing the Azumarill down to the yellow. Azumarill still pacing up, trying to get to another, but will he be able to make it to another? Play rough in time. Looks like he's going for it.
Yeah, and I really like this play from Arceus Aurelius, because here is his game plan, I think. He's trying to get this Lickitung so low that he can lock on it down with the Registeel, and then you can get a shield advantage with your Registeel, because you can have a Zap Cannon ready for that Talonflame, which would have it knocked out in one single charge attack. Then you have the shield advance for your Whiscash, and since you already drew out the Lickitung, they might be played for Arceus Aurelius.
Exactly, that's exactly what he's doing. He's going for that aggressive farm down. Even if he gets past 100 energy, I think you're still going to see him farming. He's not going to throw that charge attack because he's saving it for whatever will come in. And if you're looking on Colin 6's side, I mean, neither one of those things wants to take a Zap Cannon.
Yeah.
So again, here we're going. We're going for the aggressive all the way farm down. Will Colin 6 be able to reach another body slam first? It doesn't even matter.
Yeah, a lot of beep, beep, beep from the Registeel, but it's barely not enough to knock out the Lickitung. You will have a Zap Cannon loaded, however, for that Talonflame. Likely getting a shield advantage, but Talonflame will also be at 2 Incinerates at that point.
Yeah, we're going to see Talonflame does indeed go back in and going for that Zap Cannon. You see him waiting, even making sure that this is not going to be caught on anything else, forcing Colin 6 now to shield up this move. And we'll have to see if he also perhaps gets a debuff. No Flame Charge has been thrown yet. It does get the attack ball, and in comes the Whiscash to be met by Azumarill.
And at this point, you might want to go for that Scald debuff, and it looks like Arceus Aurelius is going to try his luck. This has been the revelation of this tournament this whole time, the Scald debuffs. Can Arceus Aurelius get that 50% chance?
It's going to connect, and we'll have to see if he does. He does.
Oh, he does!
This is going to be very big. This could end up flipping things as well. And as you know, he still has 2 shields left as well. Going for this Ice Beam, and it looks like unshielded by Arceus Aurelius.
Yeah, if you looked at his expression earlier, he might see a window here. But I think he should focus more on the game, though, because this is going to get so close. That attack drop might be your small window of win condition here. The Ice Beam was no shielded correctly and did as little as his Mud Bomb, honestly.
Yeah, basically, speaking of Mud Bombs, already at another one, throwing right before the next Ice Beam is being able to reach. And no shield again by Colin 6, saving this last one for the Talonflame because he recognizes Zap Cannons, Scalds, these are going to be doing a lot of damage to my Flying Bird. This Azumarill is now just basically fodder. You're trying to get as much energy and as much damage off as possible before going down, getting that first shield from Arceus Aurelius.
Yeah, here's the problem though for Arceus Aurelius. The Azumarill is not going to go down in one Mud Bomb here, and on top of that, he already has a Fly loaded on the Talonflame, so this is going to get very close. In fact, we might even see Colin swap. Yes, he does swap, going for the Fly immediately. This will pressure the last shield of Arceus Aurelius here. There is a slide window. It's a very small window.
Yeah, we have to see. He does shield it up. His last shield is gone now. He's charging up a lot of energy. Will he be able to make it? He does go for that Scald. This is going to connect, or will it? Yes, of course. He needs to go ahead and use that shield if Colin 6 wants to keep this Talonflame in the game, but now it just still has a chance to get a lot more energy coming in now with the Ridge Shield. He did get the attack ball.
Yeah, is that gonna do anything for you? You're going for the Fly. Interesting choice of play because this is resistant. But at this point, I think maybe if you can get another attack drop, you may be able to lift the Fly on the Whiscash. Here it comes. It doesn't hurt the Registeel as much though.
As you can see, yes, and Arceus Aurelius is going ahead, and you saw his face. He was very surprised to see it fly. He is able to reach a Zap Cannon. This will connect. This Talonflame is going down. The Azumarill still has a little bit of health left, but when I say little, I mean a little.
Yeah, can you get the lock on down with the bubble down here? You will come out with a charge tank, and now you get to the Focus Blast, and it makes Arceus Aurelius ties up the score to 2-2.
We're going into a best-of-5 matchup as this Focus Blast lands on the Azumarill, tying up the series, and you can see Arceus Aurelius breathing a sigh of relief.
Oh, yeah, wow, and the timer was showing up there. That game took a while, and that got really close there. The score is 2-2 now. I believe that Colin did have another Fly, but maybe reckoned, I should have thrown the Flame Charge. This Fly would not knock out.
That's exactly what I was going to ask you. As a player yourself, do you think he should have waited and gone for the Flame Charge? Because that definitely would have been enough to knock out the Registeel at that point. But would he been able to get to it? You saw Arceus Aurelius just even trying to get to a Focus Blast.
Yeah, I think so. Because the Whiscash, I believe, didn't have as much energy anymore from Arceus Aurelius. So maybe that was the play. I don't know if he went for the Flame Charge, that then he would need 3 more Incinerates.
It's true.
Like, there are very, choices to be made there. And maybe it was just a little bit too much.
Yeah, again, though, Colin is still in a good position. He is in the winner side of the bracket. He just needs to win one more game to be the Dortmund Regional Champion. Arceus Aurelius has been surviving. He knows he's played against this team probably for like pretty much a majority of the tournament. So we'll have to see if he's able to pull some things out of his hat as well and see if he's able to take this into that.
Yeah. And let's see here, chat, let us know, is Arceus Aurelius able to flip this? Is he going to reset the bracket here? Let us know what you think. In this last game, we didn't see an Annihilate from Colin, and it didn't pay off that much either. I think we might see it again in the next game, especially when Registeel actually paid off quite well from Arceus Aurelius.
Yeah, Arceus Aurelius is choosing to bring a Registeel into a team that has a Whiscash, a Talonflame, and an Annihilate. Almost seems bananas here, but at the same point, it's really been proving working for him because the games that he's brought the Registeel are the games that he has won.
Yeah, absolutely. Talonflame has been so good in both these battles, for both these battlers as well. I think they are getting ready for this decisive game number 5.
And we're going to hop right into it. It's a lot on the line. We have a Lickitung against a Cresselia. Again, the Licks are going to be doing nice damage, but again, those charge attacks are going to be doing so much. Cresselia going ahead and just starting to do what Cresselia's
do what Cresselia does. Go for a potential future sight. This is rough for Colin because you cannot really swap your Annihilate into this Cresselia, right?
And I think he was waiting a turn to see if he was going to swap as well. No swap. This future sight will connect. We've seen it done before. The Lickitung is still going to be in the green, but it's going to be getting low. Meanwhile, coming out with a ton of energy, now releasing a body slam of his own into that Cresselia.
Yeah, this is so rough. He's using that same line from game number 1 and 2, right? He wants to bait out the Azumarill at one point, but again, Cresselia is loaded at this point. Both Pokemon don't want to take a future side, and Cresselia doesn't care that much about these body slam.
Yeah, Cresselia says, that's fine. You throw another one of these at me. Meanwhile, I am almost at another future sight, and at some point, the Lickitung now is in the yellow. This is going to hurt should it go unshielded. If it does go shielded, though, it's a pretty good indication. No shield from Colin 6. This is going to put the Lickitung very low.
This is the Azumarill. Oh, now swapping out into the Talonflame, being met by the Azumarill right away. Quick reflex from Viking Warrior Arceus Aurelius.
He's going ahead, sailing into that battle with his helmet on, saying, okay, let's bring this on. I know that I'm not going to be able to do too much yet. He does have Hydro Pump. You have to remember as well. It does take a while to get to this. First fly is going to connect, but it's not boosted. Azumarill is still in the green, still bubbling away at the Hydro Pump and going straight for it.
Yeah, if this lands, we got to do a whoosh.
Okay, deal.
Like a wash. Here we go.
It's going ahead and last second shield. It's like Colin's like, I don't want to hear any whooshes from the backside. You're going to just charge up a lot more energy. Going for another fly, which again is the more effective and more energy efficient move as well. However, Azumarill can still take it at this point. It's not boosted.
Yeah, look at that. Still hangs on, can take some of these incinerates, and oh, but another fly comes in though. Do you shield this as... No doubt about it. He is so sure that there's not going to be the Azumarill on the back. Maybe Arceus Aurelius is thinking this is the same team from game number 1 and 2. Coming in with his own Talonflame, going for the farm down here. In comes the Annihilate, but there's a shield down.
Shield down already, and also one Incinerate already went through before the Annihilate went in. Boosting up now, getting that last shield, but I think that Arceus Aurelius is in a great spot at this point. This Annihilate is locked into this Talonflame matchup.
Yeah, Arceus Aurelius is sitting there, focused more now on the game. And Nisus comes in. I don't think he even cares. He has 2 shields. They are for the Talonflame. And now, even if there was a boost, Fly will take out this Annihilate.
Yeah, Fly's definitely going to take out this Annihilate. We have a boosted Fly at that. This Talonflame still is in the green as well. Down goes the Annihilate, using that Fly, and we'll have to see how he wants to respond. There are 2 very low health Pokemon in the back for Colin 6.
And there's still a shield. Viking Warrior Arceus Aurelius is looking really good here.
Going ahead, there is a Body Slam already loaded, just trying to do as much chip damage as possible to this Talonflame, but Arceus Aurelius says, that's okay, I don't even need this at point. Going ahead, letting that go through, because he still has that Cresselia in the back as well. Then comes the Talonflame. Down goes the Talonflame.
Wow, and that's a bracket reset. Arceus Aurelius is still in against Colin.
This is incredible. I don't know, what did the chat say, Martine? Are they on side Arceus Aurelius or are they on side Colin 6?
Wow, Arceus Aurelius, finally someone who's able to defeat the final boss, but you have to do it twice.
That's exactly right. Coming in from the loser side of the bracket, and now, actually, they're tied up in this series. In Dortmund, Arceus Aurelius lost day 1 to Colin 6. He just beat him on screen again. It could be anyone's match. It could be anyone's final. Anyone now could be the Dortmund Regional Champion.
Wow, chat, please. Type 1 if you think it's Colin who's going to win this battle, and type 2 if you think it's going to be Viking Warrior Arceus Aurelius. These battles were so good. You know what makes it so good? I really love the Talonflame action.
There is so much Talonflame action here in Dortmund as well, like a lot of different users using it, and these two have been piloting it to its best of its abilities. We've been seeing, again, that was such a risky play by Arceus Aurelius, that first game safe swapping in that Talonflame, but that Talonflame got so much energy ahead of time, there was nothing to be able to do about it. And now if you're Colin 6, you have to wonder, okay, he actually did what he said he was going to do.
Yeah.
What do I do now?
Yeah, indeed. I just love how, as we progress into the timeless travel season in Pokemon Go, Talonflame and Abomasnow, this core has been taking over. It took a while to, you know, set off, because at first it was like Vigoroth, Azumarill being very strong.
Right.
Can we say we're in a Talonflame meta now?
After Dortmund, I can say we are definitely in a Talonflame meta, at least from this point on. And I think a lot of that has to do with, yes, the Incinerate buff that the Timeless Travels meta also gave, but also just the new playstyles that people are bringing in as well. I mean, again, if I am a Talonflame user, I'm already thinking, though, there's no way an Abomasnow is coming in. They're too scared of my Talonflame, but we've seen this time and time again. We've seen the Abomasnows to be taking out Annihilapes in this as well.
Yeah, I saw that game from Zweilers. That was so close and crazy. But yeah, because Talonflame users might be thinking, oh, there's no way to bring the Abomasnow, that could make the Azumarill much better. It's because it's usually like one of the very few answers. There's also the Lickitung, but also doesn't fare very well against a Talonflame. So that combination, that core just does really well, especially when there's way less Lantern in the meta. That core makes the flying plus water core.
It's true. I do argue that as well. I know it's a Talonflame meta. I think it's possibly going to turn back into an Azumarill meta, and that's why you need the Abomasnow. But I mean, Azumarill does so great against Annihilate. It does pretty good against the Talonflames, as you've seen as well. Maybe Hydro Pump Azumarill could be the new thing. We saw Leaf Tornado Superior making it through finals. Maybe it's a Hydro Pump Azumarill coming up next, and we're jumping right into the finals reset. A really great lead for Arceus Aurelius. Not scared to bring that Registeel in again, and we're going to go ahead and see a Whiscash swap into a Cresselia.
What a call from Arceus Aurelius. Has the Cresselia ready to go. A line a little bit weak to the Talonflame lead, but luckily not facing it here. Scald comes in, and a debuff would make this matchup pretty obnoxious for the Cresselia.
Well, obnoxious it looks like we're going to get, as the attack did fall there, but just charging up a little bit of extra energy. This Grass Knot is still super effective against this Whiscash, and no shield by Colin 6, so we're about to see how much it does with that debuff, bringing it definitely down into the yellow. But this Scald will still be able to reach beforehand, throwing right before on charge attack priority. Again, I love this timing by Arceus Aurelius, knowing he would lose charge attack priority, going for that extra Psycho Cut.
Yeah, Arceus Aurelius is focused. He is counting the fast attacks very well, and he knows his opponent is likely counting as well. Now going for the Grass Knot immediately. Whiscash has got to go. But no, Colin is putting up a shield.
Whiscash says, I'm not going anywhere yet. I don't want to lose that advantage. Already at yet another Scald, again going for that charge attack. And again, Arceus Aurelius going for an extra Psycho Set, saying, you shield, I shield. We got this. I want that mid game.
Yeah, looks like Colin wants to get those shields down. I'm not sure if that is going to help him a lot, because if shields are down, Registeel goes to town.
Exactly, that's what Arceus Aurelius wants even more. Saying, yes, please continue to use your shields here. I want that fully loaded Registeel on something. In comes the Talonflame.
And this is an aggressive farm down. I think it might be perfect as well. No, Arceus Aurelius barely getting to the future side here. But is this single or double debuff?
This is double debuff. Wow. I think if you're Colin, you're saying that's fine. You can go ahead. That's a parting gift. But still, doing a nice, healthy chunk to the Talonflame. Talonflame has a ton of energy now. In comes the Azumarill to get those bubbles in.
Yeah, and this is exactly where Arceus really wants it. And the future actually helps a lot here, because the Talonflame is already much lower and so much more prone to the bubble pressure now.
Yeah, exactly. Going ahead, going straight for the flies, not messing around, saying, I'm getting at least this Azumarill as low as possible. Meanwhile, Arceus Aurelius still just charging up energy. He knows that he's in a good position, but in comes that Lickitung. Well, how fast will he be to swap into the Registeel? Interesting, going ahead and getting a play rough. Yeah. This could turn into something more, we'll have to see in the late game.
Very smart. Now, one thing you have to keep in mind here, this matchup might take so long that Colin can stall the clock and swap out at some point already. So that attack on the Azumarill, that might be very handy to have, but I think Colin's only win condition here is stalling the clock and perhaps swapping out into the Talonflame at some point again.
And if you're wondering why Arceus Aurelius is going for that Zap Cannon rather than the Focus Blast, the fighting type against the normal type Pokemon, it's for that exact reason right there. You need 2 attacks anyway to take it out, and you have a possible chance of a debuff with that Zap Cannon, getting it, making these Body Slams do even less to this Steel type Pokemon.
Yeah, this gives Registeel even more momentum. So let's say you get this Zap Cannon off, that might lead you to also get to a Zap Cannon on the Talonflame, and that definitely would pressure the last shield off Colin.
Yeah, exactly. There is one more shield. There are no more shields up as the Colin 6 blocks that up. He's waiting, as you can see, he's desperately trying to do that switch timer. He's going to see, he's 1 Incinerate, 2 Incinerates, and now a play rough.
Oh, but the charge attack priority tie here. Wow, up just perfectly on the switch. Now Arceus Aurelius is forced to use a shield. Now I must say though, this is a very tough mission for the Lickitung to get as much energy as possible to take out the Registeel.
Yeah, take out the Registeel and the Azumarill. Gonna at least need a body slam at this stage. The Azumarill is quite low, but the bubble down, he already has it. I take it back. He has so much energy, but the Registeel has a lot of energy left too. Almost at a play up, throwing that body slam right before winning that charge attack priority once again, and it's still be enough to take out the Azumarill. But can it be enough to take out a Registeel on top?
It's gonna get close. I think Arceus Aurelius already has a lot of energy on the Registeel. It's very close to a Focus Blast, just barely. Oh, it's a charge attack priority tie. Even if 2 body slam would knock out here, he's already locked in, and I think that this Focus Blast will definitely knock out from this range.
This Focus Blast is super effective move against the fighting type, or this fighting type move against a normal type Pokemon will be enough to knock it out, will be enough to connect, and will be enough to put Arceus Aurelius 1 ahead in the grand finals.
Wow, very well played from Arceus Aurelius, and a really good read on the team that Colin would use here as well. He's now leading in the bracket reset of this grand finals. Do you remember how the grand finals last year went in Bochum? I believe that was 23 EJB versus Lurgan Rocket.
Yeah, I believe it was straight up
polarizing matchup.
Rock, paper, scissors sort of matchup that AJB was just in Lurgan Rocket's head, I believe, or perhaps even looking over his shoulder, somehow being able to correctly predict the lead and the counter swap.
Yeah, and I think at this point, it might be looking the same for Arceus Aurelius. He's making so many good reads on the lines that Colin used. I believe only once, well, even in that one matchup where it was Lickitung, Talonflame, and Annihilate, Arceus Aurelius still had all the answers, but he just had the wrong alignment. He brought the Azumarill into the Annihilate from Colin, and then the Talonflame was free. And at this point,
we got a wave going on. As you can see, a lot of the trainers here still anxiously awaiting to see who will be winning this tournament, and I think, I mean, I don't know what the 1s and 2s in the chats. I mean, it's still anyone's game. I think obviously at the beginning you tend to lead to the person who's in the winner's side of the bracket just because they have less games to win. But Arceus Aurelius has already flipped that, and he's already 1 ahead in the actual series.
Yeah, I think there were a lot of 2s, so I think there's a lot of Arceus Aurelius believer. There's also some Colin believers, which is a very safe bet. Someone who already won 2 regional champions, it's very possible. Yeah, I think the chat might be looking at Arceus Aurelius as someone new who may be winning a regional champion. Because if Colin would win the regional champion here, that does mean that someone else wouldn't get that qualification spot.
That's absolutely true. And Colin would be very far ahead on the leaderboard for Europe, because we have to remember the top 8 players on the leaderboard will get those travel stipends for Honolulu, Hawaii.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, let's see how these players will adapt in basically game number 7, right? They've already played quite a few games now. I believe Arceus Aurelius is giving the nod here. I am ready. And here we go. Game number 2 in the bracket reset. We have Talonflame into Azumarill. Again, the read from Arceus Aurelius.
He's nodding. He's saying, okay, I am in his head indeed. Let's hope he can correctly call the backlines as well. This is not a matchup I think the Talonflame really wants to stay in, but the Talonflame wants to get as much energy as possible as well. Looks like, and then he's going to go ahead and try to catch on the Lickitung, met by the Registeel. And again, we're going to go ahead and probably see that Zap Cannon going through.
I think this is exactly what Colin is looking for, because baiting out the Registeel here means that it would free up the Azumarill in the back, right? So I think this is still looking okay for Colin, but on the other hand, you have to keep in mind that Registeel can come out with energy here for the Talonflame.
Exactly. We saw it the last time as well, being able to lock on Farm Down and throw a Zap Cannon. You need to shield that if you're the Talonflame, because those heavy-hitting charge attacks are going to be doing so much. Getting that attack debuff, once again, things are really going the way for Arceus Aurelius, because neither the Body Slams nor the Power Whips are going to be doing that much, and the Licks are now doing even less.
Yeah, Focus Blast is basically the attack you want to go for. If your Registeel's like low, you don't get to another charge attack, or you just need to get it low. But like on full health, Zap Cannon is definitely the way here, because 2 Zap Cannon will knock out with the lock-ons adding up, plus you have the chance to debuff. And look at that undercharge here, trying to get more energy, realizing I want to pressure that Talonflame as well.
Yeah, going ahead, this body slam is going through. No attack debuff the second time around, but that's okay. He's still in a pretty good position. This body slam will connect, but these lock-on farm down. Well, no, Colin6 not letting it happen. Going for that incinerate, or going for that flame charge, and unprotected by Arceus Aurelius.
Yeah, this is super effective. I don't think this knocks out just yet, but we'll leave it very low. I don't think it's too low to pressure the Azumarill later. Now Talonflame is locked in, and here we go. Do we get another chance at the whoosh?
We get a chance, but I'm going to see. I think Colin's going to negate us one more time. No whooshes again as the Hydro Pump goes through for the shield, and now we have to see how they're going to play this out, because another fly is reached, and this is a boosted fly.
Yeah, so Arceus Aurelius is respecting the Flame Charge boosted fly here, because that would do a lot of damage. But because you don't have Ice Beam, you also pace very slowly here. I believe that Colin outpaces to the fly here even.
Yeah, going ahead and going for that fly as well, and not getting a Protect Shield here, knowing that it's not going to be enough to knock him out. However, he's getting pretty close to being in the red, as you can see. He's at the play rough, he's at the Hydro Pump, going for the play rough. Definitely enough at this point to knock it out. Colin says, okay, that's fine, you can let that go.
Yeah, this energy would have been more useful for the backline though, in my opinion, but just wants to get rid of that Talonflame here. In comes the opposing Azumarill. You will get to another play rough here, but Azumarill is so low from Arceus Aurelius, it cannot really do more than that.
Yes, so low. At what cost? The Azumarill is staying in, just getting as much chip damage off as possible. I do like this play because his other opposing Azumarill will still have to throw to get it out, and meanwhile that could give some wiggle room for the Talonflame to be able to start getting some flies of their own.
Yeah, do we see a catch here? No, we do not see a catch. Going for that Ice Beam here. Is Arceus Aurelius going to shield it? No, he doesn't really care for his Azumarill anymore, even though it was so close to that play rough.
Yes, so close to the play rough, but that's okay because he knows that it's just a play rough and an Ice Beam. Not going to be doing as much to the Talonflame, and it's getting about mid for the Azumarill as well. So even though this Ice Beam will be going, no shield from Arceus Aurelius.
Yeah, it's a Talonflame world, and we're just living in it. In comes that of Arceus Aurelius, but I'm not sure if the Incinerators plus the fly will be enough to get the KO here on the Azumarill.
Yeah, but there is still a shield left on both sides. Colin not using that either. Saying, okay, if it's Incinerate or Flame Charge, it's not going to be doing that much. That fly is still not going to be enough to take me out. Already at another Ice Beam, waiting to see if, but no, the Talonflame still going ahead and now going for that Flame Charge.
Yeah, making sure that the last Incinerate will be boosted. I'm not sure if this will do it, because if the last bubble lands, this might knock out the Talonflame. Let's see. And one more bubble indeed knocks out Talonflame. Talonflame goes down. And one more, sorry, not one, but two more bubbles take out the Registeel, and that means that the score is tied up again to 1-1.
Colin says, okay, I was the champion for a reason. I see what you're doing here, and I'm going to match you as well. It was really good place and a really good call out by you as well. Drawing out this Pokemon. Colin is doing a fantastic job of drawing out that Pokemon that he wants to, and he's really taking a look at that switch timer. Being able to get that Flame Charge through on the Registeel was big and important for this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. Arceus Aurelius really having that alignment, but Colin's strategy is just so strong. Maybe that's why he won regional championship.
We'll have to take some notes. We'll have to see for sure with him. But yes, I really like his play. And if you notice, he's utilizing basically all of his Pokemon at some point or another. It's not like he's really heavy-handed leaning on one. Meanwhile, Arceus Aurelius, there's the first game that he lost with the Registeel.
Yeah, exactly. Registeel's a little bit of a, high chance, high risk Pokemon, right? You can get really bad alignment on it, or if you have it on Lickitung, Azumarill, or Bombasnow, it's really good. But on Talonflame and Annihilate Whiscash, it's literally 50-50 in this matchup.
And I want to analyze this before we get into the last matchup. Do you think Arceus Aurelius should have shielded the Flame Charge from the Talonflame?
Yes. But that's really in hindsight, and that's based on what we see. Because if he expects something like the Whiscash, the Annihilate, you don't need that Registeel anymore. So in that case, I do understand the no shield. And I think both players are just very keen to use all the shields on Talonflame only.
Yeah, I think so, and I think that's a good indication of what's in the back too. It's like, oh, interesting. They're not using any shields at this point. I think that's got to be that Talonflame. And again, that's got to be that Talonflame up against Azumarill. Well, once again, a good lead for Arceus Aurelius, but we'll have to see how they play it out. This time, there's an Abomasnow in the back.
Oh my goodness. I don't want to know how this is going to go.
I mean, if you think about it, it looks like Arceus Aurelius has everything lined up. If this we're going to go through, the Registeel is on the Lickitung. The Azumarill was on the Talonflame. We perhaps will see that Talonflame on the Abomasnow. We're going to have to see how this plays out. We've seen this quite a few times, even between these two players. Body Slam connecting now onto the Registeel.
This is why you need Lantern, to break up that Azumarill Talonflame core, because we see it so often on both sides. We've seen this matchup the previous game as well, but this time there's a Abomasnow from Colin, and Arceus Aurelius is still relying on that Talonflame.
Once again, getting an attack ball as well. It doesn't really as much make a difference in this Lickitung matchup. It does make the Licks do a little bit less. We could potentially see Colin do what he did in that first game. Once his timer is up, try to get that Flame Charge through as well. We're going to have to see Arceus Aurelius still going for another Zap Cannon here, reaching it right before. Will Colin 6 choose to shield up his Lickitung? No, this time letting it go down.
Yeah, you know...
And again, an undercharge.
And again, an undercharge. It's basically almost the same. Is Colin also going to switch out immediately here? It might be, because he might be stalling the clock here. But let's take a look at how that goes. The thing is, like, if you let this Registeel farm your Lickitung down entirely, it might come out with almost come out with a Zap Cannon, right? And that's difficult. And indeed does stay. Oh my goodness! Is this a catch? I don't know, but it's an expected simultaneous switch. What a masterful play from Arceus Aurelius.
Arceus Aurelius saying, okay, this was my downfall last time. This is what caught me. This time I'm going to play it out a little bit different. Fantastic reflexes there. Simultaneous swap, and now going into the play rough. This time, it's like they both want to negate us from whooshing, because no shield, but also a bait.
Yeah, wow, Arceus Aurelius has the biggest brain of the venue here. Who could have seen that one coming? And so risky as well, because if that failed, the Abomasnow would have been on the Azumarill.
Exactly, and shielding up the fly as well. Now these bubbles are going to basically be able to completely bubble down before reaching another fly, getting that little positioning that he wants, because in comes the Abomasnow. And if you're Arceus Aurelius, you're saying, this is fine. I'll actually just stay in this matchup. I think I'm golden at this point, but he's not going to give it away. He's throwing this play rough. He's doing this already. He wants this Abomasnow as low as possible.
Yeah, where's his smile? I would be smiling if I know my Talonflame is going to be on this. Colin's probably hoping at this point it won't be Talonflame in the back. At this point, you got to use your shield somewhere.
And it's going to be used right here, as this play rough is not going to be able to go through on the Abomasnow. Abomasnow still has a ton of energy. Very smart play by Arceus Aurelius, coming in now with the Registeel for hitting that Focus Blast, getting the last shield off of Colin 6, but this Abomasnow has nowhere to go.
And even if you... Do you even get past this Registeel? I don't know, because this does not do a lot of damage. Yes, you debuff the Registeel, but Locon already did 1 damage.
Exactly, it's not going to be doing any less, really, so the charge attacks will be doing a little bit less, but he will still be able to reach another if Colin 6 doesn't throw onto the Registeel. He's now going to throw the energy ball. It is the heavier hitting. It will be most likely enough to knock out the Registeel, but I know what's coming in.
Yeah, let's see. Energy ball does take out. In comes Talonflame. It enters the field, and Abomasnow melts. Those incinerators do so much damage.
And then Abomasnow goes down. You can see Colin had the energy. He's like, no, its energy has nowhere to go. Down goes Abomasnow. Down goes the Lickitung. Arceus Aurelius up in the series, 2-1.
1 win away from winning the Dortmund Regional Championships, being so successful in this area last year, and now again. Last year it was Bochum, basically next to Dortmund, and now in Dortmund he's 1 win away from defeating the final boss.
If I was Arceus Aurelius, I'd be penciling in all of the German regionals, saying, hey, if I was top 4, now I'm guaranteed at least top 2, potentially the Dortmund Regional Champion. And you can see there's a lot on the line now. There's a lot of stress on both of these players, because this is the go big or go home moment. If Arceus Aurelius manages to win this, he becomes the Dortmund Regional Champion. If Colin 6 wins the next one, it's going to go into a decisive game number 5.
How do you adapt here as Colin? Arceus Aurelius keeps bringing the Registeel, so Lickitung, even though it's your safest Pokemon, it has like 5 decent matchups against Arceus Aurelius teams. It just keeps landing on that Registeel. Is it time to switch up the Lickitung here?
I mean, potentially. The thing is, when there's no actual fighter on Arceus Aurelius' side, it makes you feel pretty safe to bring things like a Lickitung, but the pseudo-fighter of Registeel has just been negating anything that the Lickitung could have been doing in this. Lickitung even does okay against Talonflame usually, because it's able to pace through those body slams, but it can do nothing against that steel cannon.
Yeah, it's just basically a problem that many battlers have faced already, that core of the Registeel and the Azumarill, because literally about anything that defeats the Registeel loses to Azumarill. Look at Annihilate, Talonflame, and then Whiscash is a so-so matchup, right? So I think that's kind of the core that Arceus Aurelius is really relying on, and especially if you have that alignment, you just get away with it easily.
Yeah, I think that this is a lot to take in. These two trainers are taking their time, and I can't blame them at all, because like I said, this is going to be pretty much the decisive game of if Colin 6 is going home or if he's staying in this tournament.
Yeah, I think both players are ready. This may be the decisive game. We have game number 4, Annihilate into Cresselia.
At this point, it's not so bad for the Cresselia, because even though those Night Slashes are going to be doing a lot, there's a potential for a boost. The Psycho Cuts are also doing a lot, and Grass Knot, though it's not doing that much, I mean, Annihilate is a pretty flimsy Pokemon.
Yeah, go straight for the Shadow Ball here. If you let this go, then Colin may be able to win this matchup if he wants to. This will do a ton of damage, and he does shoot up the Shadow Ball correctly.
Wow, Arceus Aurelius really putting up a last-second shield, shielding up the big one. In comes the Licky Tongue, a future sight to say, okay, good, a little bit of parting chip and dip, but it's a big chip, I would say. This is going to bring it down to about half health, and what is coming in? That's the real question. Do you stay in if you are the Cresselia? It looks like he's going to say, okay, you know what? I'm fine in this matchup.
Yeah, interesting. And going for another future sight, I think Arceus Aurelius is just fine here because he also has the Azumarill for that Annihilate.
Yeah, I think so. Also for the Talonflame, perhaps in the back future sight, going through, connecting the Licky Tongue, still licking away here, going ahead, and now we see the Talonflame coming in, catching the Body Slam, but it's going to be doing a decent chunk of damage. However, those Incinerates are going to start really chunking away at the Licky Tongue, and the Talonflame's going to come out with a lot of energy.
Yeah, you can't bring in your Annihilate in here because the Fly will land on it. I think the Talonflame might even be able to land 2 Fly on the opposing Azumarill if that is what Colin is bringing in. Yes, that was a catch. However, it was what Licky Tongue had to throw in anyway. Let's see what Colin is bringing up here because he is 1 shoot up. So it's... Oh wait, I talked about Azumarill earlier, but he has his own Talonflame, which both don't like the energy from this Talonflame.
Exactly, the Fly is going through here. This is going to be super effective damage, forcing Colin 6 to use his shield here as well, but he's only 1 Incinerate away from another.
Yeah, I think Colin has to go for the Night Slash immediately, and he does. He can't take the energy here as well. I think Arceus Aurelius is considering letting this go because he does. No, never mind. He wants to let this Fly.
He needs to land this Fly. He wants to get this last shield or at least get the Annihilate out of the way. And Colin 6 choosing to let it go down, which means the Annihilate is off the field completely. And we're going to see the 3rd Pokemon unless he wants to bring that Licky Tongue back in.
Yeah, it all comes down to Talonflame. Can Talonflame take this game for Colin? It is 1 shoot up, and it does have good matchups here, but Azumarill is the one thing in its way. The bubbles add up, and it can get to those play routes, but Talonflame has the momentum to get to multiple Fly here.
He's already building up to the Hydro Pump. Will he go? He's going a little bit over, definitely going for that play rough, saying, okay, at this point with the bubble damage as well, this is going to be able to do it, and it strips the last shield off of Colin 6. That Talonflame is in the sky. It's got a lot of energy, but where can it go with it? The Fly is going to be coming in soon.
Yeah, if Arceus Aurelius is 1 bubble away, he will be able to get to the player. If not, then this Talonflame will get to another Fly here, and that may be crucial. Let's see here. Fly lands. It's still no shield. Sorry, there are no shields. In comes the play rough. Is this going to knock out? This is resistant.
This is resistant, but this should be enough damage at this point. Azumarill going ahead, giving it all an excellent here. This play rough will connect. The Talonflame flies. It goes down from the sky, and Arceus Aurelius is our Dortmund Regional Champion.
Arceus Aurelius is able to defeat the final boss. The Viking Warrior is your Dortmund Regional Champion 2024. Give a big congratulations, a big clap, a big applause for Arceus Aurelius, able to defeat the reigning double regional champion.
Yes, and you can see it in his face too. He's so excited. He's so animated. He's so excited. He's getting the crowd hyped up. Normally he is hyping in the crowd. This time he's hyping from the stage, saying, everyone get up while I get down, and just fall right on it.
The #1 European hype man is your champion here. What a phenomenal gameplay, and making all the correct reads, aligning that Azumarill to the Talonflame over and over, and to the Annihilate, and that way making a beautiful win. And it's very deserved.
Yes, exactly. You know, we were talking yesterday, and he was telling me about when he proposed to his girlfriend. He said, I had all these cool things to say, and then when the time came, I just fell apart, and I cried like a baby. You can see it here. He's so happy, and I love this too. He's letting his emotions show. He's so incredibly thrilled to be our Dortmund Regional Champion. We're so incredibly thrilled for him as well. What a comeback, being able to defeat Colin 6 after losing to him in day #1. Person who knocked him down to the loser's bracket.
Yeah, speaking of vengeance, right? And hugging with his friends here next to Celia, Koning, Lionheart, Lurgan, Rocket. Everyone's very happy for Arceus Aurelius. But let's not forget about the achievement that also Kulin got here, right? Because not only did he win 2 regionals, he got so close to winning the third. He got to second place. So what a masterclass of two battlers.
Exactly. I mean, Arceus Aurelius said it as well. Colin Six is one of the best battlers Europe has to offer. He's shown it time and time again, and I don't doubt that he probably could have done it. We saw how close all of these matches were. We saw the cool and calm collected plays that Colin Six put on. Unfortunately for him, just not enough. Arceus really seemed to be really in his head, calling all of those leads in that last bracket reset.
Yeah, this must be one of the best day 2 runs we have seen so far, one off, because he started the day in the lower bracket and he climbed all the way. He pushed everyone away. He flew past everyone on the wings of the Talonflame and the bulk of the Azumarill all the way to the grand finals.
And you know what he was saying before? If I just get in the top 4, I'm good because I believe I have enough points in to qualify for Worlds, and it changed his relaxed playstyle. Well, I can tell you this already, even if you didn't have enough points, you definitely have a qualification for Worlds now, Arceus Aurelius.
The regional champion has a guaranteed spot in the World Championship, so yes, indeed. And yeah, like, he was very keen on qualifying last season as well. This time, finally did it,
exactly.
Right?
And Colin Six walking away with a nice 160 championship points. I believe it's second place. So still maintaining a great spot on the European leaderboards.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe he does qualify for the best Dutch player.
I mean, that says a lot coming from you. Maybe we'll have a chance to see it because the next regional or special event that is coming up is going to be in the Netherlands as well. So maybe a chance for some of these Netherlands battlers. A lot of them coming to these events as well. None of them quite making a show here in Dortmund, but maybe a little bit of a home turf advantage will go a long way.
Yeah, absolutely. Now let's take a look at the winners bracket to see where we have come from here. Again, we see here Arceus Aurelius only arriving in the grand finals, really, right? Where he faced Colin, who first beat Zwylaus, and then faced Cashin, who again did not drop a single battle up until he faced Colin, and then Colin faced Arceus Aurelius, who he did face on day 1 already.
Yes, and then Arceus Aurelius, as you just saw, was able to not only flip the bracket, but also have a 3-1 victory in the grand finals. But yeah, let's go back and just talk a little bit about Cashin as well, because like you said, he was in the winner's side of the bracket, but he didn't lose a single game until Colin Six, and it was a best of 5, and it went to the final best of 5 moments.
Yeah, just those final battles. Cashin also was so close. Then he got to the loser bracket, and there again, Arceus Aurelius with that Azumarill really having the alignment wherever he needed it. Making the reads can be so important in Pokemon Go, and that really showed in this tournament.
I wonder if it's like sort of like a Nordic or Swedish thing to have like strange movesets on your Pokemon, because again, Classica Bolton, who is from Sweden, he was running a Leaf Tornado Superior, and now Arceus Aurelius from Norway running that Azumarill with Hydro Pump. Maybe they're onto something up there.
Yeah, but did Hydro Pump really do anything for him? I don't know, actually.
I think it did a lot, and maybe not in these matches against Colin Six, but there was unprotected Whiscash, there was Hydro Pumps landing on Lickitungs, Whiscash, just doing a lot more damage than either the Play Rough or the Ice Beam would have.
True. Now let's take a look at the final standings of all the top players that we had in this tournament. We see here the teams of the top 8. We see a lot of Lickitung, a lot of Cresselia, and a lot of Talonflame.
Though we see all this, one thing I do want to bring up is a number 6 spot, the Tragicomics, running that Greedent, that tackle Greedent was something that was so interesting, a core breaker for a lot of teams, and running it with a not a typical moveset, running Tackle on it, and also Trailblaze.
Yeah, and another thing I want to point out, getting so far with the Greedent is even more impressive because look at how many Annihilate.
Exactly.
It's on 7 out of 8 teams. Annihilate definitely manifests its position as the best fighting type or the most preferred fighting type user in the meta.
Yeah, and Wolfpack, it looks like he brought his French Wolfpack with him there because there are so many French battlers here in this top 8 as well. Cashin being in the 3rd place, and then we have Tragicomics, Tonton Batu, and Wolfpack all being able to make that. Congratulations to you guys. This is our top cut for the Dortmund Regionals.
Yeah, thinking of it, like half of the battlers we have on this top 8 are French.
Yeah, it's a pretty good turnout overall. Another, I just keep coming back to his team, not only the Greedent, but again, my favorite Pokemon. We have that Sableye on the team. I think it put in so much work, especially because, like you said, 7 out of the 8 teams had that Annihilate, and that's one of the best answers for Annihilate in the meta.
Yeah, you do have to be careful of those Shadow Ball, but yeah, I do agree. Sableye definitely has a place in this meta. If you look at like the team of Arceus Aurelius, it has play against Azumarill, against Cresselia, Talonflame. It has play against everything from the winning team of this tournament, right? It's just the Lickitung that's, you know, a little bit risky to play against.
I would say because it's a Shadow one, maybe the Azumarill isn't as good because you have to potentially land a frustration, not frustration, that would be horrible.
That would not do a lot of damage,
That turns out that would be very frustrating.
Very funny, Amanda.
Yes, no, it's just more of a mistake just trying to cover up. But again, the Sableye only has Power Gem and Foul Play, so it wouldn't be able to do as much against the Azumarill, perhaps.
Yeah, for sure. Now, one more thing that I want to point out. We see 7 Annihilate in the final standings here, right? In the top 8. Which team doesn't have the Annihilate?
Interesting, the one on top.
It's the winning team. The winning team won the regional championship in Dortmund without a fight here, without a fighting type user. Instead, Arceus Aurelius opted for the Registeel to counter the many Lickitung that we've seen.
And what was so interesting about it, we brought it up in the matches as well, is that Registeel, it's such a dangerous meta to be playing the Registeel as well, especially when there are so many Annihilates, when there's so many Whiz Cashes, and we've just seen the rise of Talonflame as well. Registeel can go toe-to-toe if shields are down, but if shields are up, those lock-on damage is not doing anything, but still managing to secure that #1 spot.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you think we'll see a resurgence of Registeel?
I think Registeel always has been quite good. It's just that this time, yeah, it's a little bit difficult to predict because obviously there are many Lickitung, and I think like the many Lickitung just draw in Lickitung counters, right? People want to play anti-meta, and I think Registeel really fits into that role. I just also think like it's very risky because the other very dominant Pokemon in the meta is Whiscash. I think today was a Talonflame show, but Whiscash still has been so dominant, especially on day 1 for example, Cashton.
Yeah, exactly, and there's been a lot of Shadow Whiscash as well. We saw the powerhouse that can be, and I think a lot of players have opted to use that instead over preferring a little bit of the heavier hitting damage over the bulk that the regular Whiscash can provide. Whiscash, I think, is one of the really nice Pokemon to be able to use, however, because it's a good starter-friendly Pokemon. If you're just starting Pokemon Go, you can find those Barboachas, you can evolve this, and it's only 10,000 dust to be able to unlock a second moveset.
I like that you point this out, Amanda, because one of my friends who he's quite...
You'll notice I didn't even comment that you have friends this time, because I know that you have friends.
Thank you so much for sparing me there. But what I want to say, one of my friends who is basically quite new to Pokemon Go, his name is Ratlord. You may have faced him in the Go Battle League as well.
Yes, I'm already fearing Ratlord, actually.
Yeah, and he also has that Whiscash build because it's very accessible. There was a Barboach Spotlight Hour previously, and from that he was able to catch a suitable Whiscash, which seems to be a very good Pokemon.
Yeah, a lot of these Pokemon they actually don't even need Community Day moves if you're looking at the screen.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's a really, really good time to go out there and be catching Pokemon, to be building some up for your team of 6. And I think that, again, Whiscash has such a dominant performance. It's been doing so well, especially with the addition of Scald with that 50% chance debuff, that it's almost a no-brainer to be building one to see if you have a good one for your team.
Yeah, what I really would have liked to see more is that Zapdos and Guzzlord's core from Tontobateus.
Same.
That was such a creative core, right? Unfortunately, he got knocked out by one of his French friends, but I think a top 7 with this team, like, that's pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. And we know he already said he's going to be in Utrecht. He's going to go to USC. He wants to try to keep his championship title there. And I'm sure we're going to see a lot of spicy picks from him. I don't know if you can top a Zapdos, though. I would have said before, can you top
I'm going to try.
Can you top a Seeking? Actually, does Seeking top a Zapdos for spicy picks?
Yeah, I think Seeking definitely wins, right?
Too.
What do you think, Chad? Is Seeking spicier than Zapdos? I think it is. Like, no disrespect to Zapdos, no disrespect to Tonton or Evan. Well, I mean, Tonton uses Seeking as well, but Seeking is actually a crazy Pokemon, right? With that Poison Jab, the Ice Wind, and Duran, having a very versatile coverage here, but just not really matching in bulk or, you know, even Azumarill is like a so-so matchup.
I think that we're going to see more and more Azumarill popping up too, especially after this meta. My big question is going to be, however, do you think people are going to stick with Play Rough Ice Beam, or are they going to go on to Hydro Pump? Because we had this discussion before, and I think there's definitely merit, and I'm so glad that Arceus Aurelius used it, because it's sort of proving me right. And I love to be right.
Yeah, so does Arceus Aurelius. He's definitely going to rub it in my face because I told him, no, you're crazy. You need Ice Beam for the pacing. And now he wins a tournament with Hydro Pump.
That's absolutely incredible. Again, he was in our top 4 last year in Bochum, which was around the same time as this Dortmund regional is. Then not only doing that, being able to become the regional champion this year, securing his spot for Worlds. I mean, you guys saw it. The man is so happy.
You know, he once told me that I am like one of the players he looks up to, because I went from a very bad start in the 2022 season to top cutting in 2023. But he has grown up so fast, right?
Really, he has.
He outpaced me. He won a regional championship.
I don't know if he's outpaced, but he's definitely at least on par with you, Martin. And I think this really showcases it as well. I think one really interesting thing about Arceus Aurelius too is like he loves to really theory craft and build. He does a lot in the grassroots scene as well, building some metas, finding interesting show 6 pick 3 formats that people could be playing in. And I think that's probably really helped him out with this as well, because he knows a lot of unique movesets, and he also knows how different Pokemon play out against each other.
Exactly. Having knowledge of those matchups really help you, right? We saw that from Tonto Bateus as well, who fully charged a drill pack and has a Wish Cash, and because of doing so, he didn't have enough energy on his Annihilate back then to get to a Shadow Ball on a Gligar. Very specific scenario, but I remember it very clearly, because if you don't know how much the drill pack does there, how do you calculate in how much you need to charge your drill pack to get the energy you need?
Yeah, I think Tuo Butters said it best when he said, like, we know more about the depths of our ocean than we knew how to do a perfect undercharge.
Wow, that's deep.
That's deep, literally deep ocean.
You just stole my joke.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, great tournament we had here today in Dortmund. Definitely one of my favorite. It looked to be one of the smaller European ones, but it definitely did not lack in quality.
No, I mean, like, I believe it was around 100 participants, so still a rather big tournament. Definitely not one of our biggest. You're absolutely right. Liverpool was very big. Lille was also really big.
200, right?
But I mean, the show up, the quality of plays that we saw here was unrivaled, I believe. This was such an incredible tournament to watch.
And you always see in those tournaments that, like, even some of the best players like Palasha or Tactical, even those good players get knocked out quite early.
Right.
And you have some surprise. I wouldn't say Arceus Aurelius is exactly a surprise, but like Cashton just did have a lot of great performances earlier on in the regional championships, and now look at him.
Yeah.
Going like 14-0 in score before finally losing a battle.
And becoming like basically the 3rd place overall in this tournament. This tournament is coming up to a wraps. They are getting ready for this on the stage. We're going to crown our champion. Congratulations again to Arceus Aurelius. We're going to kick it over to the stage.
Pokemon trainers, our long and illustrious journey here in Dortmund has come to an end. Thank you, thank you. It has been an honor. It's been an honor to see so many amazing battles. And I want to start by congratulating the 4th place finalist. This trainer has had many accolades. He has already won one special event. Sadly, he is not here at the moment to collect his medal. However, he did ensure that European cuisine is very much back on the menu. So, if I could give a big shout out to Zweilers. I'm sure if he's watching, he'll be most appreciative. Congratulations, Zweilers, and your 4th place medal will be with you very soon. Now, to 3rd place. This trainer has demonstrated a run of absolute dominance, going 2-0, 2-0, and 2-0 every single time. I would therefore like to give a big shout to the talisman, to the chevalier of the French, to Cacton 69. Cacton, it has been fantastic to see you battling. How do you feel right now, having succeeded and got so far?
I'm really proud. Glad to be also on the podium with these 2 really good players. I just would like to dedicate my performance to the French community, because I have really performed. I have really battled with them, prepare a bit the tournament, so that's quite cool. I face really good players also, so I'm glad to be there. I'm exhausted, proud, and that's cool.
And quite right, you should be very proud. A third place finish is phenomenal. Congratulations, Cacton, and we hope to see more of your success. Well done, Cacton. And so we move to second place, our silver medalist. This trainer, again, a defending regional champion in Stuttgart, has able to get second place in another German regional. Please give a big, big shout out to Colin 6. Hello, sir. It seems I see you far too often. You must be something really good, it seems, right?
It seems like it. A bit of a fortunate place there in the end, but happy to get second and a good amount of points.
Yeah, absolutely. How does it feel to have so many medals just from one season? This is your second or third medal now?
It's my second medal this season. Didn't have a silver one, so that's nice, I guess.
Now you can make all the colors of the metallic rainbow. But Colin 6, it's been fantastic to see you battle, and we hope to see you in the next regional as well. Look after yourself, and viewers, don't go anywhere. This man will be back. And of course, finally, the hype man of Europe has done it once and for all. Arceus Aurelius, you are the Dortmund Regional Champion! What I'm going to ask is very simple. Drink it in. Did you ever think this would happen?
I actually, I don't know. Today I felt just so confident. Yesterday as well, I felt so confident in the team and in my ability to pilot it well. And I just want to say thank you to my family who's been watching at home and my fiance. This money comes, it helps a lot with our honeymoon. So yeah, I mean, I'm out of words. I feel like I'm out of words.
Now that is a first for everyone, eh? Marcus, it has been truly an honor to see you develop. You've had so many close calls, getting to top cuts on a couple of occasions. You've done it now. My next question to you is, what next? When are we going to see more of the greatest hype man of Europe?
I have plane tickets to Utrecht, but we'll see about that now. We'll see. I'm totally exhausted. I've like held it together just the entire day, and now it all comes flooding out of me. Bad poor choice of words, but it is what it is.
We understand, figuratively speaking. It's all good. Arceus Aurelius, you are Dortmund Regional Champion. Crowds, please give a big shout out to Arceus Aurelius. Viewers, for those of you watching at home, you have seen another moment in history made. The Hall of Fame has been garnered with another jewel in the crown. Arceus Aurelius takes his place as your Dortmund Regional Champion. Our next European event will be in Utrecht in the Netherlands in early March, so stay tuned for that one. And of course, there are many other regionals in the North America region and elsewhere. But from myself, from the team, we are delighted to have you, and don't go anywhere. All the casters will be back with an outro very soon.
what a day we had here in Dortmund. A phenomenal championship with a phenomenal champion. Amanda, what do you think of this tournament?
This was really a fun tournament. So many French battlers doing so well. I think that was incredible. And then, of course, who can't like our hype man, Arceus Aurelius, being able to win a regional and just seeing how the crowd responds to him instead of him being in the crowd responding.
Yeah. What do you think, Abi?
Oh, it was amazing to watch. Brilliant. Arceus Aurelius, he brings so much energy into everything he does, even from the crowd. He's always been great, but it's great to see, as Lurgan just said a little time ago, gold looks good on him.
Absolutely. Adeline, do you have any good memories of today? Anything you want to share?
I will admit, it's going to be bold of me to admit this, but I pretty much cried at the sight of Arceus Aurelius crying as well, because there's something about how much it meant to him really resonated with me. As I was giving him a hug, and I knew I was on camera, I was like, don't cry as well. If you cry, I'll cry.
That's a good one. Yeah, let's take a look at the champions we've had in the regionals so far, right? We've had a couple regionals before Dortmund here.
Yes, we saw our top 4 finishers, Wireless getting the first one at the special event in Barcelona, immediately followed in Lille by Golaska Bolton, and then we had Patoman, who was doing so well, being in the top cut in a lot of performances, finally getting his regional championship in Gdansk, Poland.
We have in Stuttgart the champion Colin 6. He's been one of the most consistent battlers. We saw him today as well in the winners final. Unfortunately, he could not make that second regional. Following Colin 6 is going to be Nighttime Clasher, winning the Liverpool regionals. And last but not the least, a new addition and our favorite addition in this list, Arceus Aurelius is the Dortmund regional champion.
Yeah, he absolutely popped off when celebrating for that win. It was an absolute sight to see. But we have 3 more regionals coming up, right? We are going to have next Utrecht on the 2nd and 3rd of March. Sorry, let's take it here, Adelian, at the schedule here, what we have next.
Oh, of course, because I'll be going to every single one, it seems. Utrecht, 2nd and 3rd, just as you said, Martijn, and very close to where you are as well. So if you want to see these beautiful people, especially Martijn, definitely go to Utrecht. And of course, come to London if you want to see me. Not quite as beautiful, but I'll do what I can for you on Friday the 5th of April to Sunday the 7th. And then following on from there is Stockholm. The Swedish regionals is on the 11th and 12th of May. And then a relatively new addition on the circuit, Bologna, a special event, is happening on the 1st and 2nd of June, just 1 week before the North American International Championships in New Orleans on Friday the 7th till Sunday the 9th of June. And of course, as we've seen, Arceus Aurelius pushing his way to Honolulu. That is where we all want to be. Honolulu, Hawaii, for the Pokemon World Championships.
Yes, it's the most prestigious event of the season, and Arceus Aurelius has just qualified for it by winning this tournament. But like we just went through here, the next tournament that we will have coming up will be the special event in Utrecht on the 2nd and the 3rd of March. That will be a special event where you have no entry fee to participate. So I'm expecting a lot of players to compete here. Here we see some shots of Utrecht. It's a beautiful city and it's in my home country. I would love to welcome all of you here. It will be a great time. And I'm expecting, I believe around now we have about 200 competitors registered.
Wow.
So it will be a large special event tournament. Then we have in Vancouver the 22nd to 24th of March the next North American Regional Championship, which you can also watch on this broadcast. So yes, we have tournaments in Europe and tournaments in North America that will be broadcasted on this channel. Follow our socials if you want to stay updated on the next Play Pokemon events. You can follow us on X, on YouTube, on Facebook, and on Instagram. And again, if you want to be featured on the broadcast, use that Play Pokemon hashtag. If you missed anything of the broadcast, you can watch the VOD back on YouTube or on Twitch. Thank you, everyone. It has been an absolute sight, a great tournament, and thank you to the production, to the staff, for everyone making this possible. We will see you next month in Utrecht.